Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So just to begin, respected dignitaries, honored guests, esteemed keynote speakers, respected principal sir, distinguished academicians, researchers, delegates, and dear participants. A very good afternoon to the illuminous gathering of intellectuals. On behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Societies, Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, Pimpri, Pune, in collaboration with Social Science and Management Welfare Association, Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh, it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and cordial welcome to you all to this one-day national conference on women and law, rights, justice, and empowerment in contemporary society. We are deeply honored to have with us eminent jurists, former judges, legal practitioners, academicians, and scholars whose presence truly enriches the academic value of this conference. This conference brings together diverse perspectives from law, sociology, gender studies, and public policy, creating a platform for meaningful dialogue on women's rights and justice in today's evolving society. We are grateful to all our speakers, participants, and organizing members for being part of this significant academic endeavor. Once again, I warmly welcome you all and wish the conference great success. Now, looking at the rationale of the conference, the rationale behind organizing this national conference stems from the urgent need to critically examine the position of women within the legal and social framework of contemporary society. Despite constitutional guarantees, progressive legislation, and international commitments, women continue to face structural inequalities, gender-based violence, limited access to justice, and socio-legal marginalization. Law, though a powerful instrument of social change, often reflects deep-rooted patriarchal norms that require continuous scrutiny and reform. This conference aims to explore the intersection of women's rights and legal institutions, critically analyze the implementation gap between law and reality, encourage interdisciplinary discourse, evolving law, sociology, governance, and social justice. It provides a platform for young researchers and scholars to contribute to feminist legal scholarship, to bringing together legal professionals, academicians, researchers, and students. This conference aspires to move beyond theory and foster academic, action-oriented, inclusive, and rights-based approaches towards women's empowerment. We strongly believe that such academic engagements are essential to shaping responsive legal frameworks and socially conscious legal education. Thank you. To move forward with the session, now I request our respected principal, Dr. S.S. Gopakumar sir, to present his welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vakumare ma'am. Honorable dignitaries, on this online webinar on one-day international conference on women and law, right, justice, empowerment, and contemporary society, I appreciate the coordinators to select such a relevant topic which has immense importance even in this century also. From the time of independence itself, a number of statutory frameworks which has been created by the legislatures. Since then, the empowerment of women, how far it has been achieved, that's a question of law which is required to be considered, and it needs a debate on such matter. If there is a number of laws which has been made, not a single one or two, but sufficient laws which has been made, even under international law also, even convention is there, and elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, even convention is there. And we have from Dowry Prohibition Act, thereafter labor laws, all Indian constitution relevant provisions are there. There are a number of laws wherein which a number of provisions which has been legislated by the lawmakers. But how much these laws, these frameworks are sufficient to avoid the real benefit to the beneficiaries? That's a question which is required to be considered. I don't have any doubt that in this discussion, eminent speakers are there. Obviously, they will have a wonderful discussion upon that subject matter. So I'm not extending further. I just switch over to my duty to welcome all the dignitaries. First of all, I would like to welcome the speech of guest of honor, Advocate Pragya Parijit Singh, ma'am. And furthermore, I would like to welcome Mrs. Smita Rajendra Kadusar, former district and sessions judge, Advocate Bombay High Court. Obviously, being a jury, part of judiciary, sir must have adjudicated various matters wherein which the women they face different kinds of difficulties, so not only society, their workplace, and there are various areas where which the difficulties and they face. That we look into that. And furthermore, I would like to welcome the Mrs. Smita Rajendra Kaduma, the High Court judge already welcomed, and furthermore Dr. Sonali Jeevan Gaikwad ma'am, who is the principal of DGP Yanan Law, Solapur, Maharashtra. Obviously, madam, as far as madam is concerned, since being a teacher, madam must be very well aware about the students' issues, what they face in the college itself, and maybe counseling many students for various issues which they face at home or society, wherever it may. So, madam can discuss all those aspects and will enlighten with that. Further, I will welcome Advocate Archana More as practicing lawyer and trustee of a women's association. I would like to welcome ma'am also. Welcome, ma'am. And furthermore, I would like to welcome Ketki Padwartan Dalvi ma'am. And yes, ma'am, welcome, ma'am. And the principal and HOD of Lokmanya Tilak Law College, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapith. Many academicians are there, judges are there. Obviously, it will be a healthy, very healthy discussion. I hope that there will be no doubt at all. Obviously, later on, we can make a conclusion that what is required to be done for the more. Obviously, my opinion is that now the things are not in the same way what we had. We walked forward a lot, but since then there are a number of lacunas which are there with the women who are there in the grassroots level. So we have to look upon this, especially in villages and some states, etc. We will look into that. And furthermore, I would like to welcome Dr. Ketki Patwarthan Delvima. Already I told you. So all other participants, resource persons, and students, faculty members, principals, directors, I welcome each and everyone. And I express my sincere gratitude to Saruba Bagmar Madam also for collaborating with such eminent personalities of jurists and academicians. And once again, I left out anybody. Please pardon me. And I conclude my speech. And I hope that it will be a wonderful experience for each and everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, respected Principal Sir, for your inspirational welcome address. Now we move forward with our first session in the inaugural. And I'm fortunate enough to introduce today's first guest of honor. So it is a proud and momentous occasion to welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Advocate Pragya Parijat Singh ma'am, a dynamic jurist, constitutional thinker, and powerful voice in the evolving discourse on women and law. An advocate on record at the Supreme Court of India, she brings her over a decade of formidable litigation experience across constitutional courts and tribunals, a postgraduate in international law from the prestigious University of Cambridge. She represents a rare blend of global academic excellence and impactful courtroom advocacy. Advocate Singh has served as panel counsel for the Union of India and currently represents key public institutions including Punjab National Bank, Dalsa NGT, and South Asian University. Her contribution as filing counsel in the landmark RIT Foundation versus Union of India marital rape case before the Delhi High Court placed her at the heart of one of the most significant constitutional debates on women's bodily autonomy and dignity in recent times, a matter presently under consideration before the Supreme Court. Her commitment to justice extends beyond courtrooms. As legal counselor at Tihar prisons, she worked closely with inmates, strengthening access to legal aid. As managing trustee of Vidhivaranya Foundation, she spearheaded the All India Women Conference and led nationwide legal literacy initiatives during the pandemic, engaging eminent members of the judiciary and bar to further the cause of women's rights. Elected as member executive of the Supreme Court Advocates on Record Association 2024 to 2026, she is also a registered foreign lawyer in England and Wales, advising on foreign laws and appearing before immigration tribunals, demonstrating her expanding international footprint. An awardee of the Martlet Award at Cambridge, a university rank holder, moot court judge at global platforms, including Oxford and Leiden, columnist, academic, and mentor. Advocate Pragya Parijat Singh exemplifies excellence, courage, and compassionate leadership in law. Today, as we gather to deliberate on women and law, we are privileged to be guided by someone who not only interprets the Constitution, but actively shaped its lived reality for women across the nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to Honorable Advocate Pragya Parijat Singh. Ma'am,
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, ma'am.
over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to one and all. I'm very sorry that all of you are being troubled on a Sunday afternoon. But since the cause and the topic is very exciting, I'm sure I'll try my level best to keep you all gouged in. My heartfelt thanks to DY Patil Law College, to all the directors, principals, faculty, and the listeners, especially Swarupa ma'am, who has given me this opportunity. I'm extremely humbled, and thank you so much for giving a brief introduction to whatever I have done from a decade. Feels like things are coming in place, and I intend to do a lot more ahead, whatever life permits. The topic that we have chosen in hand is pertinent, important, relevant, and humorous, all of it at the same time, because honestly speaking, women and law is something which people don't like very much. Let's just look around, and whosoever wants to have a Bahurani and they're getting their sons married, would you prefer having your daughter-in-law with a LLB degree? The answer might be questionable. So it just takes me back to a funny anecdote, and I was probably teaching around the COVID time in one of the prestigious universities, law colleges. I was teaching there, and it was exactly the same time that I started dating my now husband. And eventually, when he took me for the first time to meet my mother-in-law, she asked me about whatever I've done, this and that. No offenses to my mother-in-law, I love her. But very, elegantly, she said that, would it be able for you to continue with the professorship rather than, being into litigation? Because I think it just sounds very graceful. So thankfully, it took my husband only 1 second to, respond back to it. And he said that, you see, very few women are in litigation. And I really feel very happy about the fact that my partner is, so passionate about litigation. It's a rarity to have women in law. We thankfully times are changing, but people actually do not want to have daughter-in-laws who have a active litigation base. सबको लगता है लड़की बहुत तेज होगी, but ये बात mentality की होती है, इसलिए woman और law जो है ना बहुत ही antonyms की तरह use होता है. And this again takes me back to a very interesting story of first state High Court judge, Justice Leela Seth. Back in those days, so Supreme Court was made in the year 1950, and it's been almost this is the 76th year of Supreme Court, and she has a beautiful story which reminds me the struggle of women back in those days. So she went to apply as a litigating lawyer, which means an active practitioner, to one of the seniors chamber, Mr. Chowdhury. When she went there and she said that, sir, I want to practice under you. I need a tutor. I need a mentor. So he said that, lady, you are a young woman and I think you should get married. So very firmly, she smiled and she said, sir, I'm already married. So he said, okay, all right. Now that you're married, I would suggest that why don't you have a baby? She smiled. She took a pause. She said, sir, I already have a child. I still want to practice. Then he thought for a second, and again he asked, I think it would not be good if you already have a child who will be left back at home. So, probably you should have another child. She smiled back. She said, sir, I have 2 kids. Then he was taken aback 3 times in a row. And then he said, okay, you're a very persistent young woman. I'm sure you'll do wonderful at bar. So join from tomorrow. This is how the journey shapes. This is how the journey begins. Let me give some, brief facts, and you'll be surprised and shocked at how the situation is still very, very dismal and stark. I come from Supreme Court, so I'll talk about it. Probably I have a better hands-on idea about the facts that are there. So Supreme Court, like I said, was made in the year 1950. Till 2026, we only had 11 women judges. So 76 सालों में सिर्फ 11 औरतें रही हैं, and if we convert it percentage wise, it would probably, so 287 judges have been there at Supreme Court, elevated at the stage of Supreme Court. Out of this 287, only 11 women, which means nearly 3.5%. So where are we? There are 2 bar associations at Supreme Court Bar Association and Supreme Court's Advocate on Record Association. So I am a member executive at the AWAR Association. Until date, not even one president of either SCBA or SCORA. SCORA is short for AWAR Association. We've had Mr. Kapil Sibal, we had Mr. Singhvi, we had all the fancy names, but not one single woman. Due to which, around 2.5 years before, the women, they started fighting, they filed a petition, and as per the guidelines of one very famous case called as the B.B. Kaushik case, several representations were made, and thankfully the Supreme Court decided to have certain seats reserved for women, because people have a tendency that they might not want a woman representative who would, choose them, who would elect them. So for the first time last year, Supreme Court reserved the post of secretary, and for the first time in the history, we now have a woman secretary, and fingers crossed, we should be having a president seat reserved this time. So yes, 76 years and still the situation is so dismal. So currently, out of 33 judges, whosoever the entire sanctioned number of judges, we only have one woman judge, which is Justice Nagaratna, who was basically from Bangalore. And I'm really looking forward to, although she has a very, a short stint, she'll be CJI only for 36 days, but still it matters the most because we'll have first woman CJI. She should be coming in the year 2027. So yes, the situation is changing. When I see myself versus when I compare to the senior lawyers at bar, I'm sure their journeys must have been very, very different and difficult. They face troubles and struggles not just at the workplace, but also at their home. They were expected to play several roles, donning several hats. You have to be a good wife. You have to get up in the morning, prepare food for everyone, then go to the court, arrange for clients. And let me tell you, people don't want to go to the lawyer client, to the woman clients. Multiple times it has happened that, in the starting in the, formative years of my profession, many a times client came and they'll be like, Madam, aap behas kar lengi na? Madam, aap argue kar lengi na? Not that, they did not confide in me, but probably they don't understand that a woman can also go and rant and argue and can probably do wonderful. So I remember certain challenges that I faced, although I would say that the profession has been extremely welcoming to me. And even if there are glass ceilings and even if there are male privileges, I would still say that a lot of bar members who are male have promoted me. It's a very, very beautiful, conducive place to be. And I remember I was 25 and a half approximately when I started practicing. I practiced for a couple of years. Then I took a study break. Then I again became a student and went to Cambridge. So I do come with certain years of experience. So I remember going to Tis Hazari Court, which is one of the district and sessions court. And there was a dowry death matter in which I was assisting the public prosecutor. And then came a very, I should not be using, but a very gunda type of, lawyer representing the other side. And this woman this woman was burnt alive 3 months into the wedding. And I started arguing this case, and I was supporting the PP also. The judge was also, very supportive to have given me opportunity that, okay, you can assist the person concerned. And there came a point that multiple times the opposite counsel said, "Arey madam, aap choti hain, abhi aap शांत रहिए, अरे मैडम अभी रुकिए, मैडम हमें बोलने दीजिए, वहां 25 लोग थे, यहाँ मैं अकेली थी." And then I realized that the judge was also accommodating this person a lot. So, after a point, I had to put in my foot. I argued the matter brilliantly. I made sure that this person's concerned bail was cancelled, the parents were denied bail. And then I realized that this is a beautiful, powerful profession. 5 minutes of my practice can really change somebody's life. What I started learning instead was, at 25, I used to look very young. So I started wearing sari so that, there'll be some sort of strong persona type around my demeanor. And the journey has been very, very wholesome, very beautiful. And I only have gratitude filled heart. The problem nowadays specifically is people have started thinking that men and women are, antithetical to each other. या औरतों को इतना ज़्यादा वो protection मिल गया, या कानून इतने strong हो गए हैं कि we become enemies to the opposite gender, which is not the reality. Today is Mahashivratri, and they say that, the beauty is of Shiva and Shakti together. They both are एक दूसरे के पूरक होते हैं. दोनों genders एक दूसरे के लिए बहुत important है coexistence के लिए. With that, I would just go back again to the topic, because I have a lot of stories to tell. But, going back again to the topic, women in law, empowerment, and the contemporaneous issues that are there. Let's again go back to the Indian Constitution. The logic when the Indian Constitution was made, which is a beautiful piece of art, even though we've, cut, copied, paste from several countries, but we made sure that we've made a very living piece of document. And we don't just follow a procedure established by law, but a due process of law, which means over the period of time, over the period of years, as and when the need is required, the law keeps on changing. So, for example, at a point in time, sati was not just promoted, but it was encouraged. But only when after a certain time it was realized that some people in the garb of sati are dumping the wives, killing them, burning them alive without their consent, without their logic, and it's an inhumane behavior, it's a criminal behavior, came in 1986, the Sati Prohibition Act. So what was probably law of the land at a point in time was considered not to be a good law, and eventually a law came into existence for that. Bhavri Devi ka ek case tha 1991-92 mein that shook the conscience of the country. There was an Anganwadi worker in Rajasthan, and she tried to stop a child marriage, and people from the dominant community, they raped her, gang raped her. And that was the first time Supreme Court realized that it is essential that we need to have a law at place which would protect a woman not just at her home, but also at her workplace. So Vishakha guidelines came into existence, which eventually converted into the POSH Act of 2013. So the journey has been very wholesome. एक समय पे जो कानून को लगता है कि जो एक डोमिनेंट प्रैक्टिस है, ये एक रिचुअल है जो लोगों को शायद गलत नहीं लगती थी, जब वो रियलाइज हुआ कि नहीं गलत चीजें हो रही हैं तो कानून बदला. Similarly, the Nirbhaya case that had rattled our country, with that came several criminal amendments, stalking, voyeurism, acid attack, gang rape, all these definitions were changed. So going back again to the Indian Constitution, the logic to have protection for the woman came from the viewpoint that woman was probably a chattel or a property, somebody or someone who needed some sort of protection. I'm not saying it's bad, and there was always a rationale to have some sort of positive discrimination for women. So with that, the idea of, otherwise हमारी country में people talk about right to equality. Right to equality means कानून सबके लिए बराबर है, but we needed to have some sort of positive discrimination for which certain provisions were made to protect women, children, or people who are old age. So does it say that law are biased? I would still say no, because at that point in time, it was required. Although the drive is now to move towards gender neutral laws, because we should talk about equity and not equality, the journey has been very, very wholesome. Certain landmark. So I'll just briefly go through certain provisions or articles in the Indian Constitution, just summarizing it very quickly. Article 14 talks about equality before law. Article 15, subsection 1 says no discrimination on the grounds of sex. Despite that, women have been given a special category, and there are multiple laws. For example, the Domestic Violence Act. All these act or POSH Act, they're not gender neutral laws, they're gender specific laws. There was a rationale why these laws came into existence. It was basically to protect the woman. So they and nobody can prosecute a man, a woman in that, but as per these particular laws, and only a man can be prosecuted, which means they were made basically to protect and the interest of the woman. Then we have Article 16, equality in public employment. There are certain seats reserved for the woman. Article 21 has a very vast definition which talks about right to life, and not just a life, but a life of dignity. Then the new labor laws that have come into existence, it talks about equal livelihood and equal pay, which was initially not there. So if Mr. Sibal is appearing, probably people are going to pay him 10 lakh rupees for an appearance. But if I'm appearing, they might give me 1 lakh. So should we have a ceiling? The reality is yes. And I don't mind taking names, because let me tell you, this is the exact reality. The nicest and the most amazing prolific orators, senior advocate of women senior advocates of Supreme Court still get not even half or 1/4 of what those big shots are getting, top lawyers. This is still the ground reality. So our journey is tough, but somebody has to take it. So I would only suggest that the journey should, the lights should remain on. We should lead that march. A couple of landmark judgments that I will also briefly discuss. Vishaka guidelines, I've already told you, which eventually led to creation of the POSH Act that talks about sexual harassment of women at the workplace. Certain guidelines were made as to identify what is a workplace, what is sexual harassment, what's the definition. It was a very elaborate act that for the first time identified that a woman needs to be protected at her workplace also. A very interesting case came around the COVID time to us. There was a woman, because most of the meetings used to be online. So a meeting of one of my clients took place at around 11 p.m. at night. And my client was forced by the boss that, no, this meeting is very important. Please, you do this meeting. Okay, fine. She joined it online. And then this guy started pressurizing her. Why don't you switch on your video? Why don't you switch on your video camera? We had to send a legal notice, because she could sense that, that person does not have a very nice intent, and more or less. So there's a very thin line between somebody saying, oh, you're beautiful, and somebody saying, oh my God, you're looking sexy. So even if that woman was sitting at her home, that was deemed as her workplace. She was given some sort of compensation. Similarly, we've seen cases that even if now women are given maternity benefits, but let me tell you honestly, nobody likes you taking maternity benefit, because employees will find one or the other reason to make you an unproductive asset, and on one pretext or the other, they'll send you illegal termination, because they just want women to do it all. उनको सब चाहिए, उनको बच्चे भी चाहिए, उनको घर में खाना बनाने वाली भी चाहिए, उनको पैसे कमाने वाली चाहिए. आजकल ये थोड़ा बेटर हो गया कि पैसा कमाने के लिए they are okay with it, but the reality and the mindset is still very different. आप अभी भी अपने घर में अगर अपने बेटे के लिए वाइफ खोजेंगे तो सबको गोरी बहू ही चाहिए होती है. सबको आइडियली अगर वर्किंग है तो उनको टीचिंग लाइन वाली बहुएं ज्यादा पसंद आती हैं, क्योंकि they have this notion or mindset. So law needs to be changed. But the journey of women and their emancipation in the Indian Constitution, I would still say, is very, very brilliant. We had Shaira Bano versus Union of India, which basically declared triple talaq unconstitutional. That was very, very important. It talked about constitutional morality over the personal law. It said that it is very inhuman that, just by saying talaq, 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 you can just leave the wife at any point in time without giving into consideration how she would look after her, so on and so forth. Then there was a very beautiful case called as Suchita Srivastava versus Chandigarh administration. It gave some sort of reproductive autonomy under Article 21 because it talked about a life of dignity. A woman has rights to do abortion as and when she wants. Of course, there are statutory guidelines, but we had PCP NDT acts because the gender-based violence was taking place. भ्रूण हत्या हमारे देश में बहुत ज्यादा हो रही थी. इस तरीके के अलग अलग केसेस और सिचुएशंस आई हैं जब इंडियन लॉज ने ऐसे ऐसे लैंडमार्क प्रेसिडेंट्स या केसेस दिए हैं which has changed the shape and structure of our country. One very interesting case how sexual harassment or 354A IPC came into existence was this case of Rupan Deol Bajaj versus KPS Gill. Rupan Deol Bajaj, can you believe it? Back in those days, she was an IS officer. Mr. KPS Gill was a IPS officer. There was a informal party which was going on. Apparently, Mr. KPS Gill was drunk in an inebriated state. He tried flirting with the IPS officer, Miss Bajaj. She didn't pay, and she was very much married. She was wearing a sari, so you can't even say, "अरे छोटे कपड़े पहने थे," या आप ये सब नहीं बोल सकते हैं. And in an official party, when he tried, irking her, flirting with her, and she did not pay heed, he slapped on her posterior. And eventually she filed a case. She won the case. He was suspended. And this was when the landmark law of sexual harassment came into existence. So, imagine a woman of that stature, somebody who's an IS officer. This person had the audacity to, behave like this with her. So all these cases over the period of time, Joseph Shine versus Union of India, that, did away with the adultery angle on the woman. These have emancipated women. Do I say that the journey has been easy? Not at all, but yes, very consistent. For every woman who's a lawyer, who's a mother, who's a judge, who's an academician, they know their struggles the most. I have a very dear friend. She was a judicial magistrate, second class, and I went to attend her reception in Jharkhand. She's posted there. So I went to attend her reception, and her reception was actually scheduled from 7 p.m. onwards. But despite the fact that she is a judge, she was called at 5 o'clock because apparently one of the judges were coming from Patna High Court. And for the protocol's sake, as a bride, she and the husband had to wait till 5 o'clock. The judge sahab came at 9 o'clock in a very drunken state. But, it pains my heart. And she was standing on her legs. And in fact, a very informal note was also circulated in the office that by सारी जितनी भी जजेस हैं, महिला जजेस हैं और आदमी जजेस हैं, हम सब आ जाइए और 3 घंटे पहले से सब खड़े थे. The reality is better how situation is at your workplace, but we're still fighting. We will fight, and I'm sure that there'll be days when equality or equity would not just be a fancy term to throw, but we'll actually make places respectful and dignified for women. So yes, this is what I have to say. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I've given some funny anecdotes and stories in and around. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think this was a very power-packed first session of today's inauguration. And just to highlight a few points of your presentation, I mean, all of us have to understand and acknowledge the bleak realities of the Indian society, the structural inequalities that exist in Indian society. But at the same time, we also see there are some changes along with the constitution and laws that are coming. We are changing over a period of time as the society is changing, new laws are coming. But at the same time, what you highlighted in the first example, where you said that the lady wanted to practice as a judge and she went and met some male judge. So how she represents her sexuality, how she understands. So I think as women, we have to stand for ourselves first. We will have to understand our own sexualities and learn to respect. our own identities. And I think there onwards the change starts. I mean, the example which you gave about yourself also, I think that was very apt in terms of how you represented yourself, but also we see that in some educated, male-centered, ideologies that are existing. Some men are also there who respect women and who like to see women develop, and that emancipation is understood by them. So I think, ma'am, thank you so much for actually giving us an overview of the structural inequalities, the change that has taken place, and by discussing various case laws. So I think this was like a really exploration of the complete topic of women in law. So thank you so much, ma'am.
I'm so very grateful for this opportunity, ma'am, and I'm very I'm very, very, humbled that looks like they've been commenting and they've been giving emojis in between. So I'm sure I did my bit, and thank you so much again. Very, very humbled to be a part of this. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now moving on to the next speaker, the next guest of honor that we have is Mrs. Smita Rajendra Kadu, former district and session judge and advocate, Bombay High Court. Now I request our faculty, Assistant Professor Samruddhi Shah ma'am, to give introduction for our next guest of honor. Ma'am, over to you, Samruddhi ma'am.
Yes. So hearty good morning to one and all. And thank you to Swaroop ma'am for giving us this opportunity to welcome our today's guest of honor, Smita Rajendra Kadu ma'am. So Mrs. Smita is an accomplished legal scholar, public educator, and former district and sessions judge, presently practicing before the Honorable Supreme Court of India, the Bombay High Court, the District and Sessions Court at Pune, and various authorities and tribunals across Maharashtra. With a distinguished judicial career and extensive courtroom experience, she has a developed reputation for procedural clarity, analytical precision, and strong commitment to fairness in adjudication. An alumni of Pune University with LLB and LLM qualifications, along with a diploma in cyber crimes, she brings both traditional legal scholarship and contemporary statutory awareness to her practice. During her tenure as district and sessions judge, she presided over complex criminal and civil matters, introducing procedural efficiencies aimed at strengthening access to justice and ensuring effective case management. Beyond adjudication and advocacy, Mrs. Kadu is deeply engaged in legal education and public outreach. As the founder of Legal Lens, she has conceptualized a multidimensional legal literacy platform designed to simplify complex legal frameworks into structured, accessible learning tools. Through charts, case studies, advocacy exercises, and statutory updates, including adaptations reflecting new criminal law statutes, she seeks to bridge the gap between legal theory and practical empowerment. Her work particularly emphasizes the empowerment of women, single mothers, and marginalized communities. Combining judicial discipline with empathetic communication, she strives to make legal rights understandable, actionable, and transformative. Meticulous in documentation and scholarly citation, professional philosophy that blends strategic legal thinking with community-oriented service. So on behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College and whole of the organizing committee, it's our immense pleasure to welcome our today's guest, Mrs. Smita Kadu ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, when the first guest of honor, who is the speaker, on the very first call hits a 6, I think all the others just should hold the crease and just do their limited roles that they have, because already we have won. This was a beautiful opening. I would really thank Advocate Pragya Singh for the lovely way she started the conversation, the main concept of this entire conference. Mind-blowing, ma'am. Hats off to you.
I'm so thankful, ma'am. So thankful.
That was really wonderful. Now, yes, like Madam said, there are a lot of things in life. I think there's someone who is audible. can you just mute the person
I
on
request
your
all the
end?
participants. I request all the participants to please mute your audios.
Yes, now since this is a national conference all over India, people are watching, dignitaries are there. So let me first start it very formally. Then, like Madam has done, just be on the crease, be there. A very warm good afternoon to all the dignitaries, the faculty members who have arranged this excellent conference for today. Though it is a holiday, a Sunday, but a conference like this definitely makes our day. Because at the end of the day, it is the reality, it is what we are. And I also thank the principal of D.Y. Patil College who wonderfully gave his opening speech, saying the why this need is there, why this conference has been held. And at the end of the day, what today is most important is, like Madam said, today is Shivratri. Lord Shiva also couldn't stay away from the divine powers of Parvati ji, goddesses Parvati. So who are we? Can we deny these rights? Can we deny that we are not behind, but we are along with you? Adi Shakti. We are half of the power. If you deny us, things are going to go haywire. But now first coming to the topic and then to the other relevant things touching the topic. Now, when we speak about women and law, we are not just speaking of statutes or the codes. We are speaking of centuries of struggle, of voices that demanded dignity in the face of silence, and the movements that turned a private pain into public justice. If you see the olden days, joint families were there, ladies were just categorized in one particular way. This is what you have to do. You could not go beyond that. Even if you remember those olden days, even during, let me be very candid and open in saying that, even when a lady used to have her menses, she was made to sit aside saying that this is your area, you should not go beyond that. But today, if you see, even in these conditions, women are going out, they are working. So things had to change. The private pain had to be public. Somewhere that outroad had to be there. The story of women right is the story of society itself. From reformers who fought against child marriage to sati practice, which even Madam had mentioned, to the farmers of our constitution who have enshrined equality in Article 14 and 15, to activists who have demanded recognition of sexual harassment and domestic violation, each generation has carried a torch forward. Now, understanding why these changes are important, first we will have to understand also what is the contemporary society. Why this change is now required. Now, contemporary society is the modern dynamic world where we inhabit, marked by constant change, interconnectedness, and the new challenges. It is shaped by what the present thing, that is the focus. We are here, we are now, we are not the past society. Social structures, which are institutions, laws, and systems that organize daily life. Cultural norms which have changed, values have changed, beliefs have changed, practices that define human interaction have changed, economic conditions have changed, the way trade, work, resources are managed today has changed. Now, what is important is the key influence because of the rapid technological advancement, globalization and social movements and evolving identities, everything needs to be changed. And in such a scenario, why should a woman be kept away from this? So in short, a contemporary society is living, it is shifting reality, and women must be at its forefront. Now, why women should be at the forefront is also a very debatable question. People are like, "Hum hai na, kyun aapki kya zarurat hai? Hum dekh lenge, madam, you are not required." But they forget that women plays an important role of a catalyst in the development. Without this, things cannot happen. Women drive education, healthcare, and community progress. We forget that. हमें लगता है lady है, औरत है, कुछ नहीं, हम कर लेंगे. But that is not the thing behind it. The main source is a woman. They are innovators, they are leaders, they break the barriers, they push themselves ahead. Their potential is so high that no one can judge कि ये औरत है और ये कर सकती है. This is what the scenario today is. Women often are should be prioritized, should be dignified, but which generally does not happen. So therefore, in the contemporary society, need of giving more to women. I would not say more, but at least what is her requirement, what has to be in equality with others has to be given to her. Now, when I always feel that when women rise, economy rises. ये तो है कि घर में भी छोटा सा काम भी अगर लेडी करे तो obviously घर में कुछ ना कुछ आ ही जाता है. It never happens that a woman is sitting idly and if she is not doing anything, she is not a productive person. She is still a productive person, but if given a chance, probably because of her this work or because of her some part in the household things, economy may also increase. Now, one thing that I always like to say is, see, we have a lot of laws in place. We have a lot of things in place. There are so many different laws which Madam has mentioned, so many judgments which have come up, so many things that every now and they say women ne karna chahiye, but still let us see what the legal foundation for this is. A constitution has guaranteed us everything. Now, like Singh Madam said, that though it is taking off beautiful things from others, still it is a wholesome constitution. It has guaranteed equality before law, prohibits discrimination, ensures equal opportunity and protection of life and liberty, not only in India, but since we talk of women globally, internationally also, India has rectified the Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, and it is committed to a program called as SDG 5, which is Achieve Gender Equality and Empower All Women and Girls. These frameworks have set the stage, but the challenges are still there. Internationally also, you're talking about this. Now, what is CEDAW? That is CEDAW, which is the Convention of Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. This is not on a grassroots level. This is happening globally. It is described as an international Bill of Rights of Women. It is adopted by the United Nations General Assembly 1979. It defines what constitutes discrimination against women, sets up an agenda for national action to end such discrimination. So just saying that this is discrimination and that is all, it doesn't happen. There has to be a way, there has to be an outcome to see that this all is also stopped. It calls on countries to ensure equality in political, economical, social, cultural, and family life. Now, on a very big perspective, yes, you are talking about politics, you are talking about economy, you are talking about social culture, but the most important thing is the very basic being a lady that has to be recognized and that has to be put in the forefront. Similarly, Sustainable Development Goal, which is to achieve gender equality and empower all women, is adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as part of the agenda, and it is targeted to end all type of discrimination against women and girls everywhere. Same, eliminate violence against women and girls, including trafficking and sexual exploitation. Today, if you're watching television, if you're on Netflix, if you're watching social media, anything, I think this is one topic which is being reflected everywhere. The latest which has come is Jeffrey Epstein's file. If you people are there, go watch on Netflix, the documentaries. This is so harsh reality that is happening even today. In which world are we living? So when we talk about discrimination, when we talk about women trafficking, basic things have to be in place. You cannot say law apni jagah pe hai, we can do nothing. You are the people who have to come forefront. You yourself have to come forefront, and this is what has to be dealt with. Unless and until you yourself are not aware कि भाई ये law मेरे favor में है. If you have seen this, I like Madam said, we are very open over here. This is a national platform. Jeffrey Epstein file is very open. The whole world is knowing. I have just been watching Netflix series for the last 2-3 days. I mean, it is a pyramid. How can you think of even doing such things? This is intolerable, and why should a girl who has faced such situation keep quiet? What is the difficulty? Why is she not able to go somewhere and tell what she is facing? अभी भी हम ऐसे सोसाइटी में रहते हैं कि जहाँ पे बात करने से हम लोग डर रहे हैं. So this has to end somewhere. Apart from this, lot many things, lot many case illustrations are there with regards to cyber harassment. Now, new laws have come into place. Sexual offenses, including digital harassment, stalking, everything is having a new face. Secondly, stricter timelines under the new act have been developed, which reduces the time frame. Plus, if you are not in the position to engage any lawyer, big shot lawyers, even for ladies together, today is out of question. Very true. Even if she is a lady, she will still see to a very efficient lawyer. पैसा नहीं है तो भी गोल्ड बेच के वो एडवोकेट करेगी, पर क्या मुझे अच्छा लॉयर चाहिए, पर लेडी लॉयर के पास जाके खुद का दुखड़ा बताने के लिए वो नहीं जाएगी. And such type of small cases will even never be taken by big shots. They will say, ये हमारा काम नहीं है, you go to some junior. They will not take interest. They will take interest in celebrity divorces. They will take case in celebrity matters, but not in matters where a girl is saying that, yes, I've been stalking. Yes, there is something going on online and someone is asking me to do something. These things will never be spoken out. Secondly, again, the most important thing is dowry cruelty. हमें अभी आज भी लगता है कि dowry नहीं लेते हैं लोग. People are educated. But no, this is still happening in India. I have seen recently a few news where they are about to garland each other, एक दूसरे को वरमाला डालने वाले हैं, and the bridegroom says कि मुझे ये चाहिए. Imagine a situation where families are together, when the entire society is together, celebrating a moment for life, and at that particular scenario, the bridegroom is saying कि no, this is my demand, please fulfill it, only then I will marry. क्यों शादी करे भाई, नहीं करनी तुझसे शादी, तुझसे और 100 लोग हमें मिलेंगे. Why do we not have this mentality then? Obviously, who is responsible for this? The contemporary society. We are not leaving things which we should leave. We are still sticking to those गीटे पीसे customary things कि नहीं, ये मुझे करना ही है, ये मुझे चाहिए, मेरा बेटा इंजीनियर है तो उसका कीमत है 20 लाख रुपए. What is this happening? This should never happen. Secondly, one example which Madam just now gave was about the workplace harassment. Top officers of the service, where if at all you have to join, you have to pass UPSC interviews and so many things. वहां पे आपकी कस निकाली जाती है कि आप कौन से लेवल पे है. They actually even I have been a judicial officer, even I have faced these things, that what is interview, what is study. Over there, when you sit for that interview with the eminent personalities in front of you, they check every parameter of yours. आप कितने प्रेशर में हो, आप प्रेशर कैसे डील्स कर सकते हो. And in a party, someone does something to you or someone expects something from you. Should you accept that? Definitely not. So that very big case and a very big judgment came into place. Now I say that workplace is only not where I am an officer. Workplace is also a place where my domestic help comes to work at my house. I stay in a society where I have so many people working and so many domestic maids coming home. One day a maid comes to me and says कि madam, वो घर में मैं कल से काम नहीं करने वाली. I was like, why? What happened? The daughter-in-law is working. The mother-in-law is a paralytic patient, and the father-in-law is a retired police person. And she says she doesn't want to work. I said, क्यों, क्या हुआ? She said, नहीं, वो लड़की तो अपने रूम में रहती है, अपना अपना काम करती है. The mother-in-law is on the bed, and the father-in-law keeps on hovering around me, keeps on passing comments, keeps on saying something. So is this not workplace for her also? So workplace is just not the four corners of your office. Workplace is not somewhere where you just sit on the table and you work. Workplace is every place where you are working, be it a home, be it an office, be it anywhere where you are contributing. If you are not safe, 1 घंटे का काम है वो लेडी का, 1 घंटे में अगर उसे ऐसे लगता है कि भाई मेरे साथ कुछ हो जाएगा, who will be there? Imagine the person just even touching her inappropriately. What is she going to do? Who is going to come to her rescue? So even this type of harassments should be taken care of. Lady should be made to feel safe wherever she is. I have been in judiciary. My tenure in judiciary and in practice is more than 30 years as of now. I joined practice as an advocate at Bombay High Court in the year 1996. That was my first way. Initially, I was in Pune. Like, I'll just share a few stories, small ones. Initially, when I was practicing in Pune, I always had an flair to go to Bombay High Court and practice over there. यानी घर से शुरुआत कैसी होती? My father was a retired jail superintendent of Eroda Central Jail, so he knew what crime is, what law is, everything. My mother was a housewife, though she is a graduate from Wadia College, Pune. When I told her, Mama, I want to go to Bombay, I want to practice at Bombay High Court, her first reaction was, नहीं, Bombay जाएगी, वहाँ पे तो हर आदमी मुझे गुंडा ही लगता है. My God, imagine. Father who is taking care of thousands of convicts inside Eroda jail and mother saying this, but still at the end of the day, I made it. I went to Bombay High Court. I started my practice over there. Initial days of practice, like madam said, no one comes to you. You have to be on your own. No senior is ready to teach you anything. No one is ready to work for you. It is you who have to develop your own self. ऐसे कैसे करते करते शुरुआत हो गई लॉ के प्रैक्टिस की. Then the time came for marriage. Same scenario like madam had. I got a proposal of a police officer, and then it so happened कि लड़की ने तो लॉ किया है. लड़की ने लॉ किया है तो अभी करना क्या है? He said मैं आरोपी को पकड़ के लाऊंगा और ये छुड़ाती बैठेगी. मैंने हाथ जोड़ दिया. I said sorry, I don't want this. And this is a fact in our law profession that so many girls are still unmarried because they have done law. One of my friend who was getting married during the tea and snack time, the groom asks her कि भाई आपका ये जो that time rent act, there were some amendments. Rent act में amendments हुए हैं, वो amendments आपको मालूम है क्या? अरे शादी कर रहा है तू या रेंट एक्ट के अमेंडमेंट्स पूछ रहा है? जो मुझे दिखाना है कोर्ट में दिखाऊंगी ना. You talk about whether as a person you like me. My profession is my own way of looking at it. These are the simple things that kept on happening. Luckily for me, I got a person from my own field who could understand my profession. My husband is a senior lawyer with 36 years of practice. He could understand me. My practice in Bombay was, I used to stay in Pune. I used to practice at Bombay. Get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, leave the house at 6 o'clock, take Deccan Queen at 7 o'clock, reach Bombay High Court at 10:30, practice over there, do my matters, do everything, come back at 5:10 again by Deccan Queen, reach home at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and then you have clients, you have other daily work that you have to do. By the time you sleep, it is 1 o'clock. Again, next day, 4 o'clock, you get up. This was the routine. And after marriage, you have children, you have so many other responsibilities. You are not just a daughter, you are a daughter-in-law, you are a wife, you are a mother, you are everything. So managing this as a woman becomes very difficult. But still, if you have that support, it is possible. So at the end of the day, सब आता क्या है? Support पे. मुझे अकेली को सब कुछ करना है, that doesn't help. There has to be support from all the ways. Then I came into judiciary. I had around 3 chances in judiciary. When I was hardly 24, 25, I cracked my NPSC. I did my interviews, very good. Someone told me that तब तो online कुछ था नहीं. Someone told me कि madam, your name is there in the list. You are becoming a magistrate. I was very happy. At the end of the day, when the results were put on that MPSC office opposite Bombay High Court, my name was not there. Then I got to know that someone else was chosen in my place. I met one of the sitting judges that time and I said, sir, aise hua hai. He said, Smita, don't worry, something better is there in your life. Uske baad fir se exam pass hua. Interviews I could not go because I was expecting one of my second baby. I couldn't go. When I turned 35, the first attempt, I cleared my district and sessions exam. I was the youngest judicial officer, lady judicial officer in Maharashtra. I did that. But that was also not easy. Post to bahut achhi hai. But along with the post comes lot of responsibilities. Along with this comes the society, the view that you are showing the people. Now, like Madam said, कि एक matter में हमारे judge साहब भी हमारा सुनने को तैयार नहीं था. That should never happen. You listen to it, the pen and paper is in your hand, pass orders accordingly. At least give them the satisfaction of saying that, yes, I have been heard. Reasonable accountability हम बाद में देखेंगे. कम से कम वो तो satisfaction होना चाहिए when we are going with such type of cases where a lady is burned alive. What is this? Unfortunately for me, even when I was posted, of course, Mumbai was a very good posting. From there, I was posted at Pandharpur. Madam, being a lady, this entire national platform I'm saying, being a lady, being a district judge, can you imagine not having even a bathroom to go for toilets? This was a condition. This is the way we were working. हमें justice क्या देंगे जब हमें खुद कोई justice नहीं है? Things were so pathetic. So that 45 minutes break, we had to manage it in such a way कि भाई जल्दी से घर जाके आए, वापस आना है, because 2:45 you have to be on the dais. And the seniors, many of them used to take a round कि भाई 11 बजे बैठे हैं क्या dais पे, 2:45 बजे बैठे हैं क्या? अगर नहीं बैठे तो stinker आ जाता है. So even in these adverse conditions, we had to work. Okay, now work is also of what type? Being an advocate is one thing. Again, sitting on judiciary is another thing. Where an advocate finishes his work, the judge's work starts. I had cases where I remember a 4-year-old girl comes and says that she has been sexually assaulted. How do I take her evidence? Can you imagine the condition when taking her evidence? The girl does not understand what part is what. And how is she going to express this? You won't imagine the day that matter had come before me. I made the girl sit on my table. I started having sweet chat with her, and then I started opening up with her and asking her things. This is the scenario. In one another case, I was in the court and the mother comes in front of me. The 8-year-old girl was sexually abused. The mother comes in front of me with an affidavit saying, Madam, हमें ये केस निकालना है, हमें इसके खिलाफ कुछ करना नहीं है. The court was jam-packed, and I hear a voice in the court saying that तूने भले ही आरिफ को छोड़ा होगा. I still remember the name of the culprit. आरिफ को छोड़ा होगा, पर मैं तो नहीं छोड़ूंगी. I was like, who is this person who's talking in my court? ये किसकी आवाज है? My शिरस्तेदार tells me कि मैडम एक छोटी 8 साल की बच्ची है कोर्ट में, उसकी आवाज है. I said, what? Why is she in the court? She is the victim of that case. I call the girl and I tell her कि बेटा क्यों आप ऐसे क्यों बोले? तो मैं आपको मैडम सब बताऊंगी मेरे साथ क्या क्या किया है. She literally told me how her hands were tied, how her legs were tied, how the assault was committed. And the mother herself is coming and saying कि हमें इनके खिलाफ कुछ नहीं करना है. And then she told me a story कि madam, I'm just taking a little more of time because probably this is something that we need to know. Then she comes and says कि madam मैं आपको सब बताऊंगी क्या हुआ है, कैसे हुआ है. And then I say कि wait, before you tell me, I want to see who the IO in this matter is. Luckily, the IO was a very nice man who was in Kasab's case also. I called him. I said, please ask him to come to the court because there is a different situation which I need to handle over here. The girl says कि मेरी चाची को और उनके बच्चे को 2 साल के बच्चे को किसी ने पकड़ के रखा है और जब तक हम ये केस वापस नहीं लेते उनको नहीं छोड़ेंगे. Look at the traumatization a 8-year-old girl is going through, a pressure that the matter be removed, the pressure on her that her relatives are being captivated, a pressure on hold that something has happened to me and no one is listening to it. So I said, okay, beta, aap ruko and let me see what I can do in this matter. I kept the girl waiting. I called for the IO 10-15 minutes ke liye. I said, don't let the girl go out of my court hall. Because I knew once she goes out, what is going to happen the next moment. You won't imagine, within next 10 minutes, my court was jam-packed with 300 people supporting the accused person. I was shocked. I said, ye gardi kahe ki hai? Madam, wo us case mein hai. And a particular community which came over there. I was like, first we need to take this in control, call the IO. And within 12th minute, a girl clad in burqa carrying a child comes to my court. And she says कि madam Ruxana, her name was, madam यहाँ पे किसी ने बोला है कि रुखसाना को किसी ने अगवा किया है और उसके बच्चे को. मैं तो कोर्ट में आई हूँ आपके सामने. And I was like, okay, you are Ruxana. अभी जो वो लड़की बोल रही थी, वो चाची हो आप उसकी? हाँ, मैं उसकी चाची हूँ. I confronted the girl. I said, ये आपके चाची है? ये उनका बच्चा है? नहीं मैडम, ये मेरी चाची नहीं है. So how do you gather this scenario? This is something live that is happening in front of you. And as a judicial officer, though you have powers, though you have everything, what best I could do is, I said, ठीक है. Now I understood what the scenario is. Meanwhile, even the IO came. I briefed him. I said, this is what has happened. He asked the girl also. He said, madam, बहुत बड़ा कुछ कांड दिखता है. We have to investigate this now. I said, do on your level whatever is possible. I will do on my level whatever is possible. I asked the mother of that child. I said, आप एक application लिख दो. लड़की को मैं protection में रखती हूँ. Because without her permission, the child is minor. I couldn't do that. The lady did not give in writing to keep the daughter in protection. Though I had powers, what could I do? I was a newly appointed judge. I said, fair enough, no problem. We have lunch time. During this lunch time, called my senior judge who was presiding the Mumbai jurisdiction. I called her. I said, madam, this is the situation in my court. It is going out of hand. And I am sending the girl to protection in spite of the mother not allowing me to do it. सामने से मुझे response क्या? I am a lady. Even she is a lady. सामने से मुझे response क्या आता है? Please do not get emotionally involved. What nonsense. If you are sitting here with that power, you need to do things which can be protected. तो हम common आदमी को क्या बोले कि भाई आप ये करो, वो करो, ये आपके rights है. आपको ये level पे entertain नहीं हो रहे, तो वो level पे आप कहाँ पे entertain होने वाले हो? I did my best. I made an order that this girl be kept in protection and mother का written लिया जाए करके. And apart from that, I couldn't do anything more. And I told the IO also, keep a continuous watch on this girl. Next day, I should see the girl in my court again. It should not happen that she is not coming to my court. He was like, okay. After a period of time, my court changed. From one court, I got transferred to another court. After 2 months, the IO comes to me and says, कि मैडम आपने जो बोला था वही हुआ है. 4 dates हो गई, लड़की हमें कहीं नहीं मिल रही. What has happened? I need not put it in words. You people are big enough, great enough to understand what has happened. So helpless we are. Laws are in its place. Everything is there. The statutes are there. But still, if they cannot be implemented, what is the use? So with the change in society, with the change in the environment that is happening, I think this has to be taken up front. Police, they do their duty of filing complaints. बस ऐसे कितने complaints हैं जो actually reach हो जाते हैं, and that too with proper evidence in front of you. मुझे लगता है ये आदमी ने किया है, but I cannot convict him because there is no evidence against it. Today things have changed. ठीक है, जो लड़की कहती है, prosecutrix कहती है, उसके बारे में we take her word for granted. But it has been misused to some extent also, which today is of course not the topic that we are looking for. We may have a separate discussion on that on the same national level portal. But when such things are happening, where is the society with us? One very good case I remember is there was a 376 case. The matter was before me. I conducted the trial. The evidence had come before me. And it was the case that a young boy had kidnapped a minor girl who was less than 18, taken her to the fields, committed sexual assault on her, and after that he got arrested. But during the intervening period of 3 to 4 days, when the girl was kept at the farm, the parents of the son came, the mother of the son came, the uncle came, the auntie came. They brought them food, they brought them water, they brought them breakfast. अगर मेरा बेटा होता तो मैं क्या करती? I would have first slapped him. I would have taken him to the police station. और जिसकी बेटी है भाई उसके घर पहले छोड़ो. Who are you to bring her over here? But that did not happen. And 376 case, they think कि भाई जो main accused है, जो act करता है, वही culprit है. So everyone, 5 accused people in front of me, the son over there, and he was सबको लगा कि सिर्फ अगर शिक्षा होगी, अगर punishment होगी, तो सिर्फ बेटे को होगी. But when I delivered the judgment, I convicted not only the son, but also the father, mother, and the chacha. For the simple reason that you knew what is happening, even if you have actually not committed that, you still have committed that. People were shocked when that judgment was given. Madam, ऐसे कैसे आप इनको कर सकते हैं? उन्होंने तो सिर्फ खाना दिया, उन्होंने तो सिर्फ पानी दिया, पर उन्होंने जब दिया उनको मालूम था कि उनका बेटा कौन सी सिचुएशन में है, उसने किसके माइनर लड़की को उठा के लाया है. Obviously, this cannot be dealt so lightly and so easily. One more case I remember, a doctor who had done her MBBS. It was an arranged marriage, and she was doing her MD at Mumbai. See, marriage day, everyone looks beautiful. You see those videos, और वो वीडियो निकालने के बाद, वो मेकअप निकालने के बाद ऐसा लगता है कि ये कौन है. Obviously, those are your moments. You live those moments. Now, when you are marrying a girl, तुम्हारी eyebrow बढ़ गई, तुम्हारे upper lip है, तुम्हारे हाथों पे बाल है, तुम्हारे पैरों पे बाल है. अरे ये तो natural है यार. If you want to see me as a person, look at me what I am. These are external things which can be cured. और ये ऐसी बात है जो लाइफ लॉन्ग बढ़ने वाली है, थोड़ी ना एक सोल्यूशन इसका है. Then he started saying कि तुम ऐसी दिखती हो, तुम वैसी दिखती हो, तुम्हें चश्मा है, तुम्हें ये है, वो है. Marriage is in the month of May. June, they stayed together in Mumbai. July, he leaves her and runs away to his native place, Dhure. He is also a doctor. She's also a doctor. And she comes, I still remember the dates very precisely because I have read those files. I have given judgments. It was on 2nd of January 2010. The girl comes home. She tells her mother कि मैं मेरा MD का पढ़ाई करने के लिए जा रही हूँ, and I will go ahead. You come to the hostel after because the exams were approaching. Her mother says ठीक है. सुबह निकल जाती है लड़की, and the mother reaches the hostel at around 4 o'clock in the evening. She tries to open the door, knocks the door is not open. The brother is also with the mother, and both of them then just peep into the window and see कि लड़की has committed suicide. A doctor with that intellectual level who is saving people herself is pushed to such a horrible scenario that she herself has to commit suicide. What is this? और वो भी suicide इस तरह का था कि when you think about suicide, it is usually the ceiling fan or somewhere that the suicide is committed. In this case, since she was a doctor, she probably also knew which is the part of the neck which has to be pressed and how much minutes it takes. She was just sitting below the window, और जो window को हम लोग रस्सी बांधते हैं, वो रस्सी से उसने खुदकुशी कर ली थी. This case came to me. A very eminent advocate from Bombay High Court was before me saying कि भाई मेरा और वाइफ का कोई रिलेशन ही नहीं था. 1 महीने में मैंने उसको छोड़ दिया था. उसका खुद का डिप्रेशन था. मई महीने में शादी हुई, जनवरी में सुसाइड हुआ. मेरा कोई कनेक्शन ही नहीं है. We find a diary where she has written a notes in a journal saying that whenever I call him, he abuses me. He calls me a lady from the red light area. Will an educated girl listen to this nonsense of yours? No, definitely no. So that is mental harassment for her. Physical cruelty तो नहीं किया आपने. But element of mental harassment is definitely there. Then he said कि नहीं, she was under depression. She was taking medicines. Whatever the case may be. Now, when it came, the advocate was very confident कि ये छूटने वाला है. But when the judgment day came, I convicted that person. The accused name was Ganesh, Dr. Ganesh. I still remember that name. When conviction came, he was stunned. He said, "Madam, ये case में आपने conviction दिया, physical तो कुछ cruelty हुआ नहीं है." I said, "Mental cruelty is there. Read my judgment." And after that mental cruelty, the most important thing that I had mentioned over there is, you are a husband, you are responsible for your wife to some extent. Though she is independent, you are the person who's responsible. If you knew she is in depression, if you knew she is not doing well, what is it as a husband you did? You did nothing. In fact, you kept her away from everything, and this has led her to commit suicide. If such are the scenarios, then in even today's world, is woman independent? Can she take her own decisions? Laws are in its place, but uske saath jo aur cheeze chahiye, unless people like today's platform, academicians, scholars, whoever they are, unless and until we don't connect with people, unless and until we don't tell them what is really happening or what should happen in your case, this is very, very important that they should be made aware of everything. Things are very dicey. Situations are so vast that today you receive a phone call and then they say, "Ki, Madam, video lagao na wahan se." I have so many clients who say that, "Wahan se video shuru karo na." And when video is being started, there's something else happening on the other side. An 80-year-old pujari, where I go to Ganpati Mandir every day, he tells me, "Madam, ऐसे ऐसे हुआ है, उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि मेरा ऐसा ऐसा वीडियो आपके साथ है. So now you have to come to the police station and pay." वो बोला, "मैडम, मैं 80 साल का हूँ, अभी मैं क्या करूँ?" I said, "Don't worry, just go to the police station and make a complaint." But just making a complaint is not enough. ये अगर आदमियों के साथ हो रहा है तो लेडीज के साथ तो होना ही है. This is such a terrific situation. What I always say is, make your girls aware कि कौन से कंपनी में रहना है, कौन से लिमिट तक जाना है, किसके साथ कितना ओपन होना है, and make your mothers, your sisters the best friend. If you can confide in them, teach your children this. Probably आज के जो है सब young age वाले हैं, आपके बहन भाई जो भी है, have that bond with them where they are open to you and where they can tell you that this is something happening to me. Unless and until these things are not open, these things are not exposed, empowerment of women in any field is going to be next to impossible. One again statement that I always quote wherever I go is, in Marathi they say, this is a statement made by Savitribai Phule, a prominent figure in Maharashtra, not only in Maharashtra, but the entire women generation. Her words are Jagava, wake up, utha, get up, and shikshan gya, take education, parampara moda. That means whatever the old ways of moving up, break that, only then you will get free. The only questions that today arise are we ready for this? We know laws, we know everything, but at the end of the day, implementing them is most important thing. Lot can be said, many cases can be cited, many judgments can be given. Everything is available online. New generation, please go deep into it. See what is there, what you can do at the root level platform. Globally तो बहुत कुछ हमें achieve करना है, but root level पे क्या करना है? Being scholars, being educationists over here, being advocates, probably new advocates who are now going to see the actual world of practice. Come ahead, please work in this field. There is a lot that still needs to be done. And it is only when you reach the root level, things can be accomplished. Maybe something more on the next occasion, something more detailed. I would like to definitely join with Dr. D.Y. Patil College next time also for this wonderful topics that you are coming up with. And last but not the least, let me thank the management, wonderful job done by the management on national level, gathering eminent speakers and people over here and putting up this platform is a very big task. Behind the curtains, whoever are there, Dr. Gopal Kumar, the principal, Swarupa madam, who has managed this, she had taken extra efforts to personally call and put everything in place. Thank you so much, the faculty who's behind the screens, and please do more such programs where more such awareness has to be done. And not only on online basis, I would also suggest going out to a particular area, actually physically calling the localites from there, bringing it to their knowledge that this is what is for you, these are the platforms for you, the practical ways of approaching. Because here we as scholars are discussing things. How will this reach to the grass level, root level? So that also one way of putting it up, gather these people, go over there and try to do few things that are possible on our end, because DY Patil is a big name. When a program is arranged by such a big banner, definitely people are going to come, definitely people are going to understand the importance of such topics. I once again thank all the members who have invited me over here, and I wish the very best for all the future people who intend to work towards this empowerment of women program. Please go ahead and do. And one more thing that I would like to tell over here is today I am a practicing advocate at Bombay High Court, but very soon I would be taking a chair as the vice chairman of National Women Commission as well. So definitely would like to meet you on that end as well. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this really insightful session. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you for the new endeavor that you are going to start up with. And I really wish you all the best, lots of blessings.
Thank
I
you.
know that your journey in the judiciary and the kind of judgments that you have done and the work that you have done, I think it's going to extend to your next endeavor as well. Now, coming back to your session, I think I'm speechless. I mean, the experience and the expertise that you have shared, you know, the ground realities where we are just talking theory, we talk of laws, but then we'll have to look at these ground realities where we will really have to look at the socio-cultural norms which are part of Indian society. And women themselves are carriers of these patriarchal norms through the process of socialization, where she's expected to be a very submissive kind of bahu or a sister or a daughter, and she always needs a man to protect her, you know. So these ideologies women themselves carry. And I think, like you rightly said, the implementation and actually giving the judgments, you know, even if the laws are there, women don't want to go ahead. Women don't want to go in for a justice. So I think there we will have to really encourage, inspire, make them aware of their rights. So like you rightly said, in Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, we talk of the legal aid cell, so under which we held different legal aid camps. Being a sociology teacher, I myself is associated with some of the NGOs. So I make a point that I take my students to NGOs and we have interaction, understand what women empower means at the grassroots and how women's movement have been taking efforts to bring women in the larger front, making them aware. So NGOs like Masoom, etc., you know, how their work has helped in a particular area of women empowerment. So I think Archana Tai is well aware of the work. She was associated with them some time ago. So it was really wonderful session, truly very insightful, something beyond theory. I just feel that our principal sir wants to speak.
Hello, ma'am. Actually, it was a wonderful delivery. In fact, I thoroughly enjoyed. Our inspection is to be held on Monday, tomorrow. So we are all engaged with that. Even then, I was hearing the entire session since it is online.
Thank you.
Ma'am, please do come to our college once, and then when it is convenient for you, and let our
Definitely, sir.
have an interaction and your personal experience itself You are decorating such a post, and even then, how much constraints each and everyone faces.
Yes.
Wonderfully narrated, ma'am. It is an eye-opening session. In fact, I should say that.
I just maintained the crease after Pragya Singh madam delivered the sixer.
No, ma'am. I'm very grateful that Delhi is now going to have you. So you'll soon be shifted to Delhi. So I'm
Yes.
really looking forward to meet you in person. Brilliant session. And sometimes, as lawyers, we end up getting irritated at the judges. Oh, they're not listening. But it's so difficult to understand the real life scenario. The hands are tied up. You want to do so much, but the situation is such that it gets difficult. So very, very insightful session, ma'am. Really benefited.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, respected principal sir. Thank you, Honorable Advocate Pragya ma'am. Thank you, Honorable Mrs. Smita Kadu, ex-judge, for your excellent and insightful session and just showing us the ground realities. Just to move ahead with this session now, we have the next keynote speaker, Dr. Sonali Gaikwad ma'am. She's the principal, DGB Dayanand Law College, Solapur, Maharashtra. Now I request Assistant Professor Preeti Pawar ma'am to give introduction for Dr. Sonali ma'am. Over to you, Preeti ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Sharaf ma'am. I'm giving the introduction of Sonali. It's my privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Sonali Rao Gaikwad madam, a distinguished academician, legal scholar who is presently serving as principal and associate professor at the DGB Dayanand Law College, Solapur. Dr. Gaikwad madam has dedicated to legal education with 20 years of undergraduate and 6 years of postgraduate teaching experience. She holds BA, LLM, NET-SET qualification and has awarded a PhD reflecting her strong academic foundation and commitment to research excellence. With more than 33 research publications to her credit, she has made a significant scholarly contribution in the field of law, and she has also successfully completed 14 faculty development programs, including orientation courses, refresher courses, and short-term courses. Dr. Gaikwad madam has played a vital role in the academic leadership and institutional development. She is appointed as a research guide at the Pune Solapur University, where one scholar has awarded PhD under her guidance, and 2 scholars are currently pursuing their research. Her academic contribution, including serving as a coordinator of a NAC, chairman and member of a board of studies, member of academic council, central research committee, and at several other university level committees. She has also been nominated as a research advisory committee expert and has actively contributed to implementation of NEP 2020 in the examination and evaluation process. Dr. Sonali madam's dedication to the legal education, research, and academic leadership reflects her deep commitment to the justice, equality, and empowerment values that harmonize proudly with the theme of our National Conference on Women and Law. We are honored to have her presence with us today. So, over to you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much, Preeti. And wonderful to listen from you because you have been one of our alumni. So I feel proud to see my student doing so well. And it's really like women empowerment, we can say, in a right sense, right? So respected Chairman, Dr. P.D. Patil, respected Dr. Somnath Patil, Secretary, Dr. Rohini P. Patil, who is a treasurer, Dr. D.Y. Patil, United Societies, also Dr. S.S. Gopakumar, Principal and Coordinator of D.Y. Patil Law College, all the members of Organizing Committee, honorable guest, distinguished academicians, members of Bar and Bench, researchers, students, and my dear friends. Before I begin with, it's a privilege I would like to honor Pragya and Mrs. Smita. I'm extremely thankful that you have put forth the ground realities, the practical realities, what actually the women go through. And the way you both have spoken shows a wonderful and amicable relationship, that you are a wonderful woman, both of you, and you also have a wonderful coordination between bar and bench. And I'm sure that if we have lawyers like Pragya and the judges like Smita, the nation is truly in the safe hands. Really, I mean it.
Thank
Right?
you so much.
Thank you.
it's
That's very
indeed-
kind of you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's indeed a great honor and privilege to be invited as a keynote speaker on this one-day national conference on women law, rights, justice, and empowerment in contemporary society. So I extend my sincere appreciations to the organizers for choosing such a timely, relevant, and socially significant theme, and for creating a platform that brings together law, it brings social science, governance, and the lived realities of women. I feel that really. So when we speak of women in law, we are not merely discussing about the statutes, the judgment, and the constitutional provision. But what I feel that we are speaking about the half of humanity, their lived experiences, their struggles, their resilience, their resistance, and their aspiration. The relationship between women in law has definitely a very historical and complex. It's at the same time, it's contradictory. But we can see that law has also been a powerful instrument of transformation, resistance, and definitely empowerment. When we speak on such wonderful platforms, the real question before us today is not whether do women have rights, but we should ask ourselves, do women experience justice? Do rights translate into realities? And does empowerment reach beyond papers into everyday life? If we look into the latest National Crime Records Bureau, which, if I'm not mistaken, the report was published in late 2025, which shows that total of 4,48,000 and 300 cases of crimes were, registered in India. And that has been increased in the past 2 years. Many of the wrongs which are committed against the woman, but some of them I can say that one is which we see into the judiciary basically is cruelty by the husbands or relatives remain the most commonly reported categories, I think so. At the same time, there may be some serious cases like kidnapping, abduction, assault relating to outraging the modesty of women, and rapes comprised of the major categories of crimes which are committed against the woman. And among these, I think there are some states, to name the few. Uttar Pradesh, I think it records the most highest number of crime against the women, which are followed by Maharashtra, Rajasthan, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh, and so on. So these figures which state are not just the statics, but rather they represent the hundreds and thousands of real experience which the women go through, the violence, the exploitation, and the injustice they are going through. If we speak about the historical context, then we can say that women across the society have been denied the legal personhood, in a sense that women still in many parts of the world, they are not recognized by the legal system as independent. They are not recognized as autonomous right holder who are capable of acting on their own. They are denied the property rights. They are denied to some extent educational access. And I also feel political participation to some extent. For centuries, if we look into the facts, women have been treated as dependents. They are denied of the properties and always subjected without some agencies. But at the same time, in the pre-independence India, if we look into the visions of some of the social reformers, such as Savitribai Phule or Jyotiba Phule, Pandita Ramabai, and not to forget Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, they recognize that social justice is absolutely incomplete without gender justice. The Indian Constitution obviously has emerged as one of the revolutionary charters for women because it guaranteed right to equality, it guaranteed prohibition against discrimination, it guaranteed equal opportunities, it guaranteed right to life, that too with dignity. And one very beautiful quote of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar I would like to quote is, I measure the progress of community by the degree of progress which women have achieved. And I think that every person needs to understand that. If we speak of what women rights under the laws, whether they are progressive or whether they are paradoxed, right? So India definitely has enacted several progressive laws, which some to quote on is Indian Succession Act of 2005, and that was very well affirmed in Vinita Sharma's case, where the daughters have been given equal rights in ancestral properties. At the same time, the substantial aura of the DV Act was expanded in Harilal versus Harosa case. And we cannot forget about sexual harassment of women at workplace, which was rooted in Vishaka versus state of Rajasthan. And definitely it came into the highlight after the public outrage that was shown after the Nirbhaya case, right? So, however, even if a right or protection exists legally, I feel that practical challenges often prevent it from being very effective. Despite there are constitutional and statutory safeguards, many crimes against the women remain unreported. Maybe it's due to the fear and the stigma they face after the cases have been started. And the conviction and relief rates lag behind. At the same time, I feel that the judiciary is overburdened with some of the high pendency cases. Now, you can see across region, even I will like to quote one of the case was in the state of Punjab versus Gurmeet Singh, where the Supreme Court recognized the need of in-camera trials to protect the dignity of the survivor. But yet the social barrier persists. So judiciary have definitely played a very wonderful role as a mediator, and they have played a role of representative of a change. It is the judiciary who have played a transformative role in advancing, I say, the gender justice through the landmark cases, as one of the ma'am have quoted about Saira Banu case versus Union of India, which basically struck down instant triple talaq. At the same time, there was a decriminalization of adultery in Joseph Chiney versus Union of India case in 2018. So these decisions underscore the judicial central role, I think, in interpreting the Constitution as a living document, which is definitely committed to provide gender justice. I feel that empowerment is not merely about legal protection. It's about an organization. It's about making efforts that women should know their rights. Women should be given access to justice in a very simplest form. Women making some informed choices and women being free from fear, right? So even though laws have improved, courts have taken strong steps to protect the women, but India is facing new kind of problems today. There are laws, There is a judiciary to help out, but still, I think there are some very few and strong major issues. Like I will quote something, it's like cyber harassment, such as online abusing, stalking, threats on social media. So these crimes, which we have observed that they have been increased a lot in recent years, and women are often the main victims. Um, Cyber crimes have rose sharply, and at the same time, the police system and the people should have the digital awareness, and these people are struggling to keep up with the fast growing technology. I think obviously the brilliant speaker have spoken of the discrimination at workplace, and especially in the informal sectors where women work, without job securities or legal protections. So women are also still rarely seen in leaderships and also in decision making positions. And I think that which limit their ability, and that is one of the hurdles to have and influential important policies. So women should be included in the mainstreams, where they will, I think, play a definitely wonderful role in implementing some of the new policies. And I think good examples are Smita ma'am and Pragya ma'am. So women like them are one of, they are the upcoming new, brilliant, wonderful faces of women empowerment. And on the top, I feel that social attitude often discourages women from reporting abuse. Fears of shame, blame, pressure from society makes recovery hardened for the victims. So overall, while law exists, real equality needs better enforcement. Real equality needs safe digital place, and also there has to be a change in social thinking. So the way forward to bring a bridge between law and reality, I feel that having law is not enough. We must make sure that those laws actually help women in real life. So making good laws is only one step, but we must make sure that the judiciary and the courts, they handle the cases very carefully, they handle it very quickly. Fast track court should decide some of the very serious crimes against women without long delays. Because if implementation is weak, I think even the best law fails. Many women's, it's a fact that we need to expand legal literacy. Even in at present date, many women do not even know about their legal rights. So there is a need to conduct awareness programs in villages, cities, by using, I think, very simple language and also the regional language. So spreading awareness through the digital platforms, social media, legal exams. So when women know their rights, I think they gain confidence, a confidence to demand justice, a confidence to speak against injustice. But at the same time, I think it is one of the important aspects for a female that she needs to have economic independence, empowerment too. Because a woman who earns, a woman who controls her income, she is less dependent on others. She can take legal actions if there is a need. She will have her own strong decision making power. And I feel that economic strength also gives legal strength. At the same time, law alone cannot change society, because there is a need to have a cultural transformation also. There is a need that there has to be a change mindset of the people. We must stop challenging stereotype attitudes of the male category which limit the women roles. Stop blaming the victims. The most important, I think, the aspect which has to start from the family is teach boys and men to respect women. Men must become partners in promoting equality, not a silent observers. You know, to make justice real, we need strong implementation, we need awareness, we need economic independence, we need a social change, and definitely informed policy making. Then only, I think, law can truly empower women. So it's a joint responsibility, it's a collect responsibility. And to my conclusion, I can say that women's rights are not a concession. Women's justice is not a charity. Women's empowerment is not an option. It's a constitutional mandate. It's a moral duty of each and every citizen of India. And it is a true measure of democratic maturity. So law enables change, but transformation happens only when law meets the lived realities. When justice is easily accessible, equality is actually seen not in paper but in real life, and empowerment should be universal. So, with these few words, I thank you, all of you, for your patience and attention. I once again congratulate the organizers and wish all the participants a fruitful deliberation. With these words, thank you to all of you, and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your very informative session. I think before I speak something, it's good that Preeti ma'am would share her views on this. So I request Preeti ma'am to please share your views.
So I'm really happy to listen to ma'am on the stage, and the speech given by ma'am is really an excellent speech and outstanding. And thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us in this national conference. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm very happy to see you here.
Thank you so much,
you so
and wish you
much.
all the best for your future endeavors. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Preeti ma'am. Ma'am, indeed, it was really a very informative session where you took us from the law. You spoke about how women are half of the humanity, and we really have to think about women. And I think this is the platform which would bring in more research, more viewpoints, more perspectives, and understanding women's status in the contemporary society. And I think the takeaway point of this session is actually talking of the socialization process and how we will have to teach our boys to respect women. And again, it's the responsibility of women to reframe their identities as human beings, and how do they understand their sexuality, their identities in a given situation. So the gap between the law and the reality, I think, is all about our own interpretations as women. How do we look at our own selves, and are we able to stand? So I think the speakers of today's session are quite apt in terms of they have stood for themselves. There are some socio-cultural realities which you have to break. You have to stand for yourself. So I think this was like very interesting conversation, intellectual dialogue that has taken place. So ma'am, thank you so much for this punchline. I think this is a takeaway line that all of us have to teach our boys to respect women in the socialization process. And at the same time, as women, we will have to reframe our identities. How do we understand our sexualities and how we want to get represented in the contemporary society? So thank you so much, ma'am, for this informative session. Let us move ahead with
Thank
the
you,
next
Swarupa ma'am,
speaker.
for your. Thank you so much for your wonderful words. Thank you.
So let us move ahead with our next speaker. We have Advocate Archana More, ma'am, practicing advocate and trustee, Samajwadi Mahila Sabha Maharashtra, a women's association. Now I request Dr. Anjum Ajmeri ma'am to give introduction for Advocate Archana Morigan. Over to you, Anjum ma'am.
Thank you, Swaroop ma'am, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Actually, it's my indeed privilege to introduce our esteemed keynote speaker, Advocate Archana More ma'am, who is a distinguished legal professional, social worker, and human rights advocate, whose career reflects over 3 decades of unwavering commitment to justice and gender equality. Advocate Archana More ma'am holds an impressive academic background that seamlessly blends law and social sciences. She qualified NET in social work and SET in social work in February 2013. She earned her LLB from ILS Law College and completed her Master of Social Work from Curvey Institute of Social Service. With more than 30 years of impactful work in both rural and urban context, Advocate More ma'am has dedicated her career to advancing women's human rights. Her areas of engagement in gender-based discrimination, violence against women, child marriage, domestic violence, honor crimes, and safety planning. She has conducted extensive trainings for government officials, NGO personnel, students, and community members on the CEDAW Treaty, the Constitution of India, human rights frameworks, and laws protecting human rights. Her leadership roles reflect her commitment to social transformation. She serves a member of the trust board of Samajwadi Mahila Sabha, is an active member of Nari Samta Manch, and has formerly served as vice president of WICCI Human Rights. As a domain expert, her contributions span lawyering, counseling, writing, training, advocacy, and professional networking. Ma'am has also actively participated in international consultations and feminist legal trainings, including programs organized by IWRAW Asia Pacific and Asia Pacific Forum on Women, Law and Development, as well as consultations in Sri Lanka, Nepal, Thailand, Malaysia, and many more, focusing on honor crimes, feminist, legal theory, and women's rights advocacy. An accomplished writer and scholar, she has presented research papers at various academic institutions, authored and co-authored books and articles, and contributed columns to newspapers and periodicals. Notably, ma'am has co-authored the book Chakrabed along with Dr. Manisha Gupte ma'am, addressing the cycle of domestic violence and safety planning strategies. Her life's work stands as a powerful example of how law, social justice, and advocacy can come together to create meaningful societal change. We are deeply honored to have Advocate Archana More ma'am with us today as our keynote speaker. We welcome you, ma'am, for this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am. Shall I put up the PPT?
Please. Yes.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah, just to save the time, I've jotted down few points on the slides. Thank you. Thanks, Swaroop ma'am, and the university and the organizing team for uh, allowing me to participate in this. I'm happy to be here and more empowered and refreshed by listening to the speech by my previous empowered ladies. A big hug to them, both of them, for those empowered words and sharing their experiences on this forum, openly sharing their experiences, and more power to you for your struggle. Uh, so, I am not going beyond the framework which is laid down by previous speakers, uh, which the points are relevant and extremely important. I'm just going to highlight, trying to connect CEDAW with the realities, CEDAW law with the realities, and my invitation to you all to participate in the social work field for strengthening the law field. So, as my first slides shows, first two slides maybe, our society is divided into these two groups, women and men. That too, the men like John Abraham, six packs ab, or the religious leader who would struggle with the, I mean, fight with the lion like a leader who will fight with the lion, or the first slide, all adorned women completely into the religious activities and devoted to their family. Everything beyond these two pictures is not reality for the society. Acceptable images are these two. Hmm? The man is equal to six packs abs. Woman is equal to religious and obedient and beautiful like these women. Huh? So, are we willing to look at the remaining part of society and bend our judiciary, bend our laws, bend our judicial legal provisions to incorporate remaining sections of the society, including different people with different sexualities, different people with different sexual identities, different caste, and so on. Hmm? So, my third, here I come with my third slide, which talks about the positioning of men and women. I would like to add in it men, women, and beyond, the transgender, the queer community. Huh? So, as we all were talking about the social reality, which is beyond the purview of our law many times, who is man and who is woman depends upon their their physical identity, and about the gender we talk when we say sex and gender, we talk about the social identity, social reality of a person who is born as a man or a woman, person with who is born with organs of man and woman. So beyond that, as I'm saying, social reality, who has the rights over property, who has the rights over ancestral property, who has opportunity to get skills and resources, those will help them empower themselves and stand in the society with confidence, who has the spaces in public domain, who has the whose presence in public domain is accepted and whose presence is not accepted, uh, who is more comfortable with the technology, who is supposed to be remain more comfortable with the technology, who is given access to the technology. For example, I keep visiting various companies, production units, uh, uh, for imparting trainings related to Bosch Act and for as a member, external member on their internal committee. I've seen that since couple of years, 2 3 years, 5 years back, there were small number of women who were there on the production unit, who were there on the shop floor. Hmm? So women were kept away from the technology. So again, who has opportunity to be a planner in the family, outside the family, and whose participation is taken symbolically. So these are the areas which will tell you who is empowered person and who is not, who is kept away from the power and authority, and who has access to the power and authority. Hmm? So gender in, is the is the thinking process which will tell us why women are kept vulnerable, in which areas women are kept vulnerable, and the societal norms, the societal rules, religious rules, the rules laid down by the state are keeping the women away from their rightful claims. And we need to talk about law, we need to talk about the contribution of law in changing the society on this background. The next slide, which talks about definition of discrimination. Discrimination, see, Maharashtra has a history of women's movement, progressive movement, but thanks to CEDAW, the International Covenant for against discrimination against women, has first time given us clear and precise definition of what discrimination is. This definition tells us what exactly is discrimination. It's talking about intention. Intention, whether there is intention or no, if your act or omission is keeping the women away from enjoyment of their life, rights in every walk of life, then your action or omission is discrimination. We used to talk about active discrimination, but now after CEDAW, we have we have understood that omission is also a form of discrimination. Huh? For example, I always give this example that the organization has any establishment has organized a workshop on the third floor, second floor, and without elevators, without ramp, then physically disabled person won't be able to participate on its own in the workshop. Without anybody's support, the person won't be able to participate in the workshop. So this is not intentional act to keep the disabled people away from the participation, but it's unintentional act or omission of performance of duty that has kept the group away from their enjoyment of their right. Similarly, about women, we have not been very proactive in, rather we have not been very sensitive about proactively taken women's participation. Huh? Today, till today, women advocates are not governed under the provisions of POSH Act. This is omission. There are multiple examples which will tell us that we are not very sensitive about women's participation in the development sector. So we next slide tells us positive discrimination, which the Indian Constitution envisages, introduced by the CEDAW Convention, that we need to have some supportive mechanisms for women to become active in the social structure, in the family. These positive initiatives are not, required not because women are vulnerable, but it is required because women are kept vulnerable. It is required because the state and the society has failed in taking women's participation historically. So to remove the impact of historical discrimination, these positive provisions and positive discrimination is required. It's not just what is happening today, but today's disempowerment of women is result of their past discrimination. And to wipe out the impact of past discrimination, we need to take some proactive steps. And so social justice, positive discrimination, reservation for women is required. The next slide tells us the role of the state in taking some creative proactive stages in helping women to enjoy their rights. The role of the state is to respect, protect, fulfill, and progressive realization of rights of every vulnerable section. When it comes to CEDAW, we are talking about women's rights. Respecting women's rights, the failure of state in respecting women's rights is state itself is many a times a perpetrator. Any woman entering the police station, she has to tell herself that she should remain safe from the further discrimination and further exploitation from the machinery. I remember one of my clients entering in the age of 40, 35, between 35 to 40, entering the police station, saying, telling them to write the ANC against the husband. Police constable politely tells the woman to go back home and giving explanation. मैडम क्या क्यों कंप्लेंट लिख रहे हो? आजकल का आपका वो जो मेनोपॉज होता है ना, उसमें बहुत चिड़चिड़ापन आता है, आपको भी वही चिड़चिड़ापन आ रहा है, आप डॉक्टर के पास जाओ. This is not supposed to do by a police person. A young girl entering police station talking about the sexual harassment against her, the first observation police will make is look at your clothes. No, the police machinery is not there to judge her appearance, not there to make any comment on the clothes she is wearing or the time she is on the street, out on the street. So there should police, as a machinery of the state, should respect the rights of the state should not exploit violate the rights of the woman. The state machinery is there to protect the rights of the woman. Women don't need protection. Women need protection from the harasser. Women need safe environment so that they can move out safely. Women don't need personal protection. It's the protection of their right that is required. All the rights has to be, for example, right to roam around on the street safely, right to come back from the office after late night duty safely. I need well-lit streets. We need good frequency in the public transportation so that I'm safe on the street. Yes, I don't want the machinery enter my domestic space. But when my partner, in my personal space, I'm not safe. My own partner is violating my rights. My own blood relatives are standing against me. Then yes, I'll have to call the police. I'll have to call the state inside my four walls for my protection. But I want safety from my own people. I want protection from my own people, protection from the people on the street. But beyond that, I want safe spaces. I want the workplace safe. So the POSH Act is there. I want my personal space safe. So the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act is there. Protection from not so safe places, not so safe experiences. I want that protection. Then fulfilling rights. Yes, right to education. Yes, my constitution is protecting my right to education. But unless there are no facilities to take education, there are no facilities to enroll myself in the school, I won't be able to enjoy my right to education. So fulfilling my right is the state has to take responsibility that I get all the opportunities to enjoy my right. And progressive realization, right to education, another is an example that every directive principle has to be converted into right, fundamental right. The state should progressively help me realize my rights and make arrangements for the same. So, for which the state has to address the structure of law and substance of law and culture of law. So my next slide, the CEDAW, principles of CEDAW talks about responsibility, duty of the state. The CEDAW incorporates the principle of equality. The CEDAW makes it CEDAW makes it mandatory to for the state to establish tribunals. It ensures eliminates all the acts of discrimination against the women by not just state but by the persons, the organizations, and the enterprises. Like my family member is violating my rights. It's the duty of the state to protect me from my family members, and so it's the state who is omniscient, who has to be omnipresent in protecting women's rights. So next, when I'm saying substance of law, I would like to give a few examples here. For example, age of marriage. At one go, we are saying that equality we are propagating and promoting the definition of discrimination given by a CEDAW covenant. We saying that the state should not discriminate people, discriminate women against the other sections of the society. But at the same time, our legal provisions, like why age of 18 for women and age of marriageable or legally accepted age 21 for boys. And then if this is not acceptable, then what should be the age of marriage? Legally acceptable age of marriage? Definitely not 21. Definitely not 21. You go to the community, you go to the masses and ask them what they want. The reality at one go, you can see the reality that at the age of 14, 15, our next generation is actively involved in sexual activities. I mean, they are actively sexual and they have all the exposure. And at other side, we are saying that 21 should be the legally acceptable age for marriage. This is creating huge gap between the legal provisions and the reality. Adultery. We had to wait for so many years for the adultery, decriminalizing adultery. Huh? Ad- Adultery has a ground for divorce, okay, acceptable. But adultery, and then you ask people who are away from the legal provisions, who are not who are not familiar with the legal provisions, you ask them why adultery has to be removed. People will say, अरे ये तो मर्दों के खिलाफ था, औरतों के लिए नहीं था, इसलिए निकालो. No, adultery should not be the crime, especially in the on the current situation where sexual norms are changing. In a certain direction, it is changing. I'm not saying people are becoming modern or modernized in terms of sexual identities or sexuality, but in a certain direction, the norms are changing. And on these changing circumstances, yes, we want to rethink about adultery. And ground of divorce is acceptable condition. Then we had to work with the single IPC section 498A to address the domestic violence against women. Till 2006, 2005, when we got the civil law against domestic violence, thanks to much pressure by the women's organizations for this achievement. And you ask women what is justice for them. You ask women what do they need when their rights are violated by their partner, or they are violated their the right violence is inflicted against them by their family members. Definitely, many women will say that no, they don't want to see their partner behind the bars, but they want the violence to get out of it, out of their domestic relationship. And we were sitting with just 498A. So this was our limitation. The limitation of our structure, our system. We were not recognizing what exactly women are demanding from the system. What exactly women want to make them their life safe and happy. So that was the gap between us and the women for whom we are working and about whom we are talking. The law making, adjudicating, and law implementing authority also has to be sensitized enough. Our experiences with the trainings with police machinery, our experiences with trainings with the government machinery about sexual harassment at workplace is not very pleasant, is not very encouraging, because sexual harassment was not according to them in existence. Sexual harassment against women at workplace was a foreign concept for them. And the companies, the establishments are till now not really willing to take any responsibility about it. If you see a case of sexual harassment, easy way for them is to get rid of the complainant, get rid of the respondent, and declare their space as a safe space for everybody. So now, because of the strict implementation of this act, situation is changing. And continuous efforts by the women's movement, by the organizations for creating awareness against sexual harassment at workplace. Now, again, PWDV Act, first time in the legal area, has recognized the sexual violence against women, married women, by their partner. First time the Domestic Violence Act says that yes, woman has right to uh, talk against the sexual violence by her husband, but rape by a husband is still not being recognized by the legal uh, text of the word, text of the law. So the laws are being implemented on the social reality, which is away from the legal provisions till now. Next, a very challenging example is uh, mandatory reporting in the POXO matters. Child sexual abuse, at one go, to make the law stringent against child sexual abuse, mandatory reporting is the provision introduced in the law. On the other go, child marriage is the reality in life. The number of child marriages we are still not being able to reduce. And in the child marriage, the couple is the man in the child marriage is being victimized because of the mandatory reporting in the POXO Act. If the woman enters the hospital, if the woman enters the medical facility for the reproductive health related ailments, her husband will go behind the bar. And if she doesn't approach the safe medical practices for getting the fetus aborted, the minor girl is not getting such facilities. If she doesn't get safe facilities, she will go to the Quaker, she will go to the illegal spaces where she will get expensive medical facilities which are not safe for her life. So this is the dilemma. Whether we want to get rid of this mandatory reporting of mandatory provision of mandatory reporting under POXO Act, or do we have some facilities to protect the children in forced in the child marriage? Beyond that, nowadays the runaway couples, without understanding the legal consequences and medical consequences, they are engaged in the sexual activity, and the woman is carrying the consequences. And the woman is carrying the consequences of. Do I need to stop for a while?
No, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay.
Vipin sir, please mute your audio. Vipin sir. Thank you.
So
Ma'am,
now,
you can continue.
thank you, sir, Saru. We were talking about the in-camera hearings. My colleagues the previous speakers will agree with me, I'm sure. In-camera hearing is a formality. We know that outside, when the accused is brought for trial or for remand, we will see 10 or large number of his supporters outside the courtroom. And the girl who is complainant comes for the statement. She's wearing the mask, she's alone, and she's entering the courtroom in front of everybody. Why there is no separate physical space allotted for in-camera hearing? Because she's entering the courtroom. Before that, she's waiting outside the courtroom. Everybody know that she is the complainant in sexual offenses. So how is this in-camera hearing is helping to maintain confidentiality in such matters? So we need to think to give more options about women's role. Next slide. Again, all our speakers are emphasizing on the gap between law and reality. So I won't focus much on it, but one example I would like to give here. Whenever a survivor of domestic violence will come to our chamber, we see that she is bombarded with so many responsibilities. She doesn't have space and breathing space to uh, design her defense. On the contrary, the man sitting on all the resources has all the access to the senior most advocates, have the resources to buy advocates services, and he is successfully designing his defense against the woman. And woman is bombarded with all the responsibilities. If she is at her natal place, she's taking care of her parents, maybe grandparents, and because she has come back, it becomes a burden on the brother. He's gone out of the family, and she is responsible for taking care of her natal home also, natal her parents also, her own children also, earning for survival. So multiple responsibilities she is bogged down with, and she doesn't have any support system. So now, do we need to give some extra attention to the? And I'm not talking about this. My next slide will say that this is the government statistics. That's if we compare men and women, men will spend more time on their self care and development and their own maintenance. Hmm? The next slide, men will be, if we compare men and women spending time in paid and unpaid activities, we will see that women are spending more time in the unpaid activity, and men are spending more time on the paid activity. This is government study. This is government statistics. Hmm? So women don't have time and women don't have resources to empower themselves, to groom themselves. Then when it comes to claiming their rights, when fighting for their own rights, they are vulnerable. They're previously vulnerable, pushed into further disempowered situation. And so next is, so what is important is principles of CEDAW. The non-discrimination, principle of non-discrimination has to be taken very seriously. Just let's not wait till the woman is victimized. Let's not wait till the woman is coming out with blood on her head and on her body to show the police that she is beaten up. No, let's have take some preventive stages. Huh? The we all keep talking about legal aid. We need to more seriously talk about that. So let's remind the state its obligation on formal guarantee of the rights of every vulnerable section, because we need to reach substantive equality. Hmm? Next is, now, if we highlight the domain of discrimination when it comes to women, you will see that all the domains of discrimination are very sensitive. It's marriage, it's adoption, all the personal issues addressed by personal laws. Then sexual identity, sexuality, sexual orientation. All these sensitive points are the domain of domains of discrimination. And so we need to remain equally sensitive in addressing those areas by the laws. Next, mm, uh, I think I'm running out of time, so I would. Okay, next slide. I'm saying that the Indian Constitution, overlapping principles of Indian Constitution and the CEDAW, all these principles, all these liberty, equality, justice. As I'm saying, what is justice for the woman? What is liberty and law for the woman? The democracy outside the thresholds, outside my house, is the democracy is there for casting vote, but inside my house there is no democracy. So I need to think about it. Huh? I need to verbalize that inside my home, democracy doesn't have any meaning. Inside my domestic relationship, democracy doesn't have any meaning. Huh? So I'm happy that I would be seeing very empowered persons like Smita Kadu ma'am in the uh, statutory bodies like Women's Commission, but we need more people there who will understand these complexities of women's life. Because if you ask a woman, what do you exactly want, justice or your relationship? The woman will say, no, I want to protect my relationship. The women in case of sexual abuse against her daughter by her own husband, what do you expect she should do? If she stands for rights and for safety and security of her own daughter, she is standing against her husband, against all her relatives, and she is standing for her protection of rights of her daughter. Always the financial and material limitations will be there. If she is not earning, she is not literate, she is not exposed to the world outside, she will definitely say that no, अभी उसको माफ करेंगे तो वो कम से कम लड़की का खाना पीना और घर तो सुरक्षित रहेगा. अभी पिता को माफ करते तो लड़की के एजुकेशन का तो इंतजाम हो जाएगा. That this dilemma is not addressed in the law. This dilemma, no support system is there to support this woman in the dilemma. If she stands for her own rights, if she stands for her own daughter's rights, she becomes victim of so many other encroachments by the family itself, by the society itself. So, on the circumstances, now next slide talks about the statistics. I want all of us to have some deep dive into those statistics. Apparently, these numbers will look very attractive. I would like to share a small example that my all colleagues working in different organizations and their counseling centers, we had discussed that how many cases are registered in the counseling center, and the number was huge in 4 figures. And how many of them are willing to go and register case under 498A or 85 now, BNS? Not 1% of the cases registered in the counseling center of the organization are willing to go to the police to register under 498 or take any criminal action against the husband. Now, these statistics beyond that, if we go in the community, I personally, since many years, visiting the communities, visiting the women, different organizations, and delivering lectures on the legal provisions and women's rights. Every time when we deliver such lectures, at least 5 to 10 women will personally come and meet you and tell their experiences of violence. 1 out of those 10 will visit my office and ask about the legal provisions and ask whether she can approach the court for her rights. This is the number. Not even 1/3 of the women who are facing the domestic violence are approaching our system. So we need to compare these statistics with the real life experiences. Compare these cases, number of cases, with the cases who have not reached the police station, who have not reached the counseling centers of the organizations, who have not reached the legal aid centers. Then we will come to know the reality. Now we are saying that law is being misutilized, no, law is being misused on the basis of cases those are reaching you. But large number of women who are not yet empowered to talk about their own rights, we talk about them first and then come to conclusion whether really law is being misutilized. Now the 2 slides, we'll skip the 2 slides and reach the 18th number of slide. On the international level, CEDAW convention is a very beautiful convention for protection of women's rights. On the contrary, the state like India has put declarations on Article 5 and 16, put reservations on articles which are really addressing the domains of discrimination in countries like India. Now, Article 5 talks about the social and cultural patterns, those patterns which are discriminating women against the society. prejudices, the prejudices which are becoming a hindrance in the life of women. Article 16 talk about minimum age of marriage. These the areas. Now our state is saying no, we are not going to disturb the cultural pattern of our society. Then the convention will not be useful for protecting our rights. Now it's our turn to pressurize the state. It's our turn to make the state realize that the systems, legal systems, are not enough for addressing our issues. Beyond that, the psyche, hang the rapist, is the attractive slogan. Hang the rapist, very easy, right? Very easy to say hang the rapist. And the people who are supporting this slogan feel that they are doing something substantive for protecting women's rights, but not that. People in the judiciary, people in the advocacy know that the serious the crime is, more proof and evidence you require to prove the crime. And in absence of enough evidence and proof, the accused is set free. Women don't want the rapist to be hanged, but women want justice. Women want assurance that at least some punishment has to be there. If the rapist is killed, it is easy for them. Easy for the rapist to get rid of everything. No, women want a safe environment. Women want assurance that yes, if she raises voice against the injustice, she will get some relief. Then about the family courts, I can go on telling some experiences also, but to be precise, to cut down my presentation, I can give example. In the family court of Pune, in the old building, our organization had set a child therapy center, and in that child therapy center, we used to, in our organization also, the center we used to run, where we used to help a small child to talk about her experiences of sexual abuse with the help of the doll's house, with the help of the toys, with the help of stories, pictures. I remember one 6-7 years old drawing a picture of a duckling, and there was small picture within the duck. And I asked him, what is that? So he said, my mom has brought me out of her stomach as I was baby, when I was baby. So if I shout loud, if I fight with my friends, my mom will again put me in her stomach. So I have that fear. So that child is expressing her fear about punishment through the picture, and about their sexual abuse experiences also. We need to become creative. We need to invest more into pre-litigation consultation, so that the litigation process becomes easy and hassle-free. Yeah? So for that, we need to keep in touch with the communities and women for whose rights we are talking. And this is unending and ongoing journey. And we need to keep going. That's it. Women are still hopeful. कहीं भी जाते हैं तो लोग बोलते हैं कोर्ट में देख लूंगा. अभी भी, even if women are getting negative experiences from police, महिलाएं अभी भी हस्बैंड को धमकाती है, तू अगर चुप नहीं बैठेगा तो मैं पुलिस स्टेशन जाऊंगी. At least let's remain committed to that small fear that is there in the society about the system. Let's join hands and keep going in support of women's rights and survivors' rights. Thank you again. I stop here. Sorry if I have crossed my time limit. And thank you again. Thanks for your patience, Liz. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not at all. It was really a very grounded presentation. Like every time I have a dialogue with you, Tai, It's always some new view which comes into me. It's always associated with the ground realities and the work that you do with the community, etc. I think our honorable advocate Smita Kodu ma'am wants to comment on this. Ma'am, please, over to you.
Archana More ma'am, it was a very wonderful, a very detailed insight into everything that is happening right now. And the elaboration of laws and everything that you have done was very wonderful. Lot many things which I could comment upon, but there are only two things which I would do right now. I'll just take a half a minute of yours. One point that you raised very validly was with regards to the age. Age for the girl is 18, age for the boy is 21. This is a very big dilemma in our society. I don't know how this issue is going to be addressed, because I just, again, yes, a very, very big issue which we need to address too. See, again, what I would say, 18, you become an Indian citizen having a right to vote. 18, you become an Indian girl who has a right to marry. 21, you become an Indian boy who has a right to marry. At the age of 21, a boy or a girl, whoever it is, you can have beer or wine. But at the age of 25, you can have hard drinks. So this age difference, age gap, I think we need to bridge it some way or the other. And institutions like this need to carry it forward. I don't know how that is going to be, but like you said, you have to be very creative in that. Something has to come up, because at the age of 8 and 9 today, girls are starting with their menses. At the age at 12 and 5, boys are changing with their hormonal biological traits. So this needs to be addressed at a very larger perspective, and something very detailed has to be done about it. And the second one thing which I found very gripping was the fact you talk about the in-camera hearings that happened during trial. I have also done this many a times, faced a lot of issues with regards to in-camera hearings as well. It's a very nice question. It is a very big query, again, which we need to put up. Probably some other judgment. We do not wait for that other judgment to come up, which says that how a complainant should approach a court when such type of incident has happened with her, or how she should behave in the court. Though Vishakha judgment has laid down many guidelines where things have been straightforward, but still the basic reality, like you said, the girl is outside the court hall and everyone knows that she is the victim. She enters the hall, she is just screened from the accused person. So these things also need to be taken care somewhere. I just remember one small incident. Justice Joshi Phansarkar madam, who was the High Court judge, sitting High Court judge, had been to London for one of her session, and they were allotted a room where two friends were staying together for the seminar. And it was a month or 2 month old seminar. So it was like they got used to each other. Now, being a room partner, you talk, you share everything, how many children you have, and everything happened. Then after a month or so, the coordinator of the program, when all of them were sitting next to each other, told them that now I'm giving you an opportunity, sit over here and talk to your friend about the best moment of your life, sexual life with your partner. See, when I talk about the best married sexual presence feeling, and that too with a person now I know for about a month, I'm still hesitant. I cannot tell about that. Mere shaadi ke baad kya hua first night? I am not open about it, even to the friend who I know for 1 month. So imagine this victim coming to the court and telling in front of everyone something unpleasant that has happened to her. So definitely this is also something which needs to be taken care of. I don't know in what cadre I would be doing it, but definitely this is again something which we need to think over. So thank you so much for highlighting not many things, but these two things stand apart from everything, which definitely we will see how we can address it in some future conference, or to practically come at a root level to deal with these situations. Thank you so much, Archana ma'am. Let's hear something more from you on some next occasion. Thank you.
Just wanted to highlight two issues. One is POXO, POSH Act is not addressing, governing the advocates, women advocates, one. And second is sexual violence within the marital relationship. And then exception of wife in the BNS provisions against sexual violence. Please,
Definitely,
please
definitely.
consider.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Advocate Smita ma'am, for your comments. I could see Advocate Bargude sir giving in thumbs and agreeing to certain points. Advocate Bargude sir, are you there? Would
Yes,
you like to
ma'am, I'm there.
comment? Would you like to comment on this presentation?
To be
Hello,
very
sir.
frank, I am.
Nice to see you
Hello.
away from the court.
But I admit your points which were been raised by you about the open courts and courtrooms in camera proceedings. What actually the practical, what we face and what the victim is facing is the true and the correct, which you have brought. I hope so. Now Smita ma'am is there. She will do something for this. And in future, we will not face such kind of problems.
But sir,
Definitely,
taking this
definitely.
opportunity, I would, sorry, taking this opportunity, I would definitely like to request you to take up something in the Pune district court at least, because you know how the crowd is in the new building. There is no proper waiting lounge,
Yes,
and
yes.
it's and we have different entrance from for judges. Why can't the survivor enter from that area with the escort? I don't mind. With the peon mama, she can enter from that side. But we need to take out some. I mean, think about some ways to protect the confidentiality in such matters. At least when the
Definitely,
complainant is minor, it's very painful to see
definitely,
the
ma'am.
complainant waiting outside. So
I will see that we make an application towards the district court, our PDJ. Then only we'll try for it.
Yes.
Smita ma'am?
Yes, like Madam just now said that there should be a separate entrance, or why not the judge's entrance should be used. See, one thing I would like to say that the judge with the responsibilities they are sitting with is very huge. And to be very honest with you, there is no protection as such even to the judges.
Yes,
If I'm a
definitely.
criminal, if I'm in a criminal court, there's hardly one police personnel who is appointed in the court, and that too he is a constable. So there's nothing as such that which we can go beyond. And there's so much of let us say stakes involved in the court. There's so much of things that are involved in the court, which probably has a separate entrance for them. I myself remember when I was presiding over Pandharpur court, just one small incident I would tell. When I was presiding over Pandharpur court, there was a murder case where an engineer was murdered by 3 people who were drinking and who were boozing and who were on drugs and everything. This person just questioned them, why are you sitting outside my house and doing all this thing at late evening at around 6 o'clock? And the person just smashed him. Every small organ in the body, even the spleen was completely ruptured, and the person who was an engineer died. When I convicted these people for this offense, my one mistake that I had done, now just let us talk about the practicality. One mistake that I had done was we have 2 sessions. One is before lunch and the other one is after lunch. So before lunch, 3 accused person, I tell them, I hold you guilty for this offense. Now your lawyers will talk only with regards to the sentence that has to be imposed. And then we have that half an hour, 45-minute break. After that, the learned lawyer comes, he talks about the sentence, they are the only earning members and everything, whatever it is. Okay. While he is doing his argument and the public prosecutor also crossing him, I see some movements between the 3 of them. Some talk, some movement going on between 3 of them. And within a nick of second, I understand that they charge at me with pointed stones. I'm sitting on the dais dictating the judgment, and this incident happens. So as far as security for judges is also concerned, or the separate route they have to go to the chambers, that is of course a part of security. But yes, I would suggest that a separate room for these complainants be there. It is only when their matter is called out, they be allowed to go inside the court. Otherwise, a place, a lounge where they can sit, relax, and be little free of mind to go and understand that yes, where I'm going, I will be getting justice. ये mindset बनाना बहुत जरूरी है. At least एक छोटा सा room, not even with the PP. Let the PP do his job, because that botheration is always there. कि PP साहब है तो सामने मैं क्या बोलूँ? उन्होंने मेरा फाइल पढ़ लिया, उनको मालूम है क्या हुआ, ये हुआ. So instead of them, let them be relaxed in a room And when the matter is to be called, send someone so that that person will take the concerned victim to the court. ऐसा कुछ शायद system बनाना अभी जरूरी है. Probably not us. Let us not wait for any judgment, but for something practical to happen. That's all. That's all. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Smita ma'am.
Thank you.
I would just take 2 minutes. Like every time, listening to Archana is the intellectual treat. So we have traveled through CEDAW 1993, understanding discrimination. And the interesting part of the dialogue I always have with her is the questioning over the state. So like every time a capitalist dominates and puts up certain rules and regulation, so state becomes capitalist and just decides everything for the citizens. So like every time when I talk to her, she talks of questioning the state and the dilemma. I think it is very important at this point of time for all of us to understand that as human beings in a democratic country, we can ask for our rights. So the differences that she said about the 498A and the domestic violence just defined as cruelty then. And then in PWDVA, civil law, it gives proper definitions of domestic violence and then, explaining marital rape, etc. So I think it is very much important to understand from the perspective of citizens, from the perspective of the victims, what they exactly require. So I think this was like a major and landmark step shifting from 498A to PWDVA 2005, understanding women's mentality, what exactly they require. So do they require their husband to be punished, or do they require a safe, protected home with a lot of love, with bonding, etc.? So I think, thank you so much for this intellectual treat. Advocate Archana More, it's always a very interesting dialogue with you. Thank you so much for being part of this session.
Swaroop, I think all the speakers should thank you for your persistent follow and making us come on the dais. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now let us move on to the next speaker. We have Dr. Ketki Patwardhan Zarvi ma'am. She's a principal and HOD, College of Law, Lokmanya Tilak, Maharashtra Vidyapit, Pune, Maharashtra. Now I request Assistant Professor Prafullata Nigde ma'am to give introduction for Ketki ma'am.
Thank you, Swaroop ma'am. Good afternoon all. I, Assistant Professor Prafullata Nigde, consider it my great pleasure to introduce today's esteemed guest, Dr. Ketki Patwardhan Dalvi ma'am. Dr. Dalvi ma'am is currently serving as in charge principal and head of the department at TMU's Lokmanya Tilak Law College, Pune since June 2025. She is a distinguished legal academician and researcher with over the 15 years of teaching experience in reputed institutions. It is a truly an honor for us to welcome such a respected academician whose contribution to legal education and research continues to inspire students and faculty alike. She holds a PhD in law from Amit University, Mumbai, where her doctoral research focused on social legal implications of honor killing in India. She also holds an LLM in business law and a BSL and LLB from reputed universities in Pune. In the early years of the career, she also served as a visiting faculty member at the several reputed law colleges in Pune. Her academic career includes long-standing associations with leading law institutions in Pune, including Bharati Vidyapit, MIT World Peace University, School of Law, Maratha Mitra Mandas, Shankar Rao Chavan Law College, and Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapit. Over the years, she has undertaken several key academic and administrative responsibilities, including serving as LLM coordinator, examination coordinator, member of the Board of Studies, Moot Court coordinator, and member of international student exchange programs. Dr. Ketki ma'am is an active researcher with publication in Scopus Index and UGC Care Release journals, covering diverse and papers at numerous national international conferences and has guided several postgraduate undergraduate research projects. In 2025, she published a book chapter titled Balancing Autonomy and Duty of Care, a legal and ethical analysis of the legal right to refuse medical treatment. In All India reporter, her scholarly engagement further extend to institutional research governance and academic collaborations. She has been serving as research committee member, Center for Policy Research, Pune since 2025. Board of Studies, member of Law College, Dr. D.Y. Patil University's MB campus. External panel member for PhD evaluation and Viva, Sandeep University, Nashik. In addition to her academic achievements, Dr. Ketki ma'am possesses professional legal practice experience with Abhay Nevegi Associates, Pune, and appeared before Bombay High Court. She has developed strong expertise in legal research methodology, pedagogy, curriculum development, and academic administration. Her career reflects deep and sustained commitment to advancing legal education, promoting socially relevant research, and something institutional academic standards while effectively bridging the gap between the legal theory and professional practice. Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nigde ma'am, for your kind introduction. Should I proceed, ma'am? Okay. Good afternoon, dignitaries, distinguished guests, and participants. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Gopakumar sir for giving me this opportunity to give insight on this topic. And further, I would like to say thank you especially to Swaroop ma'am for inviting me for this national conference. And the topic is really wonderful to discuss. Before starting, I would like to mention over here that as in previous sessions, Kadu ma'am beautifully mentioned that the opening by Advocate Pragya ma'am was so powerful and graceful as an inning played by Sachin Tendulkar, like confident, inspiring, and steady. Following her, Kadu ma'am, Gaikwad ma'am, and More ma'am carried the momentum forward magnificently, much like dynamic performance of Virendra Sehwag, MS Dhoni, and Yuvraj Singh, each bringing their own style, strength, and impact to this particular conference. And now I step into the crease at the number 5. With such an extraordinary partnership already built, I sincerely hope I carry this inning forward and sum up this Vidhi Manthan in a meaningful and memorable way. It's something that the topic today that I have selected from the sub-themes of this national conference is that is gender-based violence against women. The first question must be many must be having in my mind, many people's mind, that why I have chosen this topic. Then the first of all, the answer to this question is that my own PhD topic was socio-legal implications of honor killing in India, problems and prospects. So that is something which is a very, very much sensitive topic in India, rather I would say in the world. Because many people think that gender-based violence is that happens only in India, but this is not the situation, because gender-based violence affects 1 in 3 women worldwide. This is what the data given by UN, making it an urgent and important policy challenge.
Because many countries around the world have passed laws intended to protect women from violence, yet violence persists. So over the past years, maybe post-COVID, that pandemic has raised up awareness of these issues that women face from gender-based violence, that what has come to be known as the shadow pandemic, but it has also aggravated the risk factors while increasing barriers to protection, support, and justice. So particularly talking about, we must understand what do you mean by gender-based violence. So gender-based violence is violence committed against a person because of his or her sex or a gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threat, deception, or cultural expectations or economic means. So although there are cases wherein gender-based violence is against men, but the target for gender-based violence worldwide is women. Why this is so? If we go to historical perspective, that the status of women in India particularly, then I would like to bring it to your notice that prior to Manusmriti, in a Vedic period, women had a glorious time. That time, Maitreyi and Gargi and Maitreyi, both were the Rishikanyas who were learned. There are many rituals like Janeyu or Upanan Sanskar were performed on girls at that time. Education was being given to them. It was not the thing that only men were sent to Guru Graha to take the education. Women were also sent. Then what exactly changed after the Vedic period? Because that time we can say, normally what we say, when education is being given, there is a progress in the society. Then what was the problem after the Vedic period? Then the situation changed because power changed. In Manusmriti, that is the emergence of power. Emergence of power is something that when Manusmriti said that, the line is very, very much, I think every woman should note this. Yatra narya pujyanti ramanta tatra devataha. What do you mean by that? Jahan nari ki puja hoti hai, Bhagwan wahi vas karte hain. Now, what society took it in the way? How the goddess is placed at our house? In one temple type of structure wherein she's been kept, that she should just keep on blessing us. That she should not roam, she should not go anywhere, she should not take education. So society took it in their own convenience. So started the journey of what? Child marriage, then dowry, because Stridhan was existing at the time of Vedic period. Stridhan was guaranteed at the time of Manusmriti as well, but dowry was prevailing. One more thing, that time the widow remarriages, previously widow remarriage concept was not there, but later on in Manusmriti, child marriage was promoted, and the concept of widow remarriage was not only recognized only at that time also. So these conditions started deteriorating from the Vedic period to pre-independence period as well. Few example we can see, the women, those who have taken action against by gender violence against women. That is a very, very much famous and landmark judgment of Rukmabai, that she fought for her domestic violence in a Privy Council as well. But that was a time when education was not given to women also. Then we must understand that girls are inherently powerful. Girls are inherently they can achieve whatever they can think, because they are dedicated or whatever work is been given to her. Then what was the problem that happened later on when we are talking about gender-based violence? In India, when we are talking about gender-based violence concept, then there are so many incidents that this issue that it continues to haunt our society, that is gender-based violence in India. It is not just a headline in the news. It is not just a static in report. It is painful reality that affect millions of women, girls, and marginalized genders across our country. Then gender-based violence is any harm inflicted on someone simply because their gender. It includes domestic violence, it includes sexual harassment, it includes rape, it includes honor killing, it includes trafficking, child marriage, emotional abuse, etc. So it happens in homes, it happens on street, it happens in workplace, and even in the educational institutions. It cuts across caste, class, religion, and geography as well. It is deep-rooted social problem that reflects in inequality and discrimination. So I would like to just remind you about 2012 brutal gang rape. My question is to you, what is the problem that India has or the policy makers have solved regarding the rape post 2012 incidents of Delhi gang rape? My first question to this system is that only bringing new laws and giving the additional remedy of fast track courts have stopped this issue of rape? No. Still the cases are been filed. Still the incidences are happening. In a current situation, if we see, then Kopargaon also happened. Then there are so many situations later on 2012. Absolutely, ma'am. So in 2012, post 2012, many incidents are registered. Then what is the problem in, when there is a punishment that we from life to death, then still problems are having regarding the rape? Then what is required? ऐसा तो नहीं है कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट लॉज नहीं ला रही है, ऐसा तो नहीं है that our politicians are not brainy, that they can bring good laws, ऐसा तो नहीं है that हमारे संसद में सिर्फ मारामारी होती है, हमारे in संसद also we do have good discussions over the law reforms. Then what is the problem? Then that reminds me the statement made by Savarkar in dialogue between Baba Saheb Ambedkar and Savarkar. Ambedkar said, I am going to bring a reservation for the lower caste communities and the underprivileged people. That time Savarkar said, bringing laws is not going to change the society. You need to change the societal mindset first. So bringing law or atrocities laws are not going to change what you are required to bring. Then there is something that he showed with example, that formation or establishing of Patit Pavan temple or Sangatana, that wherein higher caste communities and lower caste communities will sit together and will have food. This cannot be guaranteed by any law. So when mentality can't be changed, bringing new laws will not change any situation in India. Because understand what I have understood over the period of time, because I was teaching women and law subjects in so long. I started my career with this particular subject. So when I choose my topic of honor killing, it is pertinent to note that honor killing cases are not registered only. That is what the biggest problem that India is facing. Currently, like in 2013, one case happened in Ahmednagar, when fortunately 13 people are being sentenced to death penalty. But how many cases are registered in that pattern? Due to political pressure, due to so-called that we say honor of the family, many people don't come forward. Main situation is that women are victim of honor killing because the girl is also killed and boy is also killed. Family is not thinking about whether that daughter is having human right. They just think about their own right as a family, as a parents. But what about her human right? What about that boy's right? Only just they have performed interfaith marriage, that doesn't mean you can take away anybody's human rights. Because we are guaranteeing everything under Indian Constitution. No. Article 14 says that right to equality. We do accept that biologically we are different. But when we are coming on the platform of education, of getting rights, of getting duties, then that time why this kind of biasness is there? People are not ready to give. And unfortunate part is that honor is only with the girl. It's a responsibility of the girl to safeguard the honor. Whatever, the ghar ka bacha, male member of the family can do anything. He can go anywhere without permission of parents. But it is not, this permission is not being granted to girl. Why this is so? Because unfortunately, we do believe into patriarchy. We do have a dominance in the family. Now the situation is changing. I must say that, because as I have rightly said in my previous statement, that there are gender-based violence. In that, one more thing comes, that is about Dowry Prohibition Act, or the dowry, the crime that we say. So Vaishnavi Hagavne case is very, very much recent in Maharashtra. What happened post Vaishnavi Hagavne case? Demand was from society that dowry should be stopped. Maratha community come together and said that we will stop dowry. But unfortunate that recently, when January 2026 came, one more case was filed, that was of Dipti Magar, who was an engineer. She also committed suicide. It was due to dowry demands from the in-laws. then where we are going? When we say laws are there, then where is the problem? Because implementation is the problem. If we say, then our police are working, the judges are sitting, they are also ready to hear you, they are also to protect you. We just heard what Smita ma'am was saying, that she on her own, she took sumo action to save that child or that girl of 8 years. Then what happened to her? Where is the system? IO was there, police was there, judge was there, everybody was there. Then what about her rights? Like her right to life is also been taken away. Maybe, I don't know. It is unfair to say that, but unfortunately, laws ki kami nahi hai. There is no scarcity of laws. The problem is with implementation, or I would say right implementation at right time is been required. Because government has given now Nirbhaya Pathak or Damini Pathak, and so many things are being implemented by government. But have anybody seen that Pathak? Or have anybody approached that? If you don't approach, how police will help you? See, likewise, Gaikwad ma'am and both Archana More ma'am has said rightly that girls should feel safe in home as well as on road. When I am doing duty and I'm coming late, or from the late night duty, then who will protect me? Definitely, it's a duty of the government that there should be some proper transportation available to her. It's a duty of the employer also when your employees are going late night. Because Nana Pujari's case was very much famous in Pune. That cab driver's case was happened. Later on, then there was one provision incorporated in Maharashtra particularly, that there should be some lady, security guard should be present into the common cabs or the common transportation. How much it has been incorporated in their own rules and regulation or policies of that company? Who is there to check? Because in company like India, in a country like India, population is the biggest concern. To whom you will protect and at what point? I would like to mention one funny incident happened with me as well, ma'am. I can say it is related to domestic violence. When I was pursuing my law from the Pune University, there was one mall newly opened on the Pune University Road. It was Pune Central. And earlier to the old road of Pune Central was that there were, small houses were there, like chawls were there earlier on a Bhosle Nagar road. So when I was going from there, one man was beating a lady like anything on the road, public road. He was beating that lady, anticipating that I was anticipating that they are husband and wife. So being a newly law student, आपके दिमाग पे वो ये होता है ना, that you are into that phase that I'll do something good and I should do some good work for society at large, and something like that ideologies were there on my mind also. So I intervene in between and I said, "Arey, काय करता है तुम्ही? Don't do that. Don't beat her." Then she's crying. She's asking for help. Don't do that. वो husband रह गया बाजू में. That wife just stood and said, "Who are you? He is my husband. He can beat me or he can do anything to me." Then I said, "You deserve, man. You deserve, girl. You deserve this." So it is something that mindset has to be changed. That even though he's my husband, it doesn't mean that he has a license to beat you. Domestic violence starts from there. First of all, she should खुद पे तरस खाना बंद करेंगे तो कुछ कर पाएंगे. We can't play every time victim card. We can't. We have to, because unfortunately, I should not say this, but currently situation in country or it's something like that, all laws in favor of women. Laws are very much woman centric. Why people are saying so? There must be some situation or lacuna in that, or there is some gap which giving this feeling to men from the society or families at large, I would say. Why this is happening? Because when rights are being granted or when rights are being conferred, there are certain duties also. Some women have misused this power. Some women have misused this right, and they are using it as a weapon to win the battle of dowry or win the battle of, I would say, pardon me saying, that is, it is not the battle of dowry, it is a battle of particular divorce. Divorce cases. If I wanted to get divorced, I should file compulsory domestic violence case. And unfortunately, advocates give this opinion. Instead of that, whatever is actually happened between the husband and wife, it never comes before the judge. And what Smita ma'am has rightly said, we are just waiting for a right thing and it never comes before us. Then who is responsible for us? Society is going to say this, that all laws are in favor of women. Because something she has suffered, and now to bring women into the mainstream of the society, Article 15 subclause 3 was incorporated. That is what we say the discriminative, or people say that this is discrimination, but it is rightly said that it's a positive discrimination. That whatever is not been given to her earlier, now something in addition should be given to her, that she can come on the same level or on the same platform with the men. So it is not that we don't have laws for protection of women, or whenever we talk about gender-based violence, we do have laws, but there are some laws which are not being used properly. That is what the basic problem every woman is also facing in Maharashtra and India. So particularly, I would like to, in addition to that, I would like to mention over here that Archana More ma'am was saying that we should have safety on roads. Women should roam around at any time or something like that. So my one more aspect I would like to put forth over here is that is about safety of women. Whose responsibility is this to provide safety on road? Definitely of government. But in country like India, is it possible to provide safety to every girl? So I always tell my girl students in my college also that safety starts from yourself first. Why I'm saying? Because women are inherently having a power of intuition. What is right for me, what is wrong for me. It is not required to teach you. Your family or your mother is teaching you what is good touch and bad touch. In schools also they teach you. So you're well versed what is good touch and bad touch. Then one more addition power that you have, inherent power that you have, that you can sense that what is right for you and what is wrong for you. Then at the 2 o'clock, if I wanted to wear shorts, and I wanted to go for a pub or I wanted to go for a party, it is absolutely sold your territory to decide when you're plus 18. That whether I have to drink, whether I have to booze, whether I have a boyfriend, or I should go or roam around at 2 o'clock with any boyfriend or any unknowing person. Sold territory, no more encroachment on space, so-called space. But my question is that when I take this decision at 2 o'clock that I wanted to go alone at home with the shorts, who will save me if something goes wrong? Whether anything comes in your mind, yes, definitely every girl thinks about it, but they just can't come over of that ego that it is my space, that I can use it at any time, it is my right. But understand one thing, I belong to Konkan, and my one of my teacher used to always say, in Marathi he used to say, जर जुगाड करायचा असेल तर तो निस्तारता पण आला पाहिजे. It's something like if you wanted to do something in your life, that if I wanted to go at 2 o'clock in the midnight, then come what may, whosoever will come, I will hit that person with such an impact that he will not dare once again to touch any lady. If I can't do so, then I should be taking a risk of my own life and not some other. You can't keep that blame on anybody else. And what happens? Media people start screaming on screen that government kar kya rahi hai? Sarkar kahan hai? 2 baje sarkar kahan hogi? How much Deva Bhau and Shinde will come to save you at 2 o'clock in the night? How come in a country like India? So it becomes very much difficult. Let's not go into politics about who is ruling whom or something like that. But my question is that safety starts from yourself, and you should have has gone wrong to me. That is what purely my opinion, that it is something girls empowerment starts from yourself. That is what I 100% agree, that every girl should be own protector first. Then only you can think about other person's responsibility. On मेरी responsibility लेगा. You are not required to take the responsibility of anybody, or you are capable enough. You are been biologically strong enough to take care of yourself. Just खुद के जहन में ये याद रखना that it is for your own safety. ये एक बार याद रखोगे, there is no need of any pathak for you. You can save yourself आराम से. Secondly, just summing up on my presentation, I would like to tell over here that unfortunately Maharashtra has not seen yet the chief minister of a woman as a chief minister of Maharashtra. That is what I would say. That unfortunate part is that irrespective of the part that ऐसे कहा जाता है history में कि राजनीति जितना औरत समझ सकती है उतना कोई भी नहीं समझती. But Maharashtra has proven it wrong. That still we have not any lady chief minister yet, which is unfortunately unfortunate part on the part of Maharashtra government. But I would say that societal mindset is not something like that girl can or the woman can rule the society. That is what I think the mentality has been set at people's mind. But fortunate part is that now we have started that we have Deputy Chief Minister Sunitra Pawar ma'am, that I think we have high hopes now that very soon that we will have the Lady Chief Minister in motion soon in India. So I think I'll sum up my presentation over here. Gender-based violence will stop only when we will respect each other as humans, and will stop having the wrong competition between men and women should not be, promoted and supported by anybody. I hope I was ample clear on my point. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity to me to present myself on the topic of gender bias. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think the beginning was power-packed, and we are coming to the end of the inaugural session, another power-packed session with a very clear ideas on what gender-based violence is, and very clear on the role of women. So that idea of bichari me, women also have to come out of that typical stereotypical ideologies which they carry. I think Smita ma'am and Advocate Vivek would like to comment, because there were a lot of yes and thumbs. So first over to Smita ma'am and then Advocate Vivek sir.
Ketki madam has very rightly said that things should be first taken in your hands, because unless and until you are not sure of what you want, you will never be sure of what even the society wants. स्वतःच्याच बद्दल माहिती नाही आणि जगासाठी तुम्ही चाललात, this will never happen. You have to be self-reliant. Even I always, when I go to colleges, I always say this, कि being a lady, it is not possible for me to just wear my slippers, go in my gown, walk anywhere and come. But for a man, घरात सांगत पण नाही आम्ही चाललोय, चप्पल घालतात, शॉर्ट्स वरती, बनियन वरती गेले पण. This is what usually happens. So unless and until this tendency doesn't change, definitely the mindset has to change. And something very important she again said, which I would take a note maybe in my future steps, is one about the Nirbhaya Pathak which she said, and the Damini Pathak which she said. We do see these signboards somewhere they go, but actually what are these pathaks really working for? Is it really worth it? या गोष्टी पण बघणं खूप गरजेचं आहे. Maybe in the next session, or maybe in my personal ambit, whenever it is possible, I will also cross-check these few things. And if in my future capacity, I can make some changes in this or some definite notion. Because like you said rightly, no one can help you every moment. My personal 1 minute just experience I would share. I had been to Punjab last year. It was before Diwali. My daughter is in lovely professional university. She studies there. I had my train early morning at 3:30 from Jalandhar Cant. And there was a question of how do I go from my hotel to Jalandhar Cant? It's a new place for me. So I said, just 10 minutes is the college from the hotel. I'll just go and check if I get any auto rickshaw, anyone or anyone's number or what the situation there is. It hardly took me 10 minutes, 15 minutes to go and come back to the hotel. Madam, you won't imagine, I'm 50 plus. Today I'm running 53 to be precise. I went till there, came back. Within this 15 minutes, at least 10 people on the road. I am not exaggerating. 10 people on the road stopped by me. Jana hai kya? Chalo chhod dete hai. And what not of questions. What do I do? Punjab, I don't know anything. It was just 8:30, 8:45. Just imagine the scenario. Arey mera wazan dekho, mera dekho. Look at me. Look at the old lady, 50-year-old I am. But no, things don't matter. But at the end of the day, you know how you have to tackle that situation. That is very, 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 very important. Thank you so much for the lovely insight and a different angle and approach which you gave to this concluding part as well. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
One more thing to your point I would like to add up, that unfortunately this current generation are, they are parents also and children are also emphasizing on so-called space. I need my own space, and that space is creating problem because they are not ready to share their problems. Girls are
That
also
bond
not.
is not there. That
Yes,
bond is
exactly,
not
because they
there.
want
Yes.
to keep everything secretly, and they just have to keep it everything at their in their mind. I will handle myself. And I'll
Passwords. Mobile are having
password, ma'am.
passwords.
So I would like to tell all the participants, those who are young and for belonging to generation, that space is not available with us. Space is only at NASA. Understand, we are, our mentality is going to be as Indian. हम लोग देसी है, देसी ही रहेंगे. So we have to understand this.
Yes.
So space, please don't promote this space propaganda at all. Parents and children also. This is my humble
Yes.
request to everyone.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes. Advocate Vivek, sir, would you like to comment?
Ketki ma'am, I really appreciate your comments stating that a girl should take first precaution about herself, because for the government, it is not possible to take care each of every person, to take a care of each and every person. And the second thing, hope so, we have started with the deputy CM now.
Yes.
Within the coming days, definitely we'll get a lady chief minister.
Yes,
And
soon.
also
I hope.
there is a drastic change in the Bar Council of Maharashtra, Goa also, where the Supreme Court has
Yes.
made and
Yes.
has instructed for the
Resolution.
30% of legal representation. So
Yes.
definitely, I hope so. The views which are given by you are
Yes.
really appreciable. I'm really
Sir,
thankful.
please हमारी आवाज चीफ जस्टिस तक भी लगा दो, that woman should become the chief justice of India too.
Absolutely,
वो भी होने वाला है.
absolutely.
वो आज ही डिस्कशन में मैम ने बोला है
Let's
कि
hope,
who will
let's
be
hope
the
for
next
good.
chief justice.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Smita ma'am. Again, I'll just take 2 minutes. Ma'am, a very beautifully drafted presentation, I would say, starting from what gender-based violence, going back to the histories of how women are pushed back to the four walls, calling her as the goddess, and then expecting her to be like an idol, being a goddess, not reacting to anything, just taking things on. So how it becomes our lifestyle and how these norms are internalized, and how women then understand that they are delicate and they are submissive, and they have to be under the authority of a man. And I think the laws that we speak on and the things that you highlighted, in terms of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Swatantra Veer Savarkar, with due respect to both these personalities, I think laws are very much important in terms of the social justice aspect, which are already there. But now I think it is more of women who have to take up their responsibilities. So like the experience you shared on the street,
yes,
beating her, and then she says, why are you talking in between? So ये पुरानी जो हमारी mentality है, बहुत मारता है तो बहुत प्यार करता है. So women have to come out of this mentality. And I think you spoke of power play very well, the pressure group that is being created. And I think now it is more of a responsibility of women understanding our own selves as rational beings who could think of themselves. So it's not only about getting educated, but how do you want to get represented? How do you understand yourself rational? And how do you find yourself justifiable to your actions is very much important. So
Yes,
thank you so much for this very
Can I
beautiful view that you have given in terms of.
I got connected in between? Can I
Yes,
add
yes,
one point?
Yes.
yes,
Um,
ma'am.
Yes. In response to Ketki ma'am's deliberation, I just want to highlight 2 points. One is this should not be the excellent deliberation and very positive and constructive discussion should not end on the point that state cannot do anything. Women should take something in hand. This is a dangerous statement we are making. At least not this should not be a concluding statement, because if women would take something in their hands, this will be vindicative and destructive, very much destructive. Let's not see, this is contradictory to whatever we speak since morning. We are saying that we need laws, we need legal protection, we need our law system, judiciary system to go along with the changing circumstances. On the contrary, here we are saying that state cannot do anything, Devavo cannot do anything, and so women should take everything in their hands. No, I don't
No, no, no.
support this statement.
My
Sorry,
statement
sorry.
was
Let me
not like that.
complete. Let me complete, Ketki ma'am.
Okay, sure.
Please, please, because I may have, I mean, some points may slip out of my mind,
Sure,
and
sure, ma'am.
because of the time constraint, I am going fast. So, women should not take everything in their hands, because I've seen severe incidences that a safety plan, if we are training women कि जो perpetrator है उसके आंखों में डाल दो मिर्ची, या फिर the example which Smita ma'am also shared, that there are n number of men on the street and we have to handle the situation. So retaliation cannot be the defense mechanism. Here, when we see that a single woman is there on the street, yes, state can definitely do everything. State can ensure that on every ST stand, every railway station, there should be a support desk who will ensure that the single woman will get safe taxi instead of going on the street and finding for taxi alone. A single woman on the public transport, in the public transport, PMT buses should have safety guard after 10 hours in the night, 10 o'clock in the night. There are creative measures the NGOs keep suggesting, NGOs keep giving, but the state is, I'm sorry to say, but state and state representatives, especially people's representatives, are being very aggressive in catching the attraction of populistic by creating populistic statements. तो महिलाएं अगर हाथ में लेती है तो that will not be enough. It will be dangerous for women. The state has to take proactive stage. 24/7, the state has to be alert. Keep different yantrana arrangement for women who are out on the street, and it is very much possible. It is very much possible. State क्या क्या करेगा नहीं, state अगर नहीं कर सकता है तो state should accept that he cannot take responsibility. Then the civil society organizations will definitely help you take responsibility. जैसे कि महिला दक्षता समिति है. अब हाँ, मेरा टॉपिक जो था ऑल्टरनेटिव डिस्प्यूट रिजोल्यूशन, पुलिस स्टेशन में महिला दक्षता समिति है, पुलिस स्टेशन में जो महिला दक्षता समिति है, तो आपके कॉर्पोरेटर्स को बोलो कि कम से कम 10 महिलाएं वहां पे आप अपॉइंट करो. आपके जो मतदार है उनमें से 5 महिलाओं को महिला दक्षता समिति में अपॉइंट करो. इट इज वेरी मच पॉसिबल. लोग आपको मदद करेंगे अगर लोगों की मदद आप इसमें मांगोगे. तो महिलाओं को हाथ में लेने की, मतलब खुद के डिफेंस में हाथ उठाने की जरूरत ना पड़े, इसलिए तो स्टेट ने आगे आना है. और महिलाओं को प्रोटेक्शन नहीं चाहिए. Women don't need protection. Women's rights have to be protected. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Archana ma'am, I don't know what you have concluded from my statements earlier that have been made in my presentation. My only concern was that only state, we cannot make the state responsible, but self-care is also important. That was my overall discussion was all about. State is definitely going to be responsible because we are electing them and we are expecting something from them, that everybody knows what is required, that self-care is also required. That was my end, because rights are there, then we should think about duties as well. That was just from my side. Thank you so much.
Smita ma'am wants to say something.
Just I won't take again more than a minute. See, even I agree to the views made by Ketki ma'am as well as Archana ma'am. Yes, state is there. State is doing its job. They are trying its level best. Laws are in place. They are being implemented. But situations do come where somebody is not next to you and things have to be taken care by yourself. Suppose a child is being kidnapped. The child should be aware of what the child has to do in such a scenario. The control should be with there. Suppose a girl is being molested. She should be aware. She should take the defense on her own. I always go to colleges and say, अरे बाकी का सीख रहे, आप kickboxing सीखो. आप 2-3 safety के punches सीखो कि this is what you can do. When we say that take things in your hand, literally does not mean take any criminal act in your hand or go to that height to do something devastating. Not in that sense. We say take scenarios or situation control in your hand so that at least that few things can be avoided over there. And of course, if at all you have anything against it, then still the organizations are there, your police station is there, the implementation which has to be there is there. It does not literally mean take things in your hand. It is just that be sure what you want to do, how you want to do. And if you are going ahead, be confident that you can handle this scenario. At the age of 50, 53, सोचिए मैं पंजाब के रोड पे थी, मैं खुद क्या कर सकती थी? The road is deserted at 7 o'clock in Punjab. What do I do in such a scenario? I know the state is there. I know the police is there. They are patrolling, doing everything. But when it comes to me, I should also be bold enough to go away from that scenario in one way or the other. That is taking the situation in your hand, not literally going and killing someone or throttling someone. That is not what we are expecting. So you very rightly said that this is not the conclusion, but it is one of the aspects where we have to be ready 24/7 anytime, anywhere.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Agree, ma'am. This is perfect. I completely
Yes.
agree with you. Women should know how to keep themselves safe till the state reaches you. Huh?
Yes.
And
Yes.
the
Yes.
state should not be left, um, I mean, left on its own.
Free.
Huh? One.
Yes.
Secondly,
Absolutely.
yeah, there should not be impunity at part of the state. And secondly, आप कपड़े क्या पहनते हो इससे सेक्सुअल ऑफेंसेस नहीं जुड़े हैं. इट्स लाइक विक्टिम ब्लेमिंग.
आप
let
शकुंतला
women
का
blame
काल
each other.
देखिए ना, शकुंतला क्या पहनती थी?
तो
Why don't we go to
Ma'am, we are
और
not against
पुराने
wearing anything. I'm not
पुराने
encroaching anybody's space of wearing anything. Girls can wear
पुराने
anything on their
जमाने में
choice. It's something sensitive,
Sorry to
something what
interrupt.
is fit for us.
Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt.
You
We
are
are just
taking it
running
wrong.
short of time. I really thank all of you, and I really feel that this is a fruitful discussion. I think we can go in for a panel discussion soon. I think I'll arrange an offline program for this, and then all the delegates can join in for that particular program. So I would definitely plan for this, and I think all the views here are taken into consideration. What I understand from the discussion is we cannot completely deny of the state duties, but at the same time, as women, we will also have to take up our own responsibilities in certain situations. So I think that's the only point here we all have to understand. So we're not denying the duties of state, we are not denying the role of state, but at the same time, how women are now socialized to be very submissive, delicate, and now they have to stand for their own rationality. So that's the whole thing, I think. So thank you so much, Ketki ma'am, for your really very power-packed presentation. Interesting. Thank you, Advocate
Thank you so
Archana
much.
More ma'am, for
you.
your comments. Thank you, Smita ma'am, for your comments. Just to move ahead with the inaugural now, we are coming to the end of the inaugural session. I have few instructions. Immediately after the inaugural session, we are going to start the paper presentation session, which will be moderated by Assistant Professor Preeti Pawar ma'am. So I request all the presenters to go through the schedule that is set up for your presentations, and each name will be called, and all those who have registered this morning or your name is not there in the list, just tell us by the end of the presentation. So after the completion of the list, your names will be called out and you will be given chance for presentation. सभी को यहाँ पे इंस्ट्रक्ट किया जाता है कि अभी इस कंक्लूजन के बाद इमीडिएटली पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन सेशन शुरू होने वाला है. स्केड्यूल ऑलरेडी भेजा हुआ है ग्रुप पे, तो आप प्लीज अपना नंबर देख लीजिए और आप रेडी रहिए प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए. जिनका नाम इस लिस्ट में नहीं है उनको अंत में समय दिया जाएगा प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए. And 5 minutes for each presentation, and the presentation session will be moderated by Assistant Professor Preeti Pawar ma'am. Now, just to conclude, I would like to call upon Advocate Vivek S. Bhargude sir, co-convener of the conference, to present the vote of thanks for the inaugural session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, honored guests, esteemed speakers, respected principal, faculty, members, scholars, and dear participants. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of this one-day National Conference Women and Law, Right, Justice and Empowerment in the Contemporary Society. First and foremost, I express my deepest sense of the gratitude to our distinguished guest of honor, Advocate Pragya Parijat Singh, ma'am, Advocate on Record, Supreme Court of India. Ma'am, your illuminating address enriches with the constitutional insight, judicial sensitive, and a powerful reaffirmation of the woman's access to justice at the high level of the legal system. I extend my sincere thanks to Mrs. Smita Rajendra Kadu, ma'am, a former district judge and advocate, Bombay High Court. Your reflection drawn from the judicial experience offered us a grounded and human understanding of the human rights and within the trial courts and live and realities. And ma'am, once again, a congratulations for your new responsibility to work as a vice president for the National Women's Law Commission. My heartfelt appreciation goes to Dr. Sonali Jivan Gaikwad, ma'am, Principal DGP, Dayanand Law College, Solapur. Your scholarly and institutionally perfectively highlighted the critical role of the legal education in shaping gender just future and social responsible legal professionals. I sincerely thanks my colleague advocate Archana More ma'am, practicing advocate and trustee, Samajwadi Mahila Sabha. Your address brought a strong grassroots and activist dimension to this conference, reminding us that the empowerment must translate into action beyond the statute and the courtrooms. I also extend my profound gratitude to Dr. Ketki Patwardhan, Dalve ma'am, principal and the head of the college, Lokmanya Tilak Law College, Tilak Maharashtra Vidyapit Pune. Your academic leadership and insight into the feminist jurisprudence and institutional responsibility added a great intellectual depth to the inaugural session. And after hearing the views from all the legal speakers, I would also think that you all have built a great partnership in sharing with the topic. I sincerely thank respected principal and convener of the conference, Dr. S.S. Gopakumar sir, who visionary leadership and constant support made this academic initiative possible. My heartfelt appreciation goes to Dr. D.Y. Patil, Unitech Society, and our collaborative partner, the Social Science and the Management Welfare Association, for their guidance, encouragement, and support. I also acknowledge the dedicated efforts of the organizing committee, faculty members, coordinators, technical team, and volunteers who behind the scene work ensured the smooth conduct of the inaugural session. Lastly, I thanks all the participants, delegates for their enthusiastic presence and academic engagement. With these words, I formally conclude the inaugural session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. I request all the participants to please fill in the feedback form, which is very important for receiving the certificate. So please, everyone, fill in the feedback form, which is the link posted on the chat of this particular session. Please check and fill in the feedback form. Apart from that, now let's move ahead. I call upon Assistant Professor Preeti Pawar ma'am, co-convener of the conference, to just take up the next session as a subject expert, the paper presentation session. Over to you, Preeti ma'am.
All of you presenters, and I welcome all presenters for here for the national conference. National conference on the women and law, rights, justice, empowerment in contemporary society. Who requested all presenters ready for the presentation. So now I am the first presenter. I invite the first presenter for the presentation. And the first presenter is Dr. Preeti Kumari. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Conference Committee, academician and research scholar. Today, topic is very essential among all researchers and faculty members. According to Swami Vivekananda, our country cannot progress if women are not proceed and respected. In any sectors, women's role is increasing day by day. Women's labor force participation is also increasing. Before LPG era 1991, women labor ecosystem was poor, but after globalization, liberalization, involvement of women labor growth rate is growing up. Job like manufacturing, primary and early childhood, educated, social work, hospitality, retail, jobs, malls in educational development rate is also growing. Not nowadays, gap of women growth is all sector is not equal to men. Some legal provisions are there. Set up of a National Commission of Women in 1992, Maternity Benefit Act 2017, National Policy for Women Empowerment 2001, in Interstate Migrant Workmen 1979, Sexual Harassment of Workplace Act 2013, National Commission for Women Act 1990. Challenges for women at workplace in India. There are lots of challenge and issues happen in workplace for women, like gender gap, gap, payment related issue has also seen among the promotions, problems and other discrimination at workplace. No safety of women employees. Some palace has seen in the issue workplace adjustment. Women generally do not raise their voice at the workplace because of the fear of losing jobs, etc. Organizational challenge. It is very essential for organization to create a positive environment at their workplace, along with awareness program by the company. They should appreciate women workers. And at last, my conclusion is now women must fight against discriminatory attitudes and hostile works environmentally by taking charge of the situation and making themselves aware of law and rights provided to them by the Constitution. Fighting against discriminatory attitudes and holistic work environments require a combination of self-empowerment through knowledge of legal rights and proactive strategic action. In India, numerous constitutional and statutory provisions exist to protect women and ensure a safe, equitable working environment. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, Priti ma'am, for selecting this nice subject. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. The next presenter is Rajat Rathod.
जी मैम, सभी को नमस्कार। डॉक्टर, मेरी आवाज आ रही है आप सभी को?
Yes, 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 sir.
जी, थैंक यू सो मच। डॉक्टर डी.वाई. पाटिल, यूनिटेक सोसाइटी, डॉक्टर डी.वाई. पाटिल लॉ कॉलेज पिंपरी पुणे द्वारा आयोजित इस सेमिनार में विभिन्न विद्वानों को मैंने सुना और एक नए दृष्टिकोण का विकास जो है हुआ है। आज का जो मेरा विषय है, समान नागरिक संहिता, चुनौतियां एवं समाधान। चूंकि समान नागरिक संहिता का जो मुद्दा है वो स्वतंत्रता के बाद से ही जो है भारतीय राजनीतिक सामाजिक पटल पर जो है एक वाद विवाद का विषय रहा है। समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करने के पक्ष में लैंगिक समानता, सामाजिक न्याय तथा राष्ट्रीय एकता जैसे तर्क दिए जाते रहे हैं। वहीं इसके पक्ष में धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता का उल्लंघन, सांस्कृतिक विविधता का नष्ट होना तथा अल्पसंख्यक समुदाय के संभावित हाशिए पर चले जाने की संभावना एवं बहुसंख्यकों का प्रभुत्व जैसे तर्क दिए गए हैं। वहीं समान नागरिक संहिता का मुद्दा परंपरा बनाम आधुनिकता, पंथ निरपेक्षता बनाम धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता, व्यक्तिगत अधिकार बनाम सामुदायिक पहचान संबंधित वाद विवाद के रूप में भी सामने आया है। वास्तव में समान नागरिक संहिता या यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड है क्या? यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड से आशय होता है सिविल मामलों, खासकर पारिवारिक मामलों जैसे विवाह, तलाक, उत्तराधिकार, दत्तक ग्रहण, गुजारा भत्ता, रख रखाव, संरक्षण आदि मामलों में यथासंभव एक रूप निष्पक्ष कानूनों का संहिताकरण। जैसा कि हम सभी को मालूम है कि हमारे देश में जो क्रिमिनल कानून है वो ब्रिटिश शासन के समय से ही जो है वो एक रूप है और उसके पश्चात जो 2000 अभी पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत सरकार ने, संसद ने एक नए कानून, क्रिमिनल कानून भी बनाए हैं जो कि एक रूप है। किंतु जो पर्सनल लॉज हैं वो अलग अलग धर्मों के लिए अलग अलग है। समान नागरिक संहिता सामाजिक मामलों से संबंधित कानून है। दूसरे शब्दों में अलग अलग पंथों के लिए अलग अलग सिविल कानून का न होना समान नागरिक संहिता का मूल भाव है। समान नागरिक संहिता की अवधारणा भारतीय संविधान के भाग 4 राज्य के नीति निर्देशक तत्व अनुच्छेद 44 में दी गई है, जिसके अनुसार राज्य भारत के समस्त राज्य क्षेत्र में नागरिकों के लिए एक समान सिविल संहिता प्राप्त करने का प्रयास करेगा। राज्य के नीति निर्देशक तत्व होने के कारण अनुच्छेद 37, जिसके अनुसार इस भाग में निहित प्रावधान किसी भी अदालत द्वारा लागू नहीं किए जा सकेंगे, लेकिन इसमें निर्धारण सिद्धांत फिर भी देश के शासन में मौलिक है और कानून बनाने में इन सिद्धांतों को लागू करना जो है राज्य का कर्तव्य होगा। अर्थात वे तत्व न्यायालय द्वारा प्रवर्तनीय नहीं होंगे, किंतु इन्हें लागू करना राज्य की स्वेच्छा पर निर्भर है। समान नागरिक संहिता व व्यक्तिगत कानूनों में सुधार का मुद्दा लगभग एक शताब्दी पुराना है। इसे भारतीय संविधान सभा में भी गंभीरता से उठाया गया था, किंतु संविधान सभा भी इसे लेकर किसी निष्कर्ष पर नहीं पहुंच सकी। अंततोगत्वा संविधान सभा ने इस मुद्दे को भावी सरकारों व जनप्रतिनिधियों पर इस भाव के साथ छोड़ना उचित समझा कि भावी सरकारें सही समय व परिस्थितियों को ध्यान में रखते हुए इस विषय पर कानून बनाएगी। हमारे संविधान निर्माताओं ने भावी सरकारों से ये अपेक्षा की थी कि वे इस असमानता व विधि के समक्ष समता के उल्लंघन को दूर करने हेतु भारत के समस्त नागरिकों के निजी कानूनों को विनियमित कर एक देश एक कानून को आधार बनाएगी। इस हेतु भारतीय संविधान के भाग 4 के अनुच्छेद 44 में समान नागरिक संहिता के निर्माण की अपेक्षा भावी सरकारों से की थी। भावी सरकारों को यह जिम्मेदारी दी गई थी कि वह व्यक्तिगत कानूनों में एकरूपता के विरोध को सामंजस्य के साथ दूर कर यथासंभव एकरूप व भेदभाव रहित पारिवारिक कानून का निर्माण करेंगे, जिसका परिणाम 1955-56 में हिंदू कोड बिल के विभिन्न कानूनों को देखने में मिला, जहां पहले हिंदू धर्म में अलग अलग क्षेत्रों व वर्गों के अनुसार विवाह विच्छेद, उत्तराधिकार, गुजारा भत्ता आदि के अलग अलग प्रावधान थे, जो कहीं मौखिक, कहीं प्राचीन साहित्य के अनुसार तो कहीं व्यक्तिगत स्वार्थ के अनुसार व्याख्यायित थे। भारत में जहां स्वतंत्रता के समय तक मिताक्षरा तथा दैभाग जैसे अनेक रीति रिवाज व्यक्तिगत मामलों में चलते थे, जिनमें कहीं न कहीं असमानता प्रदर्शित होती थी। 1956 के हिंदू कोड बिल द्वारा इस विभिन्नता, अस्पष्टता व जटिलता को दूर करने का प्रयास किया गया। 1956 के इस कोड में हिंदू धर्म के अलावा जैन, बौद्ध, सिख, ब्रह्म समाज, प्रार्थना समाज, आर्य समाज, वीरेश्वर, लिंगायत समाज आदि सम्मिलित हैं, किंतु तत्कालीन विधायिका ने इसमें मुस्लिम, ईसाई, पारसी, यहूदी आदि संप्रदायों को विरोध के डर से शामिल नहीं किया। तब से मुस्लिम, ईसाई, पारसी, यहूदी संप्रदायों के लोग पारिवारिक विषयों पर अपने सांप्रदायिक व्यक्ति कानून से शासित होते आए हैं। मुस्लिम एवं ईसाई धर्म के निजी कानूनों में इस तरह से सुधार नहीं किए गए, जिसका व्यापक कुप्रभाव इन धर्मों की महिलाओं के अधिकारों पर पड़ा। जबकि 1956 में हिंदू विवाह अधिनियम, हिंदू उत्तराधिकार अधिनियम बनाकर हिंदू धर्म में फैली असमानता को समाप्त करने का प्रयास किया गया। यही कानून हिंदू धर्म के साथ बौद्ध, जैन, सिख के लिए भी विधित किया गया है। इन सुधारों का सकारात्मक प्रभाव समाज में देखने को मिला है। भारत में समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करने में क्या क्या चुनौतियां हैं? भारत की विशालता, सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, धार्मिक विस्तार तथा संघ एवं राज्यों के मध्य शक्तियों के वितरण की पेचीदा व्यवस्था भारतीय संघीय व्यवस्था के मध्य समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करने में चुनौतियां पैदा करती है। समान नागरिक संहिता को लागू करने में प्रमुख चुनौतियां क्या क्या हैं? सबसे पहले व्यक्तिगत कानूनों में विविधता। भारत में सामाजिक, धार्मिक विविधता तथा विभिन्न संस्कृतियों के होने से बहुलवादी समाज की स्थापना होती है। विभिन्न संप्रदायों की अपनी अपनी परंपराएं, रीति रिवाज तथा प्रथाएं हैं। उनके अपने पारिवारिक कानून भी विद्यमान हैं। समान नागरिक संहिता के सुचारू क्रियान्वयन हेतु इन्हीं विविधताओं, परंपराओं तथा प्रथाओं के मध्य सामंजस्य स्थापित करना तथा विभिन्न धार्मिक तथा सांस्कृतिक समूह की स्वीकृति प्राप्त करना एक चुनौतीपूर्ण कार्य है। विभिन्न राज्यों का विरोध। भारत में ऐसे बहुत से राज्य जहां अल्पसंख्यक जनसंख्या व ऐसे वर्ग जिनके अपने सांस्कृतिक रीति रिवाज एवं प्रथाएं हैं बड़ी संख्या में विद्यमान है। ऐसे राज्यों के राजनीतिक दल अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ की सिद्धि को सिद्ध करने तथा वोट बैंकों को साधने के लिए समान नागरिक संहिता का विरोध करते आए हैं, जिससे केंद्र एवं राज्यों के मध्य तनाव जो है वो पैदा होता है। अल्पसंख्यक अधिकारों का संरक्षण। भारतीय संविधान के भाग 3 के अनुच्छेद 25 जिसमें धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता तथा अनुच्छेद 29 संस्कृति एवं शिक्षा का अधिकार में धार्मिक एवं सांस्कृतिक अल्पसंख्यकों को अपने धर्म को मानने, अपनी संस्कृति को बनाए रखने का अधिकार दिया गया है। इन समुदायों का प्रमुख विरोध अल्पसंख्यक समुदायों के संभावित हाशिए पर चले जाने तथा बहुसंख्यकों के प्रभुत्व की संभावना है। विभिन्न धार्मिक संप्रदायों का प्रतिरोध। भारत में पारिवारिक एवं व्यक्तिगत कानून धार्मिक विश्वासों, रीति रिवाजों, परंपराओं से गहन रूप से जुड़े हुए हैं। अतः एक धार्मिक एवं सामाजिक रूप से संवेदनशील मुद्दा समान नागरिक संहिता का रहा है। जब भी समान नागरिक संहिता लागू करने का मुद्दा उठा जाता है, विभिन्न समुदायों की ओर से विरोध दिखाई पड़ता है। साथ ही साथ जनजातीय समूह जिनकी पारिवारिक मामलों में अपनी प्रथाएं एवं परंपराएं हैं, वे भी यूसीसी का विरोध कर रहे हैं। छत्तीसगढ़, मध्य प्रदेश, झारखंड, उत्तर पूर्व में मेघालय, मणिपुर, मिजोरम, नागालैंड तथा असम के कुछ क्षेत्र अनेक जनजातीय निकायों के नेताओं ने यूसीसी के विरोध में लगातार बयान दिए हैं। राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति एवं सर्वसम्मति का अभाव, साथ ही साथ में कानूनी चुनौतियों। जी बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ओके, थैंक यू। समान नागरिक संहिता लैंगिक समानता तथा सामाजिक न्याय स्थापित करने हेतु आवश्यक है। इसके प्रति जागरूकता लाने और सुचारू रूप से इसके क्रियान्वयन हेतु शिक्षा एवं जागरूकता अभियान चलाए जाने चाहिए। साथ ही साथ में हमें यह समझना चाहिए कि समान नागरिक संहिता का मुद्दा धर्म से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा नहीं है। ये व्यक्ति और व्यक्ति के संबंधों का मुद्दा है, न कि धर्म का। निष्कर्षतः एक समावेशी, स्पष्ट तथा समानता आधारित पारिवारिक कानून भारत की एकता को मजबूत करने में सहायक होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी का। थैंक यू।
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, screen is not getting shared. The option is not available. Please on it.
स्वरूप मॅम, त्यांना प्रेझेंटेशन करायचं. काय कळलं नाही मला. काय करतोस का तू? करतोय मग त्यांचं आलंय का? हा, just take a 5 minutes. We'll share this. करतोयस ना? Yes, within 5 minutes, presentation will be done.
Thank you, ma'am. So my name is Swarangi Pramod Kokre. I'm a student of Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, Pimpri, Pune. My today's topic is invisible chains of control, manipulation, power relations, and gender injustice in informal and formal spaces. Moving to the next slide. Yes. Manipulation often gets neglected, isn't always appear as direct violence. It works slowly, covert emotional and psychological strategies distinct from overt coercion or violence, and manipulation is embedded within power relations, social norms, and institutional structures. Manipulation is harder to identify but no less harmful. Or we can say that it works as a slow poison. And next slide. Thank you. In our everyday lives, manipulation often occurs in spaces like family, friendships, intimate partnerships, which have a common strategies like a guilt tripping, silent treatment, emotional over disclosure, gift giving, and moral pressures. These are the tactic remains invisible due to the emotional proximity, then trust and dependency in the informal relationships. And in other words, the closer the relationship becomes, the harder it becomes to identify that there is a manipulation or not. Then next slide. Then manipulation is not limited to the informal relationships only. It works where it is also at the workplaces, educational and organizational settings. And here manipulations takes a structural forms like a favoritism, that one particular person gets that favoritism or their appreciation, even that person is not doing so well, that particular individual will be a favorite of the maybe in the school or at the office, work office. Then there is a denial of recognition. Then there is a credit appropriation. So if the person who, if the person is there and they have to they get to know that they have some work apart than their regular work, and they have to do that, and then they're the boss or the higher person above them, they will take the credit of doing that particular project. This is a credit appropriation. Then there is a psychological undermining, enforced overwork. Likewise, people will say, or your boss will say to you that only you are the person who can do that. This is a softly manipulation occurs, disguised as loyalty or praise. This is like they praise you to do the particular thing. Next slide, please. To understand the manipulation, we can use sociological theories. Symbolic interactionism shows us how meaning is created. Meaning is created in everyday interactions. Then there is a conflict theory which highlights power, domination, and inequality. Together, they reveal manipulation as relational context specific, power driven tool. Next slide. Okay. When manipulation gets normalized, it leads to inequality, workplace stress, emotional labor, loss of autonomy. Here, inequality becomes like everyone else will just leave their work at 6 p.m., but the individual have to work more. And also there is a because of that workplace stress comes. And then if the person gets targeted at the workplace all the time, like even if that person is in the top 10 or the first position for their doing their work, but that particular individual gets criticized, or that woman gets criticized, and their original identity totally gets changed because of it. And because manipulation is so invisible, it's seen as a normal behavior in our society, whether it is at the informal space or formal space. And it is so embedded in cultural and institutional practices that no one can just distinguish it from the normal behavior, or it is a manipulation. And the impact of that, it is a gendered mostly. It is a disproportionate burden on women and marginalized groups. Next slide. Then we have to shift our focus from the overt abuse to subtle control. Manipulation is not just personal, it is a relational injustice, structural and cultural issue. Addressing manipulation needs for a sociological recognition, ethical organizational practices, healthier interpersonal relationships, because it is literally impacts to a women's health also, because of the workplace stress, these inequalities, that even in reality women's also faced problem like PCOD, PCOS, and many things are there, even the cancer, because of the stress. So these are the impacts. That people only see that domestic violence is the superior, or it is only can be seen, but this is where things starts, and only then we can by recognizing this, only then we can move towards the equitable and human social environments. The last thing is that recognizing the invisible chains of control is the first step towards the breaking them. And thank you. So, thank you for Social Science and Management Welfare Association and Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, Pimpri, Pune. Thank you to give me a chance to present here.
Yes, the next presenter is Sonam Bagade. Sonam Bagade, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, respected chairpersons, distinguished scholars, and fellow researchers. Myself, Sonam Ashok Bagde from Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, Pimpri, Pune. Today I am presenting my research paper titled Tracing the Legal Journey of Women's Empowerment in India, a Historical and Contemporary Social Legal Analysis. This paper examines how women's empowerment in India has evolved through legal developments from the colonial period to the present constitutional and contemporary framework. Rather than looking at the law in isolation, I analyze how legal reforms interacted with social realities and how far they have actually transformed women's lived experiences. Through this research, I attempt to critically evaluate whether the legal reforms have merely existed on paper or whether they have truly empowered women in a substance. Women's empowerment in India cannot be understood without examining the evolution of law. Law in India has played a dual role. It has reflected prevailing social attitudes and at the same time it has functioned as an instrument of social reform. Historically, many discriminatory practices were socially accepted. However, legal intervention challenged and gradually transformed those norms. In this research, I adopt social-legal approach. This means I do not just study statutes or constitutional provisions. I analyze the interaction between law and a society. I examine how legal reforms impacted women's lived realities in education, employment, family life, and public participation. This approach helps us understand whether empowerment is merely formal or actually transformative. During the pre-independence period, Indian society was deeply patriarchal. Women were largely denied autonomy and independent legal identities. Their status was defined primarily through the family and marital relationship. However, this period also witnessed earlier reformist intervention. The abolition of sati in 1829 was a landmark step against deeply oppressive customs. Similarly, the Hindu Widow Remarriage Act 1856 legally permitted widows to remarry, challenging rigid social norms. Although these reforms were limited in scope and largely elite-driven, they marked the beginning of state intervention in a personal and religious practice affecting women. Thus, the colonial period represents the earlier phase of legal resistance to oppressive customs and the foundation of legal protection for women. Independence marked constitutional turning point for women in India. The Constitution of India guaranteed equality before law for women in India. The Constitution of India guaranteed equality before law and prohibition discrimination on the basis of sex under Article 15. It also ensured universal adult franchises guaranteed women's equal political rights from the very beginning, something which many Western democratic countries achieved much later. Importantly, the Constitution shifts the approach from welfare oriented protection to the right based framework. Women were no longer seen as a beneficiary of charity but as equal citizens entitled to enforceable rights. The constitutional vision laid the foundation for subsequent legislative reforms and judicial activism promoting gender justice. Post independence India witnessed major reforms in family and property laws. Legislation addressed remarriage, uh, divorce, dowry prohibition, inheritance rights. Reforms in Hindu personal laws guaranteed women's right in a divorce and property. The Dowry Prohibition Act aimed to curb economic exploitation within the marriage. A particularly significant development was the recognition of daughters' equal right in ancestral property, which is strengthening women's economic independence. These reforms were importantly because they entered the private sphere, the family, where gender inequality was deeply embedded. Thus, a law became a tool to challenge structural inequalities within domestic institutions. In recent decades, the focus has shifted from mere protection to empowerment. Contemporary laws.
Hello.
Hello, I am audible. Hel- Hello. Hello.
Yes, audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Just do the presentation. Kindly do the presentation. While you are
Oh,
presenting, it's going to switch on your camera. Yes. Just
okay.
continue with the presentation.
Okay, now I'm concluding the point. Uh, to conclude, the legal journey of women's empowerment in India reflects a gradual but significant transformation from social reforms laws in the colonial era to constitutional guarantees to contemporary right based framework. However, empowerment is not achieved earlier through a legislation. It requires continuous social legal engagement, judicial sensitivity, policy commitment, and societal change. Also, my research argues that while India has developed a strong legal architecture for women's rights, the real legal challenges lies in a effective implementation and bridging the gap between formal equality and substantive equality. That's all. Thank you for your time and attention.
I requested all the present not this field presentation. You are requested.
Ma'am, your voice is not clear.
Audible clearly.
No, madam.
First of all, presenter not just field presentation.
Very
You are
slow.
requested to present
Oh, your voice is slow.
Not audible.
just give the main theme of the presentation.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. You can write it in the chat box, ma'am, because your voice is not audible, na?
Yes, now I am audible.
Ah, yes, ma'am.
Yes, yeah, I requested all the presenter not just read the presentation, the main inline of your presentation, the main point of your presentation, not just read the presentation. Okay. Yes, the next presenter is Rahimul Isam.
Yes, ma'am. Sharing the screen, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
You have PPT?
Yes, ma'am, I have the PPT with me.
Yes, just wait, just wait.
This one. This is my top. Good evening, everyone. My topic is women at law, rights, justice, and empowerment in contemporary society. So this explains how law is working, like how law is protecting women and giving them equal rights in India by not indiscriminating them. But next slide. Introduction. Women are also equal to men and deserve equal respect and opportunities. But in reality, many women still face problems like domestic violence, sexual harassment, and also discrimination under the workplaces, also at home, workplaces, everywhere. So, for example, even they are stopped from working or studying. Also, some girls in rural areas they are stopped from studying or working also, and that is why law is very much important for justice and justice for women and for living with dignity. What is the meaning of women and law? Well, law means rules made by the government for order and fairness in the society, and also by using these rules, how women can protect their rights and also ensure the gender equality. For example, if we say women are harassed at work and also they don't know how to file a complaint also. So under this, she can complain under the Sexual Harassment Act. So law protects from injustice and discrimination. The need of the study. Need of the study. Why this study is very much important. So first point is crime against women are increasing, such as dowry death, sexual harassment and sexual harassment at workplaces, domestic violence at home. And even though laws are existing, many laws are there, but women are not aware of this. So, for example, many women face domestic violence at home, but do not file a complaint because they are unaware of these laws and Domestic Violence Act or all these acts. So this study is very much important to spread awareness and to promote the justice. These are my objectives. The first one is to study the legal rights of women, for example, giving equality to them and giving protection from violence. Second point is to understand the role of the judiciary. So here we are talking about how example like how court give judgments to protect women, how they are giving judgments to protect the women. So third one is to identify the existing challenges and suggest effective solutions for women, for better empowerment of women. How can we identify the challenges and what are the challenges they are facing, and basically we can suggest the solutions. This is my research methodology. This is my conceptual research, and this is an exploratory research based on the secondary data from books, journals, and case laws. Constitution. So when we're talking about the constitution, we have many articles like 14, 15, 16, and 21. We have many, but I have taken only 4. Equality before law. That means a man and a woman are equal in court. They are not gender biased. Like everyone is equal, if it is a man or a woman. So Article 15 states no discrimination on the basis of the gender. For example, a woman cannot be denied a job because she is a female. Article 16, equal opportunity in public employment, giving equal opportunities. And Article 21 states right to life with dignity. Protection from violence ensures a safe and respectful life for women. Important case laws. There are case laws like Dowry Prohibition Act, which was in 1961, domestic violence, sexual harassment, criminal law amendment. First one is makes giving and taking dowry both illegal. Second one protects women from physical, emotional, and financial abuse at home. Sexual harassment is protecting the women at the workplaces, at workplace environments or at workplaces from the sexual crimes. Criminal law amendment made rape law stricter after the Narbhaya case. So, criminal law amendment in 2013. This is helping for women for protecting them from injustice. Protection of women. Women are protected in different areas of life. At home, it is from domestic violence. In our workplace, it is a sexual harassment, and at marriage, if we say that is the dowry deaths. are happening many, and in society, protection from sexual crimes in nature. A woman facing abuse at home can get a protection law order from the court, but many women doesn't know. They are not aware of these laws and all, so they do not file a complaints. What role of judiciary it is, like the role of judiciary. So the judiciary plays a very important role in protecting women's rights and giving them protection. Court make sure that laws are properly followed. For example, in Vishakha case, as ma'am said, they are creating the guidelines to prevent sexual harassment crimes at workplaces. So judiciary acts as the preventer of justice and equality. These are the landmark cases. Vishakha case, it ensured the workplace safety, and Shabanu case, this gave Muslim women the maintenance rights after divorcing. Then Joseph Shine case promoted equality by decriminalizing the adultery. Independent thought case, this is for child protection, protected minor girls from child marriages and abuses. Challenges. First challenge is what we have is poor implementations. That is, sometimes police do not properly handle the complaints. They say like, no, go, this is just a family matter only. And delay in justice. Court cases take many years. Patriarchal mindset also it is there, because society often blames women only instead of the offender. Lack of awareness. Many women do not know their legal rights. As I said, they are not aware of anything. Then findings. The study shows that India has a strong legal system, and also judiciary also supports women's rights and ensures gender equality. But there is a gap between the law and the reality, because many dowry cases are being reported even when the dowry is made illegal. Suggestions to improve the situation. What can we do? Law must be strictly implemented. Legal awareness has to be given in schools and colleges, and gender sensitization training also should be given to police and workplaces. And for last thing is economic empowerment is very much important, because a financial independent woman can fight for their basic rights when she is confident. Conclusion is law is very important in women empowerment. India has very strong constitutional and legal provisions, but real empowerment will happen, as ma'am said, when the society is changing their mindset. And gender justice is very much necessary, not only for women, but for the overall nature. Thank you.
Yes, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rajeev sir. You are presented very well and you covered so many cases regarding.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
The next is Dr. Sumita.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my paper is Revisiting the Constitutional Rights of Women in India. Women constitute nearly half of India's population and play an indispensable role in its socio-economic and cultural fabric. Despite their vital contribution, women in India have faced historical discrimination and marginalization. The Indian Constitution seeks to address these inequalities by guaranteeing fundamental rights and promoting justice, equality, freedom, and dignity to all citizens, including women. Over time, both constitutional provisions and judicial interpretations have evolved to strengthen and protect the rights of women. This paper revisits the constitutional rights guaranteed to women in India, examines how far these rights have been implemented, identifies challenges, and proposes measures for reinforcing gender equality. Constitutional provisions protecting women's rights. The first one is fundamental rights. The earlier speaker has elaborately dealt with these articles, Article 14, Article 15, Article 16, Article 21. So I'm not going much into it. And in addition to these articles, I add Article 21, 23, and 24 of Fundamental Rights chapter. Article 21 says right to life and personal liberty. It includes the right to live with dignity, privacy, bodily autonomy, and reproductive rights. Article 23 protects women from exploitation through trafficking or forced labor, and Article 24 provides that women and children cannot be employed in hazardous occupations below the age of 14. Now, coming to directive principles of state policy, we have Article 39, E and F, which says
Equal pay for equal work for both men and women, and equitable distribution of wealth. Article 42 says just and humane working conditions and maternity relief. And Article 51A, Clause E says respect for women's rights and dignity as a fundamental duty of citizens. Now I throw light on certain judicial interpretation and landmark judgments. The Indian judiciary has been proactive in interpreting constitutional rights to expand and protect women's rights. Some of the cases which are very known to us, I'll just refer to these cases, like Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan, 1997, Mary Roy versus State of Kerala, 1986, Shayara Banu versus Union of India, 2017, which declared triple talaq unconstitutional, and Indian Young Lawyers Association versus State of Kerala held that exclusion of women from the Sabarimala temple was discriminatory. So these judgments showcase how judicial activism has reinforced constitutional safeguards for women. Now I come to the next segment, which is major legal reforms advancing women's rights. Over the years, Parliament has passed laws supplementing constitutional protections. I'll just name the law. I'll not go into details. The laws are like Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005, Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace, Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013, Maternity Benefit Amendment Act 2017, Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006, and so on and so forth. I am not mentioning all those. These legal reforms institutionalize women's rights and create administrative mechanisms for implementation. Some of the challenges that we face which acts as systematic barriers are implementation gaps, uneven enforcement of laws at the ground level, lack of awareness about legal rights among women, delay in judicial processes, patriarchal norms, preference for male children, and so on and so forth. So what is the way forward? To strengthen the constitutional rights of women, the following measures are essential. Number one, strengthen implementation mechanisms. Number two, affirmative action in education and employment. Three, nationwide awareness campaigns on women's rights and legal protection. Fourth, gender sensitization programs in school, colleges, and workplaces. Next, promote women's entrepreneurship and access to credit. And the list is big. As concluding remarks, the Indian Constitution provides a robust framework for safeguarding the rights of women and ensuring gender justice. Over time, judicial interpretations and legislative reforms have expanded the scope of these rights. However, challenges in implementation persist due to socio-cultural biases and institutional weaknesses. Revisiting and reinforcing constitutional rights for women requires a multi-pronged approach: legal reform, effective environment, enforcement, socio-economic empowerment, and a sustained change in public attitudes. Only then can the vision of an equitable and just society for women be fully realized. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita ma'am. Thank you so much for the nice presentation. Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter is Manju Yadav. Manju Yadav, are you there? Yes, Manju Yadav, are you present there? Yes, so the next is Moni Borge. Next presenter is Moni Borge. Am I audible? Yes, Moni Borge. Are you present there? Moni Borge and Augustine Borge. Are you present there? Yes, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. I think Manju and Moni Borge are not present. The next is Dr. Sarita.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Madam,
you can
please
start
share
now.
my presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
PPT, my PPT.
Yes, yes. Okay, okay. Just okay, ma'am. You can present over here. Yes, ma'am. Let's start.
Ma'am, my PPT.
PPT. You have submitted your PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, just a minute.
Can I say without PPT starting? Can I ask without PPT? It's okay.
Just a minute, ma'am. Just take a few minutes, ma'am. Let me check.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, if the PPT is not with us, it's possible to present orally or by yourself.
Okay. No problem. I'm Dr. Sarita Bhavani Malviya, Faculty of Law, RKDF University, भोपाल. मेरा टॉपिक है समकालीन समाज में न्याय सशक्तिकरण के परिप्रेक्ष्य में आदिवासी एवं ग्रामीण महिलाओं का विधिक सशक्तिकरण। समकालीन समाज में महिलाओं का सशक्तिकरण न्याय और समानता गरिमा की स्थापना का मूलभूत आधार है। भारतीय संविधान में विधायी ढांचा महिलाओं के अधिकारों और महिलाओं के विधिक ढांचा महिलाओं के अधिकारों की रक्षा हेतु व्यापक प्रावधान प्रदान करता है, परंतु आदिवासी एवं ग्रामीण महिलाओं के संदर्भ में विधिक न्याय और सशक्तिकरण वास्तविकता में आज भी चुनौतियां बना हुआ है। सामाजिक आर्थिक पिछड़ापन, अशिक्षा, पितृसत्तात्मक संरचनाएं, परंपरागत प्रथाएं और तथा न्याय तक सीमित पहुंच इन सब महिलाओं के विधिक रूप से सशक्त होने से रोकती है। इस शोध पत्र का उद्देश्य आदिवासी ग्रामीण महिलाओं का विधिक सशक्तिकरण का समालोचनात्मक विश्लेषण करना है। यह महिला एवं विधि विमर्श यह स्पष्ट करता है कि न्याय और सशक्तिकरण केवल सैद्धांतिक नहीं है, बल्कि वे वास्तविक अनुभवों से जुड़ी हुई है, जो अधिकार, संस्थाओं और न्यायिक उपचारों तक पहुंच निर्मित होती है। आदिवासी एवं ग्रामीण महिलाएं दोहरे हाशिए पर हैं। वे महिलाएं होने के कारण लैंगिक भेदभाव तथा आदिवासी एवं ग्रामीण पिछड़ेपन के कारण भी भेदभाव का सामना करती हैं। यद्यपि संविधान के अनुच्छेद 14 समानता, अनुच्छेद 15 विशेष संरक्षण, अनुच्छेद 21 गरिमा में जीवन के अधिकार प्रदान करता है, फिर भी इन प्रावधानों का लाभ आदिवासी एवं ग्रामीण महिलाओं तक समान रूप से नहीं पहुंच पाता है। यह स्थिति न्याय के लिए न्यूनता को उजागर करती है, जहां कानून की उपस्थिति के बाद भी न्याय की अनुपस्थिति दिखाई देती है। अतः यह आवश्यक है कि समकालीन समाज में महिलाओं के विधिक सशक्तिकरण का केवल अधिकारों के अस्तित्व के रूप में ही नहीं, बल्कि न्याय की वास्तविक उपलब्धता के रूप में देखा जाए। समकालीन समाज में विधि को महिला सशक्तिकरण का प्रभावी साधन माना जाता है। महिला एवं विधि विमर्श यह दर्शाता है कि न्याय और सशक्तिकरण केवल विधायी घोषणाओं से नहीं, बल्कि उनके प्रभावी क्रियान्वयन से सुनिश्चित होता है। विधिक आश्वासनों और सामाजिक वास्तविकताओं के बीच यह गहरा अंतर विद्यमान है। भारतीय समाज में महिलाएं जो दोहरे हाशिए पर हैं, जिसके कारण उनके साथ लैंगिक भेदभाव तो हो ही रहा है, दूसरी ओर आर्थिक सामाजिक भेदभाव और पिछड़ेपन के कारण न्याय प्रणाली की पहुंच उन तक सीमित रहती है। आदिवासी एवं ग्रामीण महिलाओं के लिए विधिक सशक्तिकरण आवश्यक है, परंतु यह तब भी हो सकता है जब विधि के सामाजिक वास्तविकताओं के प्रति संवेदनशील हो। विधिक सशक्तिकरण का अर्थ केवल कानून की जानकारी तक ही सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि वह व्यक्ति की उस क्षमता को दर्शाता है जिसके माध्यम से वह अपने अधिकारों की पहचान कर सके, उनकी क्षमता को दर्शाता है जिसके माध्यम से वह अपने अधिकारों की पहचान कर सके, उनका प्रयोग कर सके और न्याय प्राप्त कर सके। महिलाओं के संदर्भ में यह सशक्तिकरण केवल संरक्षण का ही विषय नहीं, बल्कि विधिक प्रक्रिया में सक्रिय सहभागी बनाता है। महिलाओं के संदर्भ में विधिक सशक्तिकरण का उद्देश्य पितृसत्तात्मक संरचना से उन्हें मुक्त कर न्यायिक प्रणाली में एक सक्रिय भागीदारी बनाता है। आदिवासी एवं ग्रामीण महिलाओं के लिए विधिक सशक्तिकरण का अर्थ विशेष रूप से महत्वपूर्ण है, क्योंकि सामाजिक संरचना और परंपरागत नियम, प्रथाएं, अनौपचारिक न्याय तंत्र प्रभावी भूमिका निभाते हैं। न्याय की अवधारणा यहाँ से औपचारिक नहीं बल्कि सार्थक है, जो कि सामाजिक आर्थिक असमानताओं एवं शक्ति संतुलन को संबोधित करती है। कई बार ये प्रथाएं महिलाओं के अधिकारों के विपरीत भी कार्य करती हैं। ऐसी स्थिति में औपचारिक कानून और सामाजिक वास्तविकता के बीच एक संघर्ष की स्थिति उत्पन्न होती है। इनके वैचारिक आधार है। नारीवादी सिद्धांत यह मानता है कानून प्रायः पितृसत्तात्मक सामाजिक संरचनाओं से प्रभावित है, इसलिए महिलाओं के अनुभवों को पूर्ण रूप से यह प्रतिबिंबित नहीं कर पाता। आदिवासी ग्रामीण महिलाओं के संदर्भ में इंटरसेक्शनलिटी का सिद्धांत अत्यंत प्रासंगिक हो जाता है, क्योंकि ये महिलाएं एक सामाजिक न्याय का सिद्धांत रेखांकित करती है। समानता का अर्थ और समान व्यवहार नहीं, बल्कि समान अवसर सुनिश्चित करना है। इसी सिद्धांत के प्रकाश में आदिवासी ग्रामीण महिलाओं के विशेष संरक्षण उपायों की आवश्यकता को समझा जा सकता है। महिला सशक्तिकरण के लिए संवैधानिक एवं विधायी ढांचे भी बनाए गए हैं, जैसा कि बताया गया कि अनुच्छेद 14 विधि की समक्ष समता की गारंटी देता है। अनुच्छेद 15(3) राज्य में महिलाओं के विशेष संरक्षण से संबंधित है। वही अनुच्छेद 21 महिलाओं को गरिमामय जीवन को शारीरिक और मानसिक रूप से सुरक्षा का जुड़ाव से संबंधित है। वही अनुच्छेद 39A उनकी न्याय तक समान पहुंच को सुनिश्चित करता है। इसके साथ ही एक अनुच्छेद 46 जो आदिवासी महिलाओं के लिए विशेष महत्व रखता है, जो अनुसूचित जनजातियों को सामाजिक एवं आर्थिक हितों की रक्षा का दायित्व राज्य पर डालता है। आदिवासी महिलाओं के लिए और भी काफी अधिनियम बनाए गए हैं, जिनमें है उनके संरक्षण के लिए बनाया गया है घरेलू हिंसा अधिनियम, अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति अत्याचार निवारण अधिनियम, विधिक सेवा प्राधिकरण अधिनियम, पंचायत अनुसूचित क्षेत्रों का विस्तार अधिनियम, वन अधिकार अधिनियम एटसेट्रा। इन विधियों का उद्देश्य महिलाओं को संरक्षण, न्याय और भागीदारी प्रदान करना है, किंतु क्रियान्वयन स्तर पर इनकी प्रभावशीलता सीमित बनी हुई है। और आदिवासी ग्रामीण महिलाओं के लिए समान पारिश्रमिक, मातृत्व लाभ जैसे अधिनियम भी आए हैं जो उनके कानून तक पहुंच के लिए महत्वपूर्ण साधन हैं। तथापि इन विधियों का प्रभावी क्रियान्वयन आज भी एक गंभीर चुनौती बना हुआ है। इसके अतिरिक्त आदिवासी ग्रामीण महिलाओं की समस्याएं हैं वह बहुआयामी है। निरक्षरता, विधिक अज्ञानता, आर्थिक निर्भरता, जिसके कारण सशक्तिकरण में ये प्रमुख बाधाएं बन रही हैं। कई बार सामाजिक संरचनाएं और पितृसत्तात्मक सोच भी निर्णय निर्माण से महिलाओं को दूर रखे हुए हैं। इसके बाद भूमि संसाधन जैसे भूमि अधिग्रहण, विकास परियोजना कारण विस्थापन, वनों के संसाधन, उनके निजीकरण, इनकी आजीविका ने भी इनके पारस्परिक साधनों का लोप इनके जीवन आधार को कई हिस्सों को प्रभावित करती है। इसके अतिरिक्त पोषण, शिक्षा, सुरक्षा, बाल विवाह, घरेलू हिंसा, मानव तस्करी जैसी चुनौतियां भी अभी भी वहां पर विद्यमान है। महिला सशक्तिकरण के सर्वोच्च न्याय तक पहुंच में भी कई बाधाएं हैं। भौगोलिक दूरी, आर्थिक संसाधनों की कमी, ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में न्यायिक संस्थाओं की भौगोलिक दूरी, भाषा संबंधी समस्याएं, आर्थिक संसाधनों की भी कमी है, जो उन्हें न्याय से कहीं ना कहीं वंचित कर रही हैं। इन महिलाओं के लिए न्यायिक प्रक्रिया प्रायः जटिल, खर्चीली और समय साधक होती है। पुलिस और जी मैम,
Kindly conclude, ma'am. 5 minutes is given to you.
just one case only. भारतीय न्यायालय ने भी कई बार समय समय पर कई निर्णयों के माध्यम से महिलाओं की सुरक्षा और रक्षा के हेतु कोई प्रगतिशील दृष्टिकोण अपना, जैसा कि विशाखापट्टनम राजस्थान राज्य में था, कार्यस्थल पर गरिमा से संबंधित कार्य, जिसमें कार्यस्थल पर यौन उत्पीड़न से दिशा निर्देश दिए गए थे। लक्ष्मी बनाम भारत संघ, जिसमें एसिड अटैक पीड़ितों के अधिकारों के बारे में बताया, मुआवजा के बारे में कहा। आदिवासी विकास में नर्मदा बचाओ आंदोलन बनाम भारत संघ में विस्थापन विकास के बारे में, ओडिशा माइनिंग में आदिवासी अधिकार और ग्राम सभा के बारे में। परंतु इन सब का प्रभाव जो है शहरी स्तरों पर अधिक है, ग्रामीण स्तरों पर अभी भी इनका अधिकार कहीं ना कहीं न्यूनतम है। कंक्लूड मैं करूंगी डायरेक्ट इसको, तो निष्कर्ष तो ये ढांचा मजबूत करना चाहिए, क्रियान्वयन जहाँ कमजोर है तो सशक्तिकरण की सहभागी प्रक्रिया और इनकी सबकी आवश्यकता है अभी सशक्तिकरण की। इसके लिए सुझाव ये रहेंगे, व्यापक विधि स्तर पर कार्यक्रम अपनाया जाए, स्थानीय भाषा में विधिक साक्षरता प्रदान की जाए, जिससे वह जो समझेंगी तभी तो उनके अधिकारों का उपयोग कर सकती हैं। इसलिए उनके लिए उनकी स्थानीय भाषा में जागरूकता कार्यक्रम लगाए जाए। लैंगिक एवं सांस्कृतिक संवेदनशीलता यानी कि पुलिस और न्याय प्रशासन को संवेदनशील ट्रेनिंग दी जाए। स्थानीय भाषा में निःशुल्क विधिक सहायता, मोबाइल क्लिनिक उपलब्ध कराया जाए। नीति निर्माण में महिलाओं की सक्रिय भागीदारी हो, नीति निर्माण में उनको 30% आरक्षण दिया जाए, क्रियान्वयन किया जाए जो दिया गया है, और समुदाय पर आधारित न्याय तंत्र का सुदृढ़ीकरण किया जाए। पंचायत में जो उनको अधिकार दिए गए हैं उनका भी उचित रूप से पालन हो। बेटी सशक्तिकरण न्यायपूर्ण जीवन की एक आधारशिला है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, madam. Thank you so much for the nice presentation.
Thank you.
I requested all the present that 5 minutes is given to all present for the presentation. Right, get the limit of that 5 minutes because there are so many present who are here. So, not exceed the time at 5 minutes.
Ma'am, your voice is not coming.
Hello, am I audible?
Not clear, madam. Your voice is not clear.
Hello, I requested all presenter to conclude your presentation within 5 minutes only. And there are so many other presenters who are in queue. So requested to conclude your presentation in 5 minutes. Do not exceed your time. Yes, the next presenter is Manjushri Mishra. Yes, am I audible? Manjushri Mishra. Manjushri Mishra, Dr. Manjushri Mishra, are you there? I think that's not present. The next presenter is Harshavardhan Solanki.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start the presentation.
Uh, Good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. First of all, good evening. Good afternoon. My topic is empowerment on paper, silence in practice, challenges to women-centered law in India. I am Harshvardhan Solanki, student of law from DY Patil Law College, Pune. I will start my presentation. First slide introduction. This slide talks about the actual aim for women law or the reason for women-centered law. It is to address unjust done with women for the course of the time and discrimination done with the women in the history of entire world. As you can know, as we know, in the history of our world, women have been suppressed since the start, or may we can say from for a long time. It is to ensure these laws are to ensure women are not suppressed and are given equal rights. Also to keep them from harm's way. This slide also talks about how laws are formed and maintained. Also how they work. The laws are placed, committed, and vowed by the Constitution itself. Types of laws and branches which works in the field of women safety and empowerment, like criminal laws, family laws, and labor laws. This slide also talks about how the intent of legislative is not fulfilled because of the lack of implementation on ground level. The laws are there, those the laws are there, but there are few laws which are not really used in women's day-to-day life, but still exist. Uh, the central paradox in pursuit of one goal results in its opposite or failure. Laws made for encouraging, empowering women ended up misused against men. Laws exist yet. Justice is not given. Justice is given, but not to all. Women still in the modern time period hesitate to approach justice system or any legal matters because of intimidation. Need is to not just formulate law, but to implement them. Misuse and challenges. This slide talks about nothing is perfect. There is always all there is always will be pros and cons, just like that. Also in women's central laws, concern related to this are illegal misuse done by women for self gains, inconstant legislative interpretation. Means this creates unpredictability in making laws. Consequences. The consequences are judicial carelessness dilutes and reinforcement weakens. Genuine grievances gets overshadowed. Risk of enforcing. Risk of enforcing ideology. Ideology of man being superior or the patriarchal system may rise again. Marginalization of women, voice or and under representation of women, it may rise because of this. Structural barrier faced by women. Lack of legal awareness and knowledge. This is a main problem. We can say there is lack of knowledge in women about their own laws. Hyper social values, uh, depth on others for daily needs. They are dependent. Women are dependent on others for their needs in legal terms. The impacts are there is limited minimal representation in legal area of women in general. Women are silenced, which affect the rights and dignity of themselves. Implementation gaps, challenges at ground level. As you know, there are many challenges in ground level. Like women are not still educated on village areas. As for an example, if a family member of mine who is going to address some legal queries, and they need a sign or signature of a woman of my family. The woman is not told about what is it about. They are just asked to sign. Uneven implementation of law, like their laws are implemented, but they are unevenly distributed. Like the sections which need implementation are not even considered yet. Delayed to deliver justice, delayed to deliver justice, time and right to person. They are delayed. Justice is delayed. Weak support system to maintain order, which results in weakening of the potential which the law possesses. Also results in decreasing of it's over, man. Just to also results in of decreasing trust of legal institutions, legal social preservatives and way forward. Empowerment of women is directly dependent on law. Trust empowerment requires institutions capable of fast and effective representation. Social ideology should change alongside the legal reforms. Gender sensitive adjudication and etc. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Arshvardhan. Thank you so much. Again, I requested all presenters at the time that the 5 minute is given to each presenter for presentation. You are required to cover your presentation within 5 minutes, and I requested all presenters.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but your voice is not coming clearly. So please tell me what you want.
Yes, am I audible clearly?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, yes. I requested all presenter not just to read the presentation. You are required to focus on your main points. You have made your main points heard, and just do not read. And they consider that the 5 minutes is given to each presenter because there are so many presenters. So just think about the timing ones. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. The next is Dr. Neela. Dr. Neela. Present,
Ma'am, voice is not coming.
am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it? Neela? ma'am is not present. Dr. Shilpi Jain, next one. Dr. Shilpi Jain. Are you present, ma'am? Dr. Shilpi Jain. I think ma'am is also not present. The next is Rashmi Gupta, Mrs. Rashmi Gupta.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, yes. You can start the presentation.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are totally okay.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. First of all, very good evening to one and all, and wishes you all happy Mahashivratri. And I'm Assistant Professor Mrs. Rashmi Gupta from PMC College of Excellence, Vivekanand PG College, Maihar, Madhya Pradesh. And heartiest gratitude and thanks to all honorable person present over here. From bottom of my heart to giving me this a greatest opportunity to present my papers and about this most prominent topic. So my topic is women health and reproductive rights in the context of women and law, rights, justice and empowerment in contemporary society. Women's health and reproductive rights are central issues to contemporary discussion on law, justice, and empowerment. Reproductive rights are not limited to medical concern, they involve constitutional protection, human dignity, and gender equality. This paper examines women's reproductive rights from a legal perspective, with particular focus on abortion law, maternal health, surrogacy regulation, and the principles of bodily autonomy. It analyzes how legislation, judicial decision, and human rights framework influence women's abilities to exercise reproductive choice. From a legal standpoint, abortion is a closely linked to the rights to privacy, personal liberties, and dignities. Courts in many jurisdictions have interpreted reproductive choice as a part of fundamental rights, recognizing that decisions regarding pregnancy directly affect a woman's physical and mental integrity. However, legal restriction, procedural barriers, and social stigma often limit practical access to safe abortion services. This paper also highlights maternal health as a state obligation, emphasizing access to safe medical care, institutional delivery, and the reproductive health care services as essential components of the right to life and health. The study concludes that genuine empowerment requires not only formal legal recognition but also effective implementation, awareness, and gender sensitive policies that ensure substantive equality in society. Now, I have challenges to women's health and reproductive rights in today's society. That is, first, is strict and confusing law, poor access to health care, social pressure and cultural stigma, economic inequality, political and policies challenges, and emerging challenges with technology, intersectional challenges. Now, in conclusion, women's reproductive rights today face many challenges. Addressing these challenges require clear and consistent law that respect women's bodily autonomy, affordable, accessible, and high quality healthcare, awareness campaign and education programs to reduce stigma, policies that support economic and social equality. Only when these barriers are removed can women truly enjoy their reproductive rights and achieve empowerment, health, and justice in modern society. Now, in conclusion, advancing women's health and reproductive rights require a comprehensive approaches, one that combines clear legal framework, accessible health care, social support, education, and empowerment. Only then women can enjoy true freedom, equality, and justice, and only then can society achieve sustainable progress where women's voice, choice, and health are fully respected and protected. Thank you so much. And again, thanks to all honorable person. And this is very brilliant session, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am. Your voice is not coming, please. Yes, ma'am.
Audible now?
Not audible, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, not audible. Your voice is interrupted, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rashmi Gita madam, for the nice presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Point which is related to the women health. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Dr. Suresh Kumar. Dr. Suresh Kumar. Are you present? Dr. Suresh Kumar. Sorry, present. The next presenter is Dr. Jajbir Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am.
can start.
Can I share my PPT?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes.
Namaskar to everyone. I am Dr. Jajbir Singh. My presentation topic is the Ayurveda as a framework for the women, justice and empowerment, integrating of the indigenous health knowledge with the law, rights, and the social equity in the contemporary society. And first of all, the background of this study, the women justice traditionally addressed through the law and the policy framework, and persistent gap remain in the health equity, bodily autonomy, and psychologically well-being and cultural dignity, and need for the holistic justice models. And Ayurveda offer a indigenous, preventive, and ethical framework, and central idea that of the justice is incomplete without of the health, dignity, and the well-being. And the abstract overview of this study, that of the Ayurveda view health, ethics, and the social harmony as interconnected, and women recognized as a foundation of the societal stability, and a mixed method research conducted among of the women participants, and statistically findings show the strong association between the Ayurveda awareness and the empowerment, and integrating Ayurveda law framework proposed, and key message out of the holistic health strengthening the social justice. And the introduction of this study, that of the women justice, a multi-dimensional concept, including that of the legal equality, and the health security, and reproductive autonomy, and psychological well-being, and social dignity, and modern justice system, that of the reactive and policy-driven, and offer ignoring health reality, and Ayurveda, that of the preventive, ethical, and the person-centered. And the women in Ayurvedic view, that of the context, show the respect and the protection of the women, specialize the healthcare across of the life stages, and mental and the reproductive health, and the social responsibility towards of the women, and refer classical sources, that of the Church Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, and Kashyap Samhita, and that provide the reference literature. That also of the problem statement, that of the despite of the legal progress, women facing of the disproportionate of the health burden, and limited reproductive autonomy, and the medicalization without of the informed consent, and psychosocial stress, and marginalization of the indigenous knowledge, and gap identify of the legal justice, that it is not a part of the health justice. And then aim and object of this study, that aim to explore of the Ayurveda as a way holistic indigenous framework for the women justice and the empowerment, and the objective of the analysis of the Ayurveda perspective on the dignity and the right, and assess of the awareness of the women centering of the principles, and the evaluate the empowerment outcome, and propose the Ayurveda law integrated model. And the literature review inside that of the literature indicate of the health is the foundation of the human rights, and healthcare improve of the participation, and Ayurvedic counseling enhance the autonomy, and the legal framework lacks of the preventive health integration, and indigenous knowledge support of the sustainable justice. And the research gap of that of the existing study, that focus on the law or the health separately, and missing element that of the integrated the health of the justice framework, and present study empirical linkage between of the Ayurveda awareness and the empowerment. And the hypothesis of the study, that of the null hypothesis, that of the no association between of the Ayurvedic awareness and the empowerment. And another, that of the alternative hypothesis, that indicated the Ayurvedic awareness significantly influences of the dignity and the autonomy. And the research methodology of the study, that of the study design of the mixed method approach of the descriptive plus analytical, and study setting of the women Ayurvedic academic institution, and participant of the patient, student, faculty, and the healthcare professionals, sample size of the 120 women. And the data collection of the data of the primary data of the structure questionnaire, and Linkard scale, empowerment index, and focus group discussion, and scanning data of the classical text, government report, and the research journals. And statistical analysis, that of the different statistical analysis tools, that of the descriptive statics, and the chi-square test used, and significantly there will be value less than of 0.05, and the purpose to measure of the association between the awareness and the empowerment. And awareness finding that show that awareness of the Ayurvedic women centering concept, that is high awareness 45.8%, and moderate 37.5%, and low 16.7%, and the majority of the demonstrating of the meaningfully approach to the Ayurvedic principle. And the empowerment dominance influenced in the Ayurveda, that of the Ayurveda improve of the health, decision making, and self-respect, and dignity, and emotional resilience, and reproductive awareness, and lifestyle. And the statistical result of this study, that of the association analysis, that of the chi-square test value, that is 11.92, that is the less than p is equal to less than of 0.05%, that indicate that show the null hypothesis is rejected and the alternative hypothesis acceptable, that of the significant association confirmed, and the interpretation of the data Ayurvedic awareness positively influence of the empowerment. And the key result, that was 71% of the improved health decision making, and 69% of the enhance of the bodily dignity, and 74% linked Ayurveda with of the empowerment and strong justice prescription observed. And the outcome of this study, that of the preventive healthcare awareness, and psychological resilience, and reproductive health literacy, and increased self-worth and dignities. And the conceptual model that show the Ayurveda, then of the health ethics and empowerment, and of the social justice and practicing contribution of the Dincharya, Ritucharya, and Sattvaja Chikitsa, and Acharya, and that also indicate the ethical living, and the justice define of the Swasthya, that of the holistic balance. And these are the discussion of the study, that of the Ayurveda expand of the justice behind of the legality, and that of the modern law, as well as of the Ayurvedic approach, that modern law represent the reactive, and whereas the Ayurvedic approach, that of the preventive, and then modern rights basis, and the Ayurvedic approach, that of the responsibility basis, and the modern law as well of the institutional, and Ayurvedic approach, that of the lifestyle centered, and the modern law, that of the external regulation, and the Ayurvedic approach indicated the internal empowerment. And the recommendation of the study, that was the integrated Ayurveda into the gender and the legal education and community women wellness program, and interdisciplinary research initiative and policy inclusion of the indigenous framework. And the future scope of this study, that of the human empowerment study and public health integration, and a national women welfare program, and global indigenous justice models. And these are conclusion of this study, that of the Ayurveda provide of the cultural and legitimacies, and the ethical health framework, and the preventive of the empowerment of the model of the holistic justice paradigm, that indicating of the integration of the Ayurveda and the law, and that provide of the sustainable women justice. And these are the references used in my study. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patil.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ayurveda in regarding human justice. It's really a very nice topic. It's a very different topic, how the Ayurveda is like women centric, and how the Ayurveda help for the human justice. It's a very nice topic.
Thank you.
Many aspects regarding Ayurveda, how it's helping human justice. It's a really good presentation. Nice presentation. Thank you so much. The next is the next presenter. Again, I request all presenters
Ma'am, your voice is literally not coming clear. Please remove, if you don't mind, please remove your earphone. Actually, I think problem is in your earphone. Can you remove your earphone? Voice is not clearly coming.
Audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it's now clear. Yes, I again requested all the members, please consider the time limits which are given to you. It is 5 minutes which are given to each presenter. So think about it. And I requested all the presenters not just to give the presentation. Okay. So the next presenter is Dr. Amruta Tiwari. Yes, is Amruta, are you present? Dr. Amruta Tiwari, I think ma'am is not present. Then the next one is Dr. Sri Devi.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Yeah, good evening to all. My topic is women-centric legislation in India, analysis of laws relating to the domestic violence, sexual harassment, dowry as well as a work safety. So first and foremost, let me tell you that regarding the India has an extensive history throughout the centuries. Its legal system has transferred to the reflect the evolving social and cultural dynamics. However, women have historically faced disadvantages, so many challenges under the law. Unfortunately, some of the existing laws for women in India continue to be discriminatory and detrimental. So right now we are having the rights of women in India, right? That is a right to maintenance, right to equal pay, right to dignity and decency, right against the domestic violence. So where we can say that it's always the news that a daughter, wife, daughter-in-law faces harassment and abuse, not only the sexual but physical and mental too. So that's why, and the next one will be the rights at workplace. Yes, of course, each and every woman is entitled to work environment that's safe and conducive to their well-being. It is crucial that they are the free from any form of the discrimination or the harassment. The Constitution, along with the legislation such as the Equal Remuneration Act of 1975, Maternity Relief Benefit Act of 1961, and Sexual Harassment of Women Workplace, that is the Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act of 2013, guarantees the rights of women, and we are having a right against the dowry and even the while where a woman cannot pay for his legal support, so we are having a right to free legal aid and right to self-defense, and even we are having a laws for women in India, the Protection of Women from the Domestic Violence Act in the year 2005, where we can say that it is one of the key act. So where it is one of the key act where we can say that women in India are meant for protecting women who are oppressed by the domestic violence, and the law provides a strict legal action against the husband and the harassments and the abuses and women in their own houses. And the next one, we are on the Dowry Prohibition Act. The main intention the act was to stop the menace of dowry in India. It completely prohibited the giving and taking of the dowry. It also aims to protect women who want to get married but are not able to because of the dowry demands from the prospective groom's side. And the next one will be the very important thing, that is a Sexual Harassment of Women Workplace, the Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013, where it deals with the sexual harassment of women at the workplace. It provides a legal basis that will help to curb any such harassment and protects the women, hence creating a safe and fair working atmosphere free from the harassment women and their abusers. And even we can say that, so although we are having so many laws, so many acts, but although we are going to have a certain challenges, in what way we have to come forward with that? And first and foremost, let me tell you that in an ancient and the medieval period or the colonial period, so we can say that the women were totally, they have got in ancient India, women enjoyed a relatively high status. Morning madam has told that, so we are going to be ladies. I mean, the women were considered as the goddesses. So there will be no reactions. Whatever they are doing, just we have to accept that. So that is the thing. Ancient in a medieval period, they were educated, more could participate in a philosophical discussion where we can take an example with the Sharana Sahitya, where the Akka Mahadevi and where we used to call it as a Anubhava Mantapa. So there also they have given a women reservation, 50% reservation was there. So we can say that women were highly regarded, and even in our constitution, the Constitution of India, so it provides a strong foundations for the women rights, Article 14, 15 and 16, which guarantees the equality before the law, prohibit the discrimination which is based on the sex, and ensure the equal opportunity in the public employment respectively. And even Article 39, where it directs the state to ensure that men and women equally have the right to adequate means of livelihood. And even we are having a several significant laws, the Hindu Marriage Act 1955, the Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, and even the Domestic Violence Act 2005. So even now the current state of women rights, we can say that, just I will wind up the thing. We are going to have we are getting a significant role where we are going to get a education, ample of employment opportunity, and also the women representation of politics has seen upward trend with the introduction of the reservation in the local bodies, the Women's Reservation Bill, which proposes to reserve 33% of the seats in the Lok Sabha and the state legislative assemblies for women is still, but it's still in pending. And regarding the health and the safety, India has made a progress in improving women's health, particularly maternal health. And however, issues like female foeticide, malnutrition and lack of access of a health care, it continue to affect a woman's health. And lastly, the challenges, socio-cultural barriers we are having, legal and implementation gaps. Yes, of course, we are having so many acts and the laws. Despite the strong legal framework, the implementation of the laws protecting the women's rights is often weak. Corruption, lack of awareness, and societal pressure contribute the gap and the economic dependence. And sorry for interrupting the time limit. And thank you, one and all, giving me an opportunity to present my paper. Thank you, one and all the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Sridevi, ma'am, for presentation. Thank you so much. Again, I requested all the presenter, please consider the time limit which are given. 5 minutes is given to each and every presenter. It is not possible for me, or I think it's not every time it's good to interrupt the presenter while they are presenting. So it requested to all presenter to think about the time and conclude your presentation within 5 minutes. Okay. So the next is Sangeeta Mashram, the next presenter. Yes, Ms. Sangeeta, are you there? I think madam is not present. Then the next is Professor G. Mary Sunanda. Professor G. Mary Sunanda, are you present?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Respected Preeti ma'am and Brajesh Kumarji and other dignitaries, guests and speakers. Warm good evening, namaskar, adab to you all. The title of my presentation is The Decision Making of Women Promotes Literacy and Accelerates the Growth of Social Change. In this, what is the role of education? Okay. So, this is a paper taken from the data is taken from the secondary sources, and then I prepared the presentation. Women, as we all know, play a very important role in family and society. Though women is not coming out of their homes, still they have a very big connectivity. So with that, they play a very important role in the community. Decision-making power influences literacy and development. Education empowers women, bring positive and social change. Then what is here comes in the fraction of the second, I would like to say decision making is nothing but there are the theories of decision making. Imagine a house as a very big institution and the institution where a woman is coming and working. So in that, if a woman is sitting along with the family members and making decision for each and everything, that is known as the participative decision making. Like that, there are rational decision making theories, bounded rationality theories, intuitive decision making theories, Bloom-Yatton model. In this Bloom-Yatton model, what is given, at an institution, if the particular head of this institution is sitting with everyone and taking decisions, then such targets would get much results. Okay. Women has ability to make independent choices. Woman is empowered, like if she really sticks to education and if she really understands the constitutional rights, still her empowerment shines from time to time. Okay. Her participation in household and community decisions, economic and social independence. Okay. The literacy, if a farmer is not educated but he is knowledgeable, how he is knowledgeable means he can take his own decisions or she can take decisions. Literacy, by literacy what do we mean? We mean by ability to read and write, awareness of rights and responsibilities. See, speed and accuracy both are important. When you are going in speed, it is not meant that you should dash everyone. Okay, isn't it? So, access to information and opportunities. One particular year we celebrated International Women's Day, but really a particular woman is not aware of it. There is lack of information related in it. See, with regard to education will act as a tool for empowerment. Then what is social change? Social change. Changing the social. Social means society. In that, what do we have in society? We have social institution, behaviors are there, relationships are there, cultural patterns are there, human interaction is there, isn't it? So bringing change in such things. A woman should restrict herself to the household things. A man should talk to the milk vendor while giving the. This is not the case in social change. Okay. How social change can be brought by technological factors, economic influence, political systems, policies, cultural transformation, demographic shifts, etc. Education is really a tool for social change. How it is builds confidence and self-esteem, develops critical thinking skills, enhances leadership qualities. How critical thinking means what? In Telangana, women are traveling by without taking a bus ticket. Then they are doing this for the last 2 years. Then what are they doing with that same amount is a critical thinking question. Okay. One should not punish for such questions. Students should be allowed to ask any type of questions in the classroom. So education, a teacher has a very important role too. It is a link between education and decision making. Educated women make informed decisions, better financial management, improved health and family welfare. Educated mothers support children's education, reduce child mortality rate, improve nutrition and healthcare practices. For example, in our morning sessions, one madam has taken the name of Savitri by mother. Okay, and when she opened so many schools and her students, look at them, they all are now empowered, and so much is there her decision making capacity as a result of her decision making capacity. Then age related things like 18 to 21 or 21 to 18. One more lady was also very, from the bottom of her heart, she spoke a lot. So such things, like this, if they are educated, well educated, then they can be addressed very well and given chance to come out of that. Economic independence, access to employment opportunities, entrepreneurship, development, financial decision making power. If a woman is sitting and asking with all her children and family members, mother-in-law and father-in-law, shall I go out and work? Are you all willing to allow me? That is a kind of decision making. Okay. Awareness about social issues, participation in social movements, community development initiatives, all these can be achieved with the help of the education. Role in political participation, increased involvement in governance, representation in local bodies, policy making influence. Okay. Literacy and rural development. Really, in rural development, the education has a very important role to play. Knowledge of hygiene and sanitation, family planning awareness, prevention of diseases, family planning awareness. In one particular sarpanch was disqualified because she has 3 children. Okay, so like that, if she says no, then saying no is a very important step for decision making. Okay, important leadership. Breaking the cycle of poverty. Education creates job opportunities, increase household income. Yeah, in a one fraction of this second. Digital literacy, online learning platforms, access to global information, gender discrimination, all these things can be tackled if education is improved and given. Government also given Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, free and compulsory education policies, women empowerment schemes, encouraging girls' education, providing safe learning environments, community support, starting of NGO, working for NGO, doing some work for without any money. Case studies of successful women are there. Like just now I mentioned one or two. Women leaders and entrepreneurs, educators and social reformers, inspirational stories, like this, sustainable development can happen in social change with the help of education and also by taking a proper decision making. In education, if you have sustainable development goals like quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities, all these relate to what you call the decision making, education role, etc. is a key to literacy growth. Women's decision making is key to literacy growth. Education is the foundation of empowerment, and it definitely accelerates our social change brighter way. Okay. So in education, students should ask for change of assignment, like degree level, 10th level, 12 level. Okay, at any level, students should come forward to ask the authorities to change the assignment styles. Okay, so like this, because education examination is a necessary evil, one should write the examination to get the certificate. But how much they are panicked while writing the examination. So that is why in education also so much of reforms are required. With that thing, I really thank everyone for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a nice presentation. You are covered very well points, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am.
The next presenter is Anupriya Arya.
Ma'am, those who have presented
Good
can
afternoon, ma'am.
or we
Good
have
afternoon,
to
everyone.
wait for feedback.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, those who have presented can drop down or we have to wait for the feedback form, ma'am.
Just let me take the information and inform.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhanu Priyare. I am from Gwalior. मेरा टॉपिक इज भारत में महिलाओं के खिलाफ साइबर अपराध। भारत में महिलाओं के खिलाफ साइबर अपराध आज के टाइम पे बहुत सारे हो रहे हैं। जैसे कि महिलाएं कोई भी पोस्ट करती हैं, शेयर करती हैं, तो उन्हें हर चीज का इस चीज का डर रहता है कि वो पोस्ट करें या नहीं करें, उन फोटोज को डालें या नहीं डालें, वीडियोस को डालें या नहीं डालें, तो उनसे कैसे अपराध किए जा रहे हैं, इसके बारे में आज हम चर्चा करते हैं। भारत में महिलाओं के खिलाफ साइबर अपराध बढ़ते ही जा रहे हैं, जिनमें साइबर स्टॉकिंग, उत्पीड़न, मॉर्फिंग और रिवेंज पॉर्न शामिल हैं। ऐसे अपराध भारत में तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं। भारत ही नहीं बल्कि तमाम देशों में सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट्स को लोग अक्सर धमकाने, ब्लैकमेल करने या फ्रॉड करने या असली सामग्री को बनाने और उनको साझा करने के लिए करते हैं। सोशल मीडिया आज के समय में समाज का एक बड़ा हिस्सा हो गया है, जहां लोग सोशल साइट्स का इस्तेमाल किसी जानकारी को प्राप्त करने के लिए करते हैं। वहीं कुछ लोग ऐसे साइट्स का इस्तेमाल अश्लील सामग्री को बनाने के लिए करते हैं, गलत कार्य करने के लिए करते हैं। ऐसे ही कुछ अपराध महिलाओं के खिलाफ भी होते हैं, जैसे कि साइबर स्टॉकिंग और बुलिंग। सोशल मीडिया पर लगातार परेशान करना, पीछा करना या उनको डराना, महिलाओं को डराना, अश्लील सामग्री को बनाना, उनकी फोटोज को चोरी करके, उनकी आईडी या सोशल नेटवर्किंग साइट से चोरी करके उनकी फोटो से छेड़छाड़ करना, एडिटिंग करना, या फिर सेक्सटॉर्शन, प्राइवेट फोटोज को या उनकी वीडियोज को जो जिनके पास होते हैं तो वो पैसे की मांग करते हैं उनके बदले, या यौन संबंध की बात करते हैं, पहचान की चोरी करना। बहुत से लोग ऐसे होते हैं कि अपनी आईडीज को फेक आईडीज को बनाते हैं और उनका गलत यूज करते हैं, किसी महिलाओं को धमकाने के लिए करते हैं या उनकी फोटोज को चोरी करने के लिए, उनसे फ्रेंडशिप करने के लिए करते हैं। वित्तीय धोखाधड़ी, ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग या बैंकिंग के माध्यम से भी ठगी करते हैं लोग, और इस मामले में ज्यादातर महिलाएं उनका शिकार बनती हैं। डॉक्सिंग, किसी महिला की पर्सनल जानकारी को उसकी सहमति के बिना सार्वजनिक करना, जैसे उनके फोन नंबर, उनका पता। कैटफिशिंग एक ऐसा साइबर अपराध है जिसमें झूठी पहचान बनाकर किसी महिला से मित्रता कर जाल में फंसाना, आर्थिक शोषण करना। इनके कारण क्या हैं? अब हम बात करते हैं इनके कारणों की। सोशल मीडिया का अत्यधिक उपयोग करते हैं लोग, लेकिन वहीं पर कुछ लोग इसका दुरुपयोग भी करते हैं। लैंगिक भेदभाव आज के समाज में आज भी कहीं ना कहीं लैंगिक भेदभाव भी है। जैसे कि मैम ने अभी बोला था कि इक्वालिटी, जेंडर इक्वालिटी बहुत बहुत जरूरी है और तकनीकी ज्ञान और जागरूकता की कमी। आज भी महिलाएं, कुछ महिलाएं या कुछ ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की महिलाएं आज भी शिक्षित नहीं है या फिर उनमें सोशल मीडिया के लिए अभी जानकारी इतनी मतलब प्राप्त नहीं है, उन्हें जागरूक नहीं है वो, लेकिन इंटरनेट का यूज करती हैं तो वो भी ऐसी ऐसी फिशिंग में फंस जाती हैं। एआई का दुरुपयोग, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, आज के टाइम में एआई का यूज बहुत हो रहा है। किसी महिला की फोटोज को या उनकी वीडियोस को एडिट करके या फिर एआई का यूज करके अश्लील सामग्री में बदलना, तकनीकी की पहचान की चोरी करना, नकली अकाउंट बनाकर उन्हें बदनाम करना। ऐसे ही कुछ मामले हमारे मतलब कुछ केसेस के बारे में मैं चर्चा करती हूँ। स्टेट ऑफ तमिलनाडु बनाम सुहास कट्टी का एक ये केस है जो आईटी एक्ट के तहत एक तलाकशुदा महिला के बारे में याहू की एक मैसेजिंग ग्रुप में अश्लील सामग्री और डराने वाले संदेश पोस्ट किए थे, जिसमें धारा 67 के तहत दोषित पाया गया था। रंजीत डी उदेशी, महाराष्ट्र का ये केस है। साइबर अश्लीलता की परिभाषा को इसमें स्पष्ट किया था। इसमें हिकलिंग टेस्ट का उपयोग के बारे में भी बताया गया था। Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Pimpri ma'am. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you. The next, yes, Mr. Ashok Bhargava, you can present at last. Whenever the all presentation is covered, at the last you can present your presentation. Okay, Mr. Ashok Bhargava. The next presenter is Dr. Sumit Kumar. Dr. Sumit Kumar. Yes, are you present, sir? I think sir is not present. Then the next is Dr. Gurleen Kaur. Dr. Gurleen Kaur. Yes, I think sir is not present. The next is Dr. Seema Chaudhary. Seema Chaudhary, are you present?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Dr. Gurleen. Can I present?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Just 1 minute. I'll just share my PPT.
Yes. Yes. Those whose name is not present in the list, Anu Rani, I think your name is not present in the list, so you can present at a last.
Ma'am, can I present without the PPT? Actually, मेरा चल नहीं रहा है screen ऐसे. Can I start presenting
Sure,
like
sure.
this only? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just 1 second. Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Gurleen Kaur, and currently I'm working as an assistant professor of law at Army Institute of Law, Mali. And the topic of my presentation is protection of women against ICT.
Your voice is not clear, ma'am. There is a disturbance
taken by the Indian government and the conclusions and suggestions. So basically, why are we talking about cyber crimes against women over here? It is like the advancement of technology also.
Your voice is not clear. There is many disturbance in your voice.
It can be because of affordability of the internet. That is, it is very easily available to the people. Then there is automation, there is AI, again, which makes easy for the people to commit the crime on the internet through AI. Then we have anonymity. That means the people can commit crime without disclosing their true identity also, through fake information, through fake profiles as well. So the different crimes that we can see against women, they include online stalking, cyber harassment, identity theft, impersonation is there. Then we have deepfakes, we have morphing and online defamation also. And to deal with such crimes in India, we have different laws. We have Information Technology Act of 2000 and we have the IT rules of 2021. Then we have the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita of 2023. Then we have the Indecent Representation of Women Prohibition Act of 2012. And now we have the recently enacted law, that is the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023. So these are the different acts that are dealing with different aspects of cyber crimes. And they are also offering different forms of punishments as well. And at the government level, the different initiatives that have been taken to deal with cyber crimes, it includes the National Cybercrime Reporting Portal. And we also have the Digital Shakti campaign also, which is spreading awareness among the people and specifically among the women with respect to cyber crimes and their cyber rights also. And we have the Cyber Crime Reporting Portal where the women, they can report about the different crimes that are they are facing and report them. So I will conclude my presentation. The suggestions would be that the punishments that are being given through the IT Act and the BNS, it should be increased so that people will refrain from committing more of the cyber crimes against women. Then there should be certain guidelines to deal with the cross-border cyber crimes also, because there are no such laws that deal with it. Then next, there should be accountability of the online platforms and websites that take the information of the people, including women. And then the different initiatives that are being taken by the government, they should be promoted more, and there should be more funding of those initiatives so that people know more about it. And also there should be digital awareness camps, there should be digital education should also be provided to the students at the college and the university level in itself only, so that they are more aware of about their rights, and again there is more awareness. So that is all with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Gurleen Kaur ma'am, for the presentation. Thank you so much. I forget the one name before Gurleen Kaur ma'am. Himanshu Nagda. Himanshu Nagda, are you present? Himanshu Nagda. I think not present, sir is not present. Then the next presenter is Dr. Seema Chowdhury. Dr. Seema Chowdhury, are you present? I think ma'am is not present. The next presenter is Srinivas Charlu. Dr. Srinivas Charlu. Are you present, sir? Dr. Srinivas Charlu. I think sir is not present. So the next is Arpita Mishra.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Chairperson, respected dignitaries, and dear participants. I, Arpita Mishra, Faculty of BBA Department, Thakur Rahman Sikh College, Rewa. Today I'm presenting my research on work-life balance policies and legal framework for working women. Some importance about the work-life balance. Work-life balance policies and legal protection are important because they improve job satisfaction and morale, reduce stress and burnout, promote gender equalities, increase productivity and retention, create a positive organizational culture. Introduction about the work-life balance. Work-life balance is a crucial factor in ensuring both individual well-being and organizational effectiveness. A balanced lifestyle helps employees reduce stress, prevent burnout, and maintain good physical and mental health. When employees feel satisfied in their personal lives,
फॉर्मचं काय झालं
they
मॅडम काय म्हणतात
take.
तनिष्क फीडबॅक फॉर्मचं मॅडम काय म्हणलं
Sorry, ma'am.
No, ma'am, you can continue, please.
Engaged, motivated, and productive at work. Therefore, promoting work-life balance is not only beneficial for employees, but also for organizational aiming for sustainable growth and improved performance. Work-life balance policies and legal protection for working women mean work-life balance policies refers to organizational practices designed to help employees manage their professional responsibilities alongside personal and family life. Their policies aim to reduce stress, improve well-being, and enhance productivity. Legal protection for the working woman refers to laws and regulations that safeguard women's rights at the workplace, ensuring quality, safety, maternity benefits, and protection from discrimination and harassment. Work-life balance policies. Organizational implement several policies to support employees, such as flexible working hours, work from home options, maternity and parents' leave, childcare facilities, etc. Legal protection for the working woman. In Indian context, in India, various laws ensure workplace right and safety for women, including Maternity Benefits Acts 1961, Equal Remunerations Act 1976, Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act 2013, Factories Act provisions for women employees. These laws promote quality, dignities, and security at the work. For this study, the objective examining work-life balance policies, analyze legal protection, study impact on job satisfaction. After objective, I framed a hypothesis, no relationship between policies and satisfaction, and no impact of legal protection on security. For this study, I used descriptive research methodology, sample working women, 150 working women's, tools, questionnaire, and statistical analysis. Data analysis, correlation, and comparative analysis used to test hypothesis. And finding is policies improve job satisfaction, legal awareness, increase confidence, flexibility reduces stress. Now, I'm concluding this paper. Effective policies and legal support enhance well-being and retention of employee. Some suggestions for this research paper: increase awareness program, strengthen policies, and provide child care support. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arpita ma'am. Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you, ma'am. So the next is Zakaira Farhanman.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, everyone, and especially
I
ma'am.
pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes.
My name is Zakaria Farahman from Afghanistan, currently doing my research PhD at Punjabi University, Patiala, Punjab. The research or my thesis is about UNDP strategic plans in Afghanistan, and the title today I'm presenting is there is a concept, leave no one behind. It is a general concept used by the United Nations, different organizations of the UN around the world. So my primary focus is leaving no one behind from the lens of United Nations Development Program. This concept, it was introduced mainly after that. Is it visible, ma'am? My slides?
No, sir.
Now, is it?
It's not
Is it? Okay, I will share. Oh, sorry. One minute. Share screen. Now, is it visible, ma'am?
No, sir. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay. So this concept, leave no one behind.
No, sir,
Leave.
it's not visible.
Is it visible now?
No, sir.
It has to be visible.
So screen is visible, you have to change it to the PPT.
Okay, PPT is visible, right?
No, sir.
This, I think this visible.
Please
Okay.
go to the PPT. Go to the PPT. Your screen is visible, but you haven't gone to the PPT. Next.
Ma'am, can you share from there if it's now? Is it visible?
No, sir. No. No,
Sir,
sir.
at the bottom, beside the raised hand, there is a button. Click that, and your PPT will be shared.
Yeah, I have already done that one.
No, left to that. Beside the hand on the left side.
This
Yes.
one.
Yeah.
Sir, you can present without PPT also, sir.
Okay. Window entire. I think now it's
Yes,
it is
now
visible.
it's visible. Yes, it's visible.
So the title is Operationalizing Leave No One Behind, Human Rights Approach and UNDP Strategic Plans for Afghanistan 2018-2025. My main focus is on the concept of Leave No One Behind, which was first introduced by the United Nations, not only UNDP, United Nations Development Program, but also at the global level, United Nations, it is implementing and introduced first in 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So now I am doing the research from the UNDP lens, how UNDP has operationalized, first, how it conceptualized, institutionalized, and operationalized in Afghanistan. Because this concept is very important, that we should not leave anyone around the world, not only in one specific country. We should not leave anyone out of helps, out of education, opportunities, everything. So here I have done the research over this plan, and the plan is mainly focused on that area of the strategic plans, 2 strategic plans, while UNDP has introduced 5 strategic plans till now. From 2008 to 2029, they have 5 strategic plans, but my focus area is on 2018, 2021, 1 strategic plan, and the second one is 2022 to 2025. They are the 2 strategic plans which they mainly introduced and deepened this program or this concept. So the background and the motive is that because Afghanistan is a land of or full of conflicts, structural fragility, and ignorance about the gender and minorities. So because of that, I have done this research. I could find some main three findings here. There are three findings of this research. The first finding is the strong before the collapse of Afghanistan in the hands of the Taliban, I mean 2021, when the United Nations introduced in 2018 its strategic plan, they introduced this leave no one behind, and they implemented almost in a good manner. While we had democracy, we had opportunities for not only male members of our community, but also for ladies. So at that time, I could find very good results from the UNDP that they implemented this. This is the first phase of that. The second phase is the very chaotic situation of Afghanistan, the time that democracy collapsed in August 2021, and the president of Afghanistan fled to other countries. So because of that, there was an absence of international rules in Afghanistan, and everything handed over to the Taliban. And on the other side, when the UNDP is introducing a framework, a law, everything to implement a program, they need national programs also. So after these, for the four years of this Taliban's regime, we do not have any new national policies from Afghanistan. So because of this, United Nations Development Program faced the crisis. They did not implement this concept of leave no one behind properly in Afghanistan, which is this concept has a global mandate and also abridging the development and human rights. So they are the two main findings that they are contrary to each other that I could find from this research. Unfortunately, the United Nations Development Program, or at the global level, United Nations, they do not have such programs for the fragile and conflict-affected countries, how to implement their policies while they are facing such circumstances like Afghanistan faced under the Taliban's regime. So since 2021, August 21, Afghanistan does not allow the ladies to study, to go to university, school, to do their works. So they are prohibited from such activities. Even they don't have their fundamental rights to move freely, to have freedom of speech. So they are the things that I can say they are against the leave no one behind policy or this principle. So that's all. Thank you so much. I don't take much time. Any question, I'm open.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. And you are selected a very different topic. Focus on position of women in Afghanistan.
Right, ma'am. Because it is marginality, it's rights of women in Afghanistan. We are deprived. So it's about 4 years that we don't have education for ladies. Opportunities of speech and opportunities to travel alone, they don't have. Unfortunately, it's the human rights that we have in Afghanistan under the 21st century.
Yes, thank you so much for your nice presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, the next is Mr. Hazarilal. Next presenter, Mr. Hazarilal. Yes, are you present, sir? I think sir is not present. Then the next is Vikrant, Mr. Vikrant. Next presenter is Mr. Vikrant. Okay, I think Vikrant sir is not present. Then the next is Vipin, Mr. Vipin Shah. Next presenter, Mr. Vipin Shah. I think sir is also not present. Then the next is Sunaina Kumari. Next presenter, Sunaina Kumari. Are you present? I think ma'am is not present. The next
Yes, ma'am. I'm present.
the next is Dr. Reena.
Yes, ma'am. मैं सुनैना कुमारी present हूँ.
Ma'am, I give the first preference to the person whose name are listed in the list. And your name is Dr.
सुनैना कुमारी.
Yes, you are Sunaina Kumari. Okay, okay. No, your name is reflect as Anu Rani. That's why I get confused. Okay, okay. You can start Sunaina Kumari. Name your name.
सुनैना कुमारी, मेरा नाम सुनैना कुमारी है. मैं भूपेंद्र नारायण विश्वविद्यालय मधेपुरा बिहार से हूँ. मेरा मेरा टॉपिक है विकलांग बच्चों के माता के अंतर्गत जो अवसाद आता है, इसका एक अध्ययन है. अवसाद सबसे पहले अधिक बार होने वाले मनोवैज्ञानिक विकारों में से एक है. अनुमानित 5% वयस्क अवसाद से पीड़ित हैं. यह विश्व स्तर पर विकलांगता का एक प्रमुख कारण है और वैश्विक बीमारी के बोझ में एक बड़ा योगदान करता है. अवसाद सामान्य मनोदशा में उतार चढ़ाव से अलग है और इसमें उदासी, चिड़चिड़ापन, खालीपन, रुचि की कमी, अत्यधिक अपराध बोध, कम आत्मसम्मान और भविष्य के बारे में निराशा, यहाँ तक कि आत्महत्या जैसे लक्षण दिखाई देते हैं. और विश्व स्वास्थ्य संगठन WHO के अनुसार विकलांग बच्चों को एक व्यापक शब्द के रूप में परिभाषित किया गया है, जिसमें ऐसे बच्चे शामिल होते हैं जिसमें शारीरिक क्षमताएं, गतिविधि संबंधी सीमाएं और भागीदारी संबंधित प्रतिबंध आते हैं. यूनिसेफ की एक नई रिपोर्ट के अनुसार वैश्विक स्तर पर विकलांग बच्चों की संख्या लगभग 24 करोड़ का होने का अनुमान है. इसके अतिरिक्त चीन में यह संख्या लगभग 50 लाख थी. आजकल विकलांग बच्चों की संख्या बढ़ रही है क्योंकि अधिक से अधिक बच्चे जीवित रह रहे हैं. विकलांग बच्चों को सामान्य रूप से विकसित बच्चों की तुलना में अत्यधिक स्वास्थ्य और अन्य संबंधित सेवाओं की आवश्यकता होती है, जैसे पुनर्वास और दीर्घकालिक देखभाल, जिससे परिवार के देखभालकर्ताओं पर अधिक दबाव पड़ता है. विकलांग बच्चों के पालन पोषण करने का मतलब परिवार के देखभालकर्ताओं के लिए कई तरह के मनोवैज्ञानिक तनाव जैसे बच्चों के चलने फिरने संबंधी विकार, भावनात्मक और व्यवहार संबंधी विकार, कलंक, दीर्घकालिक और उच्च तीव्रता वाली देखभाल जैसे वित्तीय तनाव होते हैं. इसलिए यह आबादी अवसाद के प्रति अधिक संवेदनशील हो सकती है और इस पर ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है. विभिन्न प्रकार के बोझ के कारण विकलांग बच्चों के माताओं में खास करके तनाव का सामना अत्यधिक करना पड़ता है. एक अध्ययन से पता चलता है कि विकलांग बच्चों के 19% माता-पिता अवसादग्रस्त पाए गए हैं. इनमें से वे माताएं जो बच्चों की अधिक प्राथमिक देखभाल कर रही हैं, अपने बच्चों के साथ मजबूत भावनात्मक संबंध बनाती हैं. अपने बच्चों की विकलांगता के कारण परिवार के अन्य सदस्यों की तुलना अधिक प्रभावित रहती है. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्य प्रणाली विकलांगता और स्वास्थ्य वर्गीकरण ICF और बच्चे और युवाओं के लिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कार्य प्रणाली विकलांगता और स्वास्थ्य वर्गीकरण ICF-CY के अनुसार बच्चों और परिवार के देखभालकर्ताओं का मानसिक स्वास्थ्य की उनकी विशेषताओं के साथ साथ उनके द्वारा साझा किए गए प्रासंगिक कारकों को प्रभावित होता है. निष्कर्ष यह है कि एक बफरिंग मॉडल बताता है कि सामाजिक समर्थन मानसिक स्वास्थ्य पर तनाव के प्रभाव को कम करता है. इसलिए विकलांग बच्चों के माता और पिता के लिए सामाजिक समर्थन एक महत्वपूर्ण सामाजिक संसाधन हो सकते हैं जो तनाव के प्रभाव को कम कर सकते हैं. सामाजिक समर्थन से तात्पर्य व्यक्तियों के इस व्यक्तिपरक मूल्यांकन से है जो उन्हें आवश्यकता पड़ने पर अपने आसपास के सामाजिक नेटवर्क, जिससे उनके जीवन साथी, रिश्तेदार, मित्र, सहकर्मी या समुदाय शामिल है, से वंचित समर्थन और सहायता है. थैंक यू मैम.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. The next presenter is Dr. Reena. Are you present, Dr. Reena? I think ma'am is not present. Then the next is Dr. Manjula, P. Manjula. The next presenter is Dr. P. Manjula. Are you present? इसको पहले इसका डबल हुआ है ना. Okay, Dr. Manjula I think is not present. The next is Dr. Sukirti Ghosh. Dr. Sukirti Ghosh. Are you present? I think Dr. Sukirti not present. The next is Miss Shwetali Kohli. Miss Shwetali Kohli. Are you
Yes,
present?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Yes, you can start.
Yes.
I requested the presenter to switch on your camera while presenting and not just read the presentation. Try to give the focus on your main point and kindly consider the time which is allotted to you. Yes, ma'am. You
Ma'am,
can.
is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shwetali Kohli. I am a teaching associate at Marathwada Mitra Mandal, Shankarachavan Law College, and a PhD scholar at Bharati Vidyapith New Law College, Pune. Today, I am dealing with topic reforming rape laws in South Asia, comparative criminal law approaches to sexual offences, marital rape, and victim protection with reference to India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. Starting with the first slide, background and introduction and structural legal gap. Sexual violence continues to be a major concern in South Asia, including India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal. These countries share a common colonial legal history, and their criminal laws are largely based on similar penal codes. Over a time, especially after public protest and landmark cases, each country has introduced important legal reforms. For example, as ma'am stated earlier, India amended its rape law after the 2012 Delhi gang rape case. Pakistan passed the Anti-Rape Act in 2021, and Bangladesh increased punishment for rape, and Nepal criminalized marital rape and expanded its definition of sexual offenses. However, even though laws have become stricter on paper, the reality is still challenging. Many survivors hesitate to report crimes due to social stigma, fear of family pressure, and lack of trust in the system. Reporting procedures can be traumatic, investigations are many times delayed, and conviction rates remain low. This shows that legal reform is alone not enough. There are also structural legal gaps within the justice system. One major issue is inconsistency in defining consent and marital rape. For example, India still does not criminalizes marital rape for adult wives, while Nepal does. This reflects differences in how bodily autonomy is understood. Another gap relates to the evidences and procedures. Survivors often face insensitive questioning, delays in medical reports, and long court trials. Even though some harmful practices have been legally banned, implementation is still weak. Institutional mechanisms such as fast track courts and victim compensation schemes exist, especially in India, but they suffered from lack of resources and proper monitoring. So the main issue is not only about having strong laws, but about how effectively they are implemented. The gap between the legal provisions and practical enforcement remains the biggest challenge in ensuring justice for survivors. My next slide deals with post-reform rape laws and statutory developments. This slide looks at how country reformed its rape laws, especially after public protest and high-profile cases. Starting with India, the biggest reform came after 2012 Delhi gang rape case. The Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013 expanded the definition of rape beyond only penile penetration and included other forms of sexual offenses as well. It also recognized new offenses like stalking, voyeurism, and attacks, etc. The law shifted towards a clearer understanding of consent and increased punishment. However, it still retained the marital rape exception for adult wives. Recently, India replaced IPC with BNSS, that is Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023, and criminal procedure is now governed by Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita BNSS 2023. The definition of rape under BNS largely continues the 2013 framework, but the structure and numbering have changed. BNSS focus more on improving investigation timelines, use of forensic evidences, and digital procedures. However, the marital rape exception still remains, which continues to be debated before the courts. In Pakistan, the Anti-Rape Investigation and Trial Act 2021 introduced special courts for rape cases, allowed for in-camera trials, and emphasized forensic evidences and aimed at time-bound investigation. It also provided for victims witness protection and banned intrusive practices like two-finger test. While the reform modernized procedure, it did not clearly criminalize marital rape, leaving a major gap. In Bangladesh, if we see, after public outrage in 2020, the law was amended to introduce the death penalty of rape. While this showed a strong punitive response, the reform mainly focuses on increasing punishment. There was a limited focus on improving investigation systems, victim support services, or trial efficacy. In Nepal, on the other hand, the criminal code was reformed to broaden the definition of sexual assault and explicitly criminalize marital rape. Nepal's reforms are more closely and aligned with the constitutional equality principles and international human rights standards. However, practical implementation challenges still remains the same. If we compare all of these countries, India and Nepal show broader statutory reforms in terms of definitions and right-based language, and Pakistan focuses more on procedural improvements and forensic systems, and Bangladesh has highlighted stricter punishment. But in all four countries, the issue remains implementation and access of justice. If we see the next slide, marital rape and bodily autonomy. This slide focuses on one of the most sensitive and important issue in sexual violence law, that is marital rape. The main question is whether marriage automatically implies permanent consent or whether a married woman still has independent bodily autonomy. Starting with India, the law still remains what is known as the marital rape exception earlier under IPC and now under BNS section 63 explanation 2. Sexual intercourse by a husband with his adult wife is not considered rape unless the wife is under 18 years of age. This creates a tension with constitutional values like dignity, equality, and bodily integrity under Article 21 and Article 14 of Indian Constitution. The issue was challenged in Delhi High Court in 2022, where there was a split verdict. The matter is now pending before Supreme Court. The case of Independent Thought versus Union of India 2017 is also very important, where the Supreme Court read down the exceptions of minor wives, recognizing the marriage cannot override child protection laws. However, the adult woman for adult women, the exception still remains. In Pakistan, if we see, marital rape is not clearly criminalized. Anti-Rape Investigation and Trial Act 2021 improved procedures and forensic systems but did not specifically remove marital impunity. Enforcement in domestic sexual violence cases remains very limited due to social and religious interpretations of marriage. If we see in Bangladesh, the penal code still treats marriage as implied consent for adult wives. The 2020 amendment introduced the death penalty for rape and did not address the marital rape. So even though punishments become harsher, the law continues to assume consent within the marriage. Nepal, in contrast, Nepal criminalized marital rape under its criminal code reforms. Nepal recognizes that a married woman has full sexual autonomy. This approach is more consistent with constitutional equality guarantees and international obligations under CEDAW, which requires state to eliminate discrimination against women, including within the marriage. However, in Nepal, social stigma and family pressure makes reporting difficult, so enforcement still remains the same. Overall, 3 out of 4 countries still maintain their explicit and practical impunity of marital rape. This reflects a broader patriarchal belief that marriage gives permanent sexual rights to the husband. But from the constitutional perspective, this assumption conflicts with the idea that dignity and bodily autonomy. Yes, ma'am.
Please focus on your key points. You are already exceeded the time limit.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Yes. If we see the next slide, this slide explains that changing definition of rape is not enough. Even if the law looks strong on paper, justice depends on how evidence is collected and how trials are conducted and how survivors are treated during the legal process. Overall, this slide shows that even strong legislation can fail if evidentiary culture and institutional behavior do not change. The real challenge is not only the legal reform, but transforming how the justice system treats survivors in practice. When we compare the 4 countries, some clear patterns emerge. India and Nepal have relatively stronger statutory frameworks. Both have expanded the definition of rape and introduced the procedural safeguards. However, India still retains the marital rape exception, which creates the constitutional inconsistency. Pakistan's 2021 reforms focus more on procedural special focus, and Bangladesh increased punishment, even introducing the death penalty in 2020. Recommendations, I hereby recommend based on this comparison. First, marital rape must be criminalized across the region. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh needs to remove marital rape exception so that the criminal law aligns with the constitutional equality and dignity principles. Secondly, forensic and investigative systems must be strengthened. And third, gender sensitive trainings for police officers and judges is essential. Laws alone cannot change outcomes if institutional attitudes remains insensitive. Fourth, procedures must become more survivor centered. And finally, there must be institutional accountability. Independent monitoring bodies should regularly evaluate how rape laws are implemented. Lastly, in conclusion, South Asia has seen major legislative reforms in rape law over the past decade. Definitions have expanded, punishments have increased, and procedural safeguards have been introduced. However, legal modernization has not fully translated into real justice for the survivors. Ultimately, the true protection against sexual violence requires more than harsher punishment. It requires survivor-centered justice, institutional accountability, and genuine commitment to the equality and dignity under constitutional principles. Only then can criminal law move from a symbolic reform to substantive justice. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you so much, Shwetali Kodi. You are focusing on the rape laws in the South Asian countries, including Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh. Okay, it's a very good collection of information. It's really a very nice presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Research is good.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next is Rashmi Parashar. Next presenter is Rashmi Parashar. Are you
Yes,
present?
ma'am.
Yes.
मैं oral ही दे देंगे presentation.
Yes, you can. Yes.
तो good evening everyone. My name रश्मि पाराशर. मेरा टॉपिक है भारत में महिला सशक्तिकरण सामाजिक परिवर्तन में कानून की भूमिका. इसमें मैंने फोकस किया है महिला सशक्तिकरण पर. इसके ऑब्जेक्टिव जो मेरे ऑब्जेक्टिव हैं इसमें है महिला सशक्तिकरण की अवधारणा समझना, कानूनी प्रावधानों का अध्ययन करना, सामाजिक परिवर्तन से संबंध बताना. तो इसमें मैंने मेरा जो टॉपिक है इसमें महिलाओं के ऊपर क्या क्या वो हो रहे हैं, चेंजेस हो रहे हैं क्या, तो इन सब के ऊपर फोकस किया गया है. कंक्लूजन है मेरा मैं कंक्लूजन ही बता दे रही हूँ।
ठीक
इसमें मेरा कंक्लूजन है कि कानून महिला सशक्तिकरण का प्रभावी साधन है, परंतु वास्तविक सामाजिक परिवर्तन तभी संभव है जब कानून के साथ साथ शिक्षा, जागरूकता और सकारात्मकता सामाजिक सोच का विकास हो। थैंक यू।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. The next presenter is Dr. Praveen Nayak.
Yes, madam, I'm present.
Yes.
I'm sharing the screen. Please confirm, madam.
Yes.
Madam, is my screen visible?
No, sir.
Is the PPT visible, madam?
No, sir. Your PPT is not visible.
Okay. Can you share it from your end, madam, or I'll continue as it is?
Yes, sir.
Can you share it from your end, or I'll continue, madam?
Yes. Let me take the information regarding this. No, we don't have your PPT, so you can present without PPT also.
Okay. My topic is regarding how law can act as a social transformation agent. Globally, we have seen that there are judicial pronouncements and also legal reforms which are advocating for women empowerment. This paper is focusing on the Indian context. What are the transformations that are happening? So the objective of the study is to examine how legislative reforms have strengthened women's rights and how it has impacted justice delivery. I have analyzed several cases. I also identified the challenges in the implementation and also evaluated the government initiatives which are there and also followed it up with the measures for the stakeholders. The research methodology is basically this paper is a doctrinal research methodology. I have studied legislative texts, judicial decisions, and government reports and various schemes which are there. So basically, the outcome of this study will be revolving around analysis of recent changes which have been made in various acts, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita, Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam, and several other changes which were recently incorporated over the last 2 decades or so. So the Hindu Succession Act, which dealt with succession rights, right for the daughters getting property and being considered as co-parceners, then Maternity Benefit Amendment Act, Muslim women's protection of rights in marriage, that is the triple talaq being made as invalid, and Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act 2021. Also, the time limit increased for abortion from 20 to 24 weeks in specific cases. Prevention of sexual harassment at workplace, Information Technology Act 2000. So these are some of the recent amendments in the laws which are basically meant to bring about a transformation in the society by way of empowering women and ensuring that they get dignity and justice. So apart from this, various analysis of judicial pronouncements is also presented in the paper. So beginning with the most famous, that is Vishaka versus State of Rajasthan, and recent Vinit Sharma versus Rakesh Sharma, where women's property rights, even when husband is not alive, that was also considered. Shaira Banu case, where triple talaq has been declared unconstitutional. Josephine Shine case, which criminalized adultery, was struck down. And following the petitions by various people in the acid attack, the courts have decided that regulating of easy availability of acid must be ensured by the government. So these are some of the cases. And apart from this, Sucheta Srivastava versus Chandigarh administration. So the reproductive rights being important for a woman are given to her, and also the prevention of indecent representation of women. So these are things which are intertwined. That if we look at indecent representation, it has to be also read with the Information Technology Act. So various changes are required, and these changes have been coming. So if we look at the challenges in implementation, There is gap between law and practice. Social stigma is there, which has been already discussed by several other speakers. Lack of awareness is another problem. Enforcement hurdles are there. We need stronger institutional mechanism for implementation of the law as well as the judicial pronouncements. Misuse of technology is rampant and efforts are on to curb it, but still it remains a challenge. Information about provisions and procedures are not adequate. Lot of education needs to be done to various stakeholders, especially the people who are not directly involved in higher education. And most importantly, a change in mindset is required. Coming to the key government initiatives, Mission Shakti, Bachao, Beti Padhao, economic empowerment schemes, legal institutional strengthening. Some other speakers also spoke about how economic independence of women is necessary. Apart from this, I'm coming to the findings. So legal reforms have significantly enhanced women's rights in family, workplace, and ensuring criminal justice to them. Judicial activism has also helped a lot. Schemes and policies have improved institutional support, but there is existing challenge and there are lots of enforcement gaps. Social stigma is there, lack of awareness, and delay in justice delivery is also significant and major challenge that I find. Suggestions to various stakeholders. The suggestions are made to the government to strengthen awareness, expand digital governance, ensure proper funding, and uh, create Nari Adalats and various methods by which justice is delivered fast and on priority basis. Uh, Suggestion to the judiciary is to prioritize fast track courts, monitor compliance through progressive monitoring and reporting. Uh, Suggestion to the employers include prioritizing POSH preventive measures at workplace, monitoring compliance with workplace harassment laws, conducting proper comprehensive workshops for employees and the ICC members, because many of them do not know the procedures and the ICC inquiries end up in a mess basically because procedures are not followed. Then suggestions to the civil society to promote gender sensitization, encouraging community support for survivors of violence, and promote awareness of women's rights. To the academia, my suggestions are to integrate gender justice modules in curriculum in law, non-law courses also, because law students do study them, but non-law students are also required to be educated about this. Integrate gender justice modules in moot court curriculum of law courses. Encourage research on digital safety and women's rights. Center for Legal Education must involve legal aid cell in the field work to disseminate information among the general public. Scope for further research is discussed. Digital safety and cyber harassment is required to be studied. Rural women's access to justice must be studied. Monitoring mechanism for new criminal laws is necessary to be studied. Comparative studies of gender justice in other jurisdictions is also needed. The previous study by one of my colleagues who presented just before me highlighted about the various laws in neighboring countries also. Such studies are required. To conclude, law has acted as a catalyst for women empowerment in India. Recent reforms and judicial pronouncements have modernized the justice system. Protection of women rights and promotion of equality has been improving. However, challenges are still there and enforcement and awareness has to be strengthened. Social transformation is an evolving process. It is not yet revolutionary in our country, which slowly and steadily is improving. So these are the references, that is indiacode.nic.in, India Kanun, Supreme Court cases, All India Reporter, Bare Acts have been studied in this study. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah.
The next is Tejasri Daunde. Daunde, I think. Tejasri. Yes. Tejasri Daunde, are you present? I think ma'am is not present. So the next presenter is Mala Upadhyay.
Yes, ma'am. I have.
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Yes, ma'am. My topic is. My name is Mala Upadhyay, Assistant Professor for KSCC College, Katni. My topic is Women's Property and Inherent Rights. A critical study of personal law in India. मैम प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ, ऐसी ओरली बता दे रही हूँ बिकॉज टाइम इज लिमिट.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can.
Abstract property rights are central to women's empowerment. Indian personal laws create unequal inheritance standards. The paper evaluated legal provision as constitutional principles. सबसे पहले कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजन या मैं बोलूँ तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क में आर्टिकल 14, 15, आर्टिकल 21, आर्टिकल 44, आर्टिकल 14 इक्वल बिफोर लॉ की बात करता है, बट इक्वल बिफोर लॉ है नहीं। जहां तक कि अगर हम इस चीज को प्रैक्टिकली देखें तो ये विनीता शर्मा केस के बाद ये चीज आया है कि 2004 के बाद हमें महिलाओं को प्रॉपर्टी में राइट्स मिलने के लिए मतलब कानून लाया गया है, जबकि ऐसा पहले से ही होना चाहिए। नो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन जेंडर, ग्राउंड ऑफ जेंडर, तो डिस्क्रिमिनेशन तो सीधे सीधे दिखता है। अगर मैं मतलब जहां तक मैं समझती हूँ, जहां तक मैंने पढ़ा है, इतना समझ में आता है कि डिस्क्रिमिनेशन सीधे सीधे दिखता है। लीगल प्रोविजन जो किए गए हैं वुमेन्स के लिए, उनको उसके लिए इतने स्ट्रगल करने पड़ते हैं। जो राइट्स दिए गए हैं उन राइट्स के लिए इतने सारे स्ट्रगल करने पड़ते हैं। और एक अगर मैं एग्जांपल लूं, मैं बनारस से हूँ मैम, तो हालांकि एमपी कटनी में ही रहती हूँ, बट बनारस में अगर कोई लड़की आकर के बोलती है कि मुझे प्रॉपर्टी में हिस्सा चाहिए, तो उसको बिल्कुल इस नजर से देखा जाता है कि तुम घर में आकर के लड़ाई करा रही हो, बंटवारा चाहिए, इस तरह की चीजें मतलब। और जो कानून बनाए गए हैं, जैसे स्पेशली रेफरेंस में दो, हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट 1956 एंड अमेंडमेंट 2005, उसका कंपेयर करूं तो हिंदू सक्सेशन एक्ट आर्टिकल सेक्शन 14 एंड अमेंडमेंट 2005, ये दोनों को अगर कंपेयर किया जाए तो इस विनीता शर्मा केस के बाद इस अमेंडमेंट का मैं स्वागत करती हूँ। और मुस्लिम लॉ की अगर मैं बात करूं, चूंकि टाइम कम है तो थोड़ा थोड़ा मैं सिर्फ बताना चाहूंगी। मुस्लिम लॉ की अगर मैं बात करूं तो मुस्लिम लॉ में तो मतलब मेरे हिसाब से तो वुमेन्स के जो राइट्स हैं वो उसकी चर्चा अगर मैं यहाँ पर शायद ज्यादा नहीं कर सकती हूँ कि मुस्लिम लॉ में जो महिलाओं के राइट्स हैं वो मैं शाह बानो केस और एक कभी मूवी भी आई थी हक मूवी करके, तो वहां पे अगर इस तरह से महिला को अगर राइट्स दिए गए तो इनको ऐसे कोर्ट कचहरी या जगह जगह के चक्कर नहीं मारने पड़ते। तो आई थिंक लॉ जो है उसका, और लॉ तो है, कानून तो बने हैं, लेकिन उसका इम्प्लीमेशन बहुत अच्छे से नहीं हो रहा है। इसमें जुडिशरी का अप्रोच जो रहा है, जो जुडिशरी ने बहुत अच्छा किया है, बट इसमें फिर भी और भी चेंजेस की जरूरत है। थैंक यू मैम।
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. The next is Dhriti Bist.
Hello.
There is Dhriti Bist. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So unfortunately, Dhriti got some family emergency, so I'll be presenting on her behalf. She understands the importance of this presentation, so I have taken this opportunity.
You are presenting?
I'm sorry. On Dhriti, on behalf of Dhriti.
You are means.
I'm part of the team, the PCL team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just consider the time limit which is given to you, sir, and please switch on your camera while you are presenting.
I'm sorry, but my camera does not work. So is it okay if I just?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please consider the time limits because there are so many presenters in queue.
How much time do I have? Like.
There are 10 or 15 presenter are also remaining.
Okay, I'll try to be as fast as possible.
Yes, focus on your key point only.
Okay. This study exam. Okay. The topic for today is beyond margins, rights, and realities of marginalized communities. This study examines the systemic barriers that prevent marginalized communities from accessing rights and justice. Marginalization is shaped by socio-economic, political, and cultural inequalities. Despite existing laws and welfare schemes, implementation gaps remain significant. From a gender law perspective, marginalized women often face limited legal awareness, restricted access to justice, structural discrimination. Therefore, the study advocates an intersectional approach combining gender law and social empowerment. Marginalized communities are those excluded from mainstream social and economic and political participation. Marginalized women experience gender discrimination, economic exclusion, weak legal protection. So, social work plays a key role in promoting legal awareness, advocating rights, and enabling access to justice. In this context, empowerment means not just legal recognition, but recognizing access to justice and dignity. How the central question is, how do structural inequalities affect marginalized communities, particularly women? And the hypothesis is, if socio-economic and legal barriers are addressed through targeted and social work and legal empowerment, the condition of marginalized population, especially women, can improve. This supports the idea that law must be accessible to become meaningful. Uh, Literature highlights multiple dimensions of marginalization, like caste-based exclusion, economic inequality, gender-based discrimination, political underrepresentation. Legal frameworks like affirmative action, protective laws exist, but weak implementation reduces impact. Studies show marginalized women often lack legal awareness, limiting their access to justice. Thus, literature stresses on strong enforcement plus grassroots empowerment that brings about real change. This is a descriptive study using both primary and secondary data. Those data sources are of review of 25 scholar works, structured questionnaire survey. The target group is youth aged between 16 to 30, facing socio-economic and legal challenges. For sampling, we have used convenience sampling. Uh, the aim is
Please
to
focus on
understand.
key point only, sir.
Okay.
Just do not read as it is all.
Okay. 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 Based on the analysis, the study recommends legal awareness programs, especially for women, stronger policy implementation, access to education and healthcare, strengthening anti-discrimination laws and legal aid, representation of marginalized community, especially in women, in decision making, community level empowerment initiatives. In the framework of women and legal and law, empowerment requires legal protection plus social transformation. Overall, I would like to conclude it by citing that marginalization is structural and not just social. Empowering marginalized community, especially women, requires a strong legal enforcement, policy accountability, social work intervention, community participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. So the next is
Okay.
next presenter is Monty and
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Patil Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Monty Chaudhary.
Yes, sir. Are you presenting?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Today, my topic is no fault divorce in India. Uh, is it time to move beyond the fault-based theory in personal laws? My paper asks a simple question: why does the Indian law force two people to stay in a dead marriage? Currently, our law follows a fault-based theory. This means you can only get a divorce if you prove your spouse is a wrongdoer, someone who committed adultery, cruelty, and desertion. But what if no one is villain? What is the love is just gone? My research argues that we must move from a punitive system to paramagnetic system by recognition that a marriage can simply break down beyond repair. Problem the blame game. In my research paper, I highlight a big contradiction. The Law Commission of India has recommended changing this law twice, once in 1978 and again in 2009. Yet our parliament has not acted because the law is silent, but our court have become a battlefield. People are forced to lie, cruelty just to get a divorce. This blame centric system doesn't save marriage, if only destroys the dignity of the people involved. Now, my research methodology. I use the doctrinal and comparative method to my
Sir,
study.
please, yes, Monty, sir, please kindly focus on your key points.
Yes, ma'am. In India, I analyzed the landmark 2023 court case, Shilpa Salis versus Varun Srinivasan. In this case, the Supreme Court uses special power under Article 142 to grant a divorce because the marriage was IBM. The court basically said if the marriage is dead cell, we shouldn't make people wait for years. My paper argues that this shouldn't just be a power of the Supreme Court, it just be a law for everyone. And now I am coming on my conclusion. To conclude, I am not saying divorce should be easy, but it should be dignified. I propose three things: change the law, protect the vulnerable, and focus on humanity. We need a remedy centric law. When a union has suffered an emotional death, that law should be a bridge for a new life, not a wall that keeps people trapped. It is time to move beyond fault and pride, prioritize human dignity. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Monty. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, sir, yes. So the next presenter is Anshu Pandey. Anshu Pandey, are you present? I think Anshu Pandey is not present. So the next presenter is Gitanjali Marandi. Gitanjali Marandi, are you present? I think Gitanjali Madam is also not present. Okay. So the next one is Samia Ashraf. Okay. And the next presenter is Nilambari Nilambari, Miss Nilambari.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Shall I start?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So
I requested the all presenter to kindly switch on your camera when you
I'm
are.
trying to do it, ma'am, but maybe I'm not able to do it
Okay, okay. It's
because
okay.
I'm joining from my mobile.
Okay. Okay.
So is that
So-
okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, and kindly consider the time limit.
Yeah, ma'am. Of course.
And focus on your key point.
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
Yes, yes.
Good evening, everyone. I, Nilambari Sanjekar, Assistant Professor of Computer Science at Badruka College of Commerce and Arts, Hyderabad. So today I'm presenting on my topic, Empowering Women, Protecting Rights, a Vision for a Better Future. So this presentation focuses on understanding women's empowerment, evaluating awareness of rights, and examining the effectiveness of initiative aimed at this strengthening the woman socio-economic and political status. So for this study, I have used mixed method. I have circulated my standard questionnaire so among Hyderabad. So I have received around 150 responses. So I have applied here two tests, ANOVA test and chi-square test. So my ANOVA results here, my hypothesis is I just want to check the what is the difference between age difference, and here I want to check awareness between different age groups. So here my null hypothesis is rejected, alternative is accepted. Then again I have applied chi-square test. So my chi-square test tells there is no significant relationship between gender and perception of the equality. So gender does not significantly influence the perception of equal opportunities. And my key findings are we need to again awareness significantly varies with the ages. Gender does not influence perception of equality. Education is the strongest driver of the empowerment. And again, my conclusion is women empowerment is essential for sustainable development. Education and economic independence are the key drivers. This study shows age influences the awareness. Gender does not affect the perception of equality. And in my conclusion, I just want to conclude here with empowering women is not about shifting power from one gender to other. It is about creating balance, justice, and opportunity. When women participate equality in education, economy, governance, sustainable development becomes achievable. Let us move from awareness to action, from policies to implementation, and from promises to progress. Because when one woman rises, nation rises. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Nilambari ma'am. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you team, for giving me opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. So the next one is Nikita Karma, Dr. Nikita Karma. Are you present, ma'am? Dr. Nikita Karma. I think ma'am is not present. The next is Samba Shalini. Samba Shalini, are you present? I think not present. So the next is Dr. Gobind. Dr. Gobind. Are you present, Dr. Gobind Nayak? So the next is Shivani Nishad. Okay. So the next is Miss Vaishali Ramteke. Okay. So the next one is Rajni Prabha Kori. Rajni Prabha Kori. Rajni Prabha Kori and Pooja Upadhyay. Are you present? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Yes. त्याच्यानंतर ना बोर्ड ऑफ थँक्स. आता ते अजून कोण अशोक भार्गव आहे.
Hello, good evening. I am Rashmi Prabha Kori from, I am PhD scholar from Mahakaushal University, Jabalpur. And today I am presenting on, my topic is digital empowerment and cyber law protecting women rights in the information age. It is my introduction part. I am just going through key points. In the digital world, as we know, it is very useful to us. We can get a good education through digitally, and we get socially participation and politically activism and skill development. However, cyberspace also reflect socially inequality and including gender-based discrimination and violence, ensuring woman empowerment in digital era require two essential points: equal access to digital opportunity and a strong cyber law to protect women from online abuse and exploitation. As we know, the digital world we can using as a tool also for, as in the way of women empowerment, we can see educationally empowerment can be a very good platform for learning on getting good knowledge from digital platform. Economic empowerment also can be happen by the freelancing or context creating or digital marketing. After that, we can politically and socially participated by the use of digital platform through the social media, and many of mobile movements also going on. Me Too app, and also financially inclusion. Or we can do digital banking through the mobile payment systems. And in this my paper, I just showed you a problem that we are facing since when the digital world was being a part of our life, just like for mainly many women will
were get victimized in their cyber stacking, online harassment and trolling, revenge pornography, deep fake technology misuse, identity theft, cyberbully, online blackmailing and extortion too. After using the methodology of exploration using the secondary data, I just get to know that cyber law framework for human rights in India was working very fastly nowadays. Till a lot of case comes in front of people that as we discussed in our problem, the Information Technology Act 2000 is India primary cyber law, section 66E, violation of privacy, section 67, publishing of obscene material, section 67A, publishing sexual exploit materials, 66C, identity theft are the online harassments was going. The Indian Penal Code include provision applicable for cyber offences like Section 354D for stacking, 499 for defaming, 509 for insulting modesty of a woman. Section Digital Personal Data Protection Act for 2003 standing data privacy protection. It ensure accountability in handling personal data, which is crucial in preventing misuse of mobile privacy information.
Yes,
Challenges
ma'am.
women online, underreporting, lack of digital literacy, as we see,
Yes,
and
Rajni ma'am.
informants,
Focus on your key
emerging
points, ma'am.
technology too. Yes, ma'am.
Kindly focus on your key points. And now the IPC is now.
As a recommendation, I see that strengthening cyber law is very needful to us nowadays. Establishing fast-track cyber code, promoting digital literacy programs, creating dedicated cybercrime helpline, and encouraging platform accountability and content moderating. My conclusion came to conclusion that the digital world holds very good for women empowerment, for like education, economic independence, political participation, social connectivity too. However, without robust cyber law and effective enforcement, digital space for pursued gender-based violation discrimination. A balanced approach promoting digital inclusion while strengthening cyber protection framework is essential for ensuring digital revolution becoming true wheel for gender equality and women rights. Thank you, ma'am. This is my resource I have reused from them. Thank you so much.
I think you are mentioning certain sections from IPC, and now instead of IPC there is BNSS. So you are requested to consider the latest one law. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And now I request Ashok Bhargava sir, please give your presentation within 5 minutes only. This is the last one.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I speak my?
मैम मैं हूँ
Yes, ma'am.
मैं प्रियदर्शनी हूँ डॉक्टर प्रियदर्शनी 158 रोल नंबर
58.
Excuse me, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Govind, 150, ma'am. Serial number.
Yes. Your name. Yes. Sir. After Ashok Bhargava, you present Mr. Govind.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Ma'am, I waiting longer
Yes,
time.
Mr. Ashok. Yes, Mr. Ashok. You can continue.
Can I speak, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Today I am going to speak about the right, justice, and improvement in contemporary society. But let's I speak only some time given for me. Today, modern society, the idea that justice and the improvement means the giving equal rights, the equal opportunity. Women, for any years, women in India faced discriminations, inequality, and social injustice. So I want to only discuss about the most important activities, some policy by given uh, Prime Minister of India. Prime Minister launched a scheme of Beti Bachao Beti Padhao Yojana launched in 2015. This scheme aimed to save the education the girl child. It focused on improving the child sex ratio, increasing education for girls. It awareness about the importance of daughter in society and promote gender equality. Another major scheme by the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. This program provides free LPG gas connection to women from below poverty line families. Earlier, many women had to cook any traditional, which caused a health problem due to smoke. This scheme improved their health, dignity, and equality of life. The government also launched Pradhan Mantri Vandana Yojana, which provide financial assistance to pregnant and launches the mothers, the ensure proper nutrition and health care during pregnancy, protection both mother and child. Another significant the reform was the abolition the triple through the Muslim women protection of right on marriage. Act this law made instant triple talaq illegal and protect the right and dignity of Muslim women, ensure justice and equality. Additionally, scheme like Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana encourage the parent to save money for their daughter's education and marriage. This scheme promote the financial security and independence girls. All these activities that reflect the vision of Narendra Modi, who was the impressed woman lead development. Improving women is not only about giving benefit but also ensuring respect to the safety, education, and equal participation in decision making. It contemporary society true justice means the gender equality when women are educated, healthy, and financially independent. Entire national progress improving women's strength, families, the communities, and the country as a whole. In conclusion, my thoughts to right the justice and improvement are essential pillar of the modern society. The scheme introduced by the government are important step towards building an equal and progressive India. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Govind Yadav.
Yes. Little for I want to talk about something new aspect.
Sir, requested you to please focus on key points only.
Okay, ma'am. A very good evening, one and all present here. I express my sincere gratitude to organizing team for providing me opportunity to express the ideas on this highly relevant and significant topic in this contemporary time. My topic is the evolution of women's right under constitutional law. संवैधानिक कानून के अंतर्गत महिलाओं के अधिकारों का विकास। किसी भी देश की प्रगति का सबसे बड़ा आधार वहां की महिलाओं की स्थिति होती है। यदि महिलाओं को समान अवसर, सम्मान और सुरक्षा मिलती है तो समाज तेजी से आगे बढ़ता है। महिलाओं के अधिकारों को मजबूत बनाने में भारतीय संविधान की भूमिका बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रही है। अगर हम हिस्टोरिकल पॉइंट से बात करें तो पहले के समय में महिलाओं को शिक्षा, संपत्ति, रोजगार और निर्णय लेने के अधिकारों से वंचित रखा जाता था, लेकिन वे सामाजिक और आर्थिक रूप से पुरुषों पर निर्भर भी होती थी। आज के समय में स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन के समय में सक्रिय भागीदारी से उनके अधिकारों की आवाज को मजबूत किया गया। यही कारण था कि संविधान निर्माताओं ने महिलाओं को समान अधिकार देने पर विशेष ध्यान दिया। भारतीय संविधान है, उसने बहुत से अधिकार महिलाओं को दिए। अनुच्छेद 14 कानून के समक्ष समानता, महिलाओं और पुरुषों को समान अधिकार प्रदान करता है। अनुच्छेद 15 भेदभाव का निषेध, राज्य केवल लिंग के आधार पर भेदभाव करने से रोकता है। अनुच्छेद 16 रोजगार में समान अवसर, सरकारी नौकरियों में महिलाओं को बराबरी का अवसर देता है। अनुच्छेद 21 गरिमामय जीवन का अधिकार, महिलाओं की सुरक्षा, सम्मान और स्वतंत्रता को सुनिश्चित करता है। अनुच्छेद 39 समान कार्य के लिए समान वेतन, चाहे महिला है चाहे पुरुष है, समान कार्य के लिए आर्थिक समानता को बढ़ावा देता है। इसी के साथ साथ पॉलिटिकल स्ट्रॉन्ग भी हुआ, राजनीतिक सशक्तिकरण। 73वें 74वें संविधान संशोधन के माध्यम से पंचायतों में, नगर पालिकाओं में महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षण की व्यवस्था की गई। इससे लाखों महिलाएं पहली बार डिसीजन मेकिंग ले पाई, देश के लिए डिसीजन लेने में हिस्सा बनी, जमीनी स्तर पर नेतृत्व करने का उनको एक चांस मिला। इसके साथ साथ जुडिशरी सिस्टम है, उसकी भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण इम्पोर्टेंस रही है। इस तरीके से हम देखें भूमिका रही है। न्यायपालिका ने भी कुछ ऐतिहासिक फैसले दिए महिलाओं के पक्ष में, जिससे महिलाएं एम्पावर हो पाई हैं, उनको अपने राइट से अवेयरनेस उनको मिली है। पहला राजस्थान का एक केस था, भंवरी देवी का केस, जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक पहुंचा। वहां पे कुछ गाइडलाइन बने, विशाखा बनाम राजस्थान राज्य। इससे कार्यस्थल पर यौन उत्पीड़न के खिलाफ महिलाएं अपना सुप्रीम कोर्ट या हमारे न्यायालय का सहारा ले सकती हैं और वहां से अपने को डिफेंस कर सकती है। सेकंड, सायरा बानो बनाम भारत संघ, ये 3 तलाक को अवैधानिक घोषित करके मुस्लिम महिलाओं को न्याय दिलवाने का काम किया। जोसेफ साइन बनाम भारत संघ, इस निर्णय से महिलाओं को समान नागरिक का दर्जा दिया गया। इन फैसलों ने यह साबित किया कि संविधान केवल किताबों तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि यह महिलाओं के जीवन को वास्तविक रूप से बदलने की क्षमता रखता है। महिलाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए बनाए गए कानून, बहुत सी विशेष कानून है जिनको मैं इन ब्रीफ बताना चाहता हूँ यहाँ पे। पहला, जैसे घरेलू हिंसा के संरक्षण का नियम, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस को अवॉइड करने के लिए। कार्यस्थल पर यौन उत्पीड़न विरोधी कानून, डोरी के अगेंस्ट जो रूल बन के आया, दहेज निषेध अधिनियम। प्रेगनेंसी के दौरान या बच्चा होने पर मातृत्व लाभ अधिनियम। इन कानूनों ने महिलाओं को सुरक्षित और सम्मानजनक जीवन जीने का अधिकार दिया। इसके साथ साथ कुछ चुनौतियों का भी सामना हमारे संविधान को करना पड़ा, जैसे वेतन में असमानताएं आज भी मौजूद हैं। संवैधानिक प्रावधानों के बावजूद भी ये समस्याएं आज भी एग्जिस्ट करती हैं। कार्यस्थल पर असुरक्षा भी है, शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य में असमान अवसर हैं, लैंगिक भेदभाव की मानसिकता। इसका अर्थ है कि अधिकार मिलने के साथ साथ उसकी क्रियान्वयन भी जरूरी है। मैं कंक्लूड करता हूं, अंत में यही कहना चाहूंगा कि महिलाओं के अधिकारों का विकास एक निरंतर चलने वाली प्रक्रिया है। वुमेन्स के राइट्स की जो डेवलपमेंट है, इवोल्यूशन है, वो कभी बंद नहीं होती। वो जितना धीरे धीरे अवेयरनेस फैलेगी वो बढ़ती जाएगी। संविधान ने हमें समानता का मजबूत आधार दिया है, न्यायपालिका ने उसे लागू किया है, और अब समाज की जिम्मेदारी है कि महिलाओं को समान अवसर प्रदान करें ताकि एक सशक्त राष्ट्र का निर्माण हो सके। संविधान पे 2 लाइनें मैं लास्ट में बोल के मेरे टॉपिक को कंक्लूड कर रहा हूँ। संविधान ने दी उसे पहचान, समानता का जगमगाता सम्मान, बंधनों से अब मुक्त है सवर, नारी बढ़ी तो बढ़ा है घर। न्याय, स्वतंत्रता, अधिकार की राह, इससे ही रोशन है भारत की चाह। इट मीन्स 50% पॉपुलेशन, हमारे किसी भी समाज की 50% पॉपुलेशन महिलाएं होती हैं। अगर महिलाओं को अधिकारों की अवेयरनेस नहीं होती तो व्योमिका सिंह फ्लाइंग ऑफिसर नहीं होती, कैप्टन कुरैशी है, कर्नल कुरैशी है, भारत को ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लीड नहीं करती, नासा में जैसे कल्पना चावला जैसी महिलाएं मंगल पे नहीं जा सकती, इंदिरा गांधी जैसी महिलाएं देश की प्रधानमंत्री नहीं हो सकती, द्रौपदी मुर्मू जैसी महिलाएं राष्ट्रपति नहीं हो सकती। ये तो सभी जो परिणाम है, दीज ऑल आर द आउटकम्स ऑफ द अवेयरनेस अबाउट देयर राइट। एक्चुअली women's strength is the product of their learning. बाई नेचर वुमेन कमजोर नहीं है, उनकी लर्निंग ऐसी करवाई जाती है कि वो हेल्पलेस।
You exceed the time limit, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Miss Priyanshi, do you want to present? Miss Priyanshi. I think she's not present.
जी मैम नमस्ते
Do you want to present?
मैम नमस्ते
Yes, do you want to present?
मैम मेरे रोल नंबर है 158
Yes, ma'am. Do you want to present?
जी मैम मैम मैं बाहर में हूँ थोड़ा ही पढ़ूंगी ठीक है रेस्पेक्टेड ऑल द फैकल्टीज एंड रेस्पेक्टेड द चेयरपर्सन ऑफ द सेशन आई हैव डॉक्टर प्रियंसी my topic is a study on constitutional provision and protection of women rights in Indian law. I have taken some objectives. My first objective is to find out the growth and constitutional women's rights of judicial law in India. Second objective is to find out the landmark judgment affecting women's rights and their interpretation by the Indian law. Third objective is to identify challenges in reinforcement accessibility to justice and a judicial overview. And fourth objective is to find out the correlation between judicial activism and judicial restraint with respect to women's rights. Ma'am, I have taken my methodology. I have primary data, the constitutional India jurisprudence, article number 13, 15, 21, 39 and 51A. And next secondary data is books, some journals, articles. जी मैम
Focus on your points.
मैम क्या बोले
आपके जो मेन कंटेंट है उसको focus कीजिए मैम. मेन क्या है कंटेंट?
मैम कंटेंट है प्रोविजन एंड प्रोटेक्शन.
Yes.
जी मैम I have taken some provision, article number 14, right to equality, and the second article is 15.1 and 15.3, provision, discrimination and a special provision for women's rights. And the third article is article 16, equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. And the fourth article is 39A, 39D, 39A, enhancing economic justice, a legal aid. And मैम मैं और एक आर्टिकल भी लिया हूँ, आर्टिकल नंबर 42 and the maintaining benefit act. सॉरी मैम एक गलत बोल दिया, 42 and the maternity benefit act 1961. इसको मैं ये सब आर्टिकल एक्ट को लेकर मैं इसको कंप्लाई करके इसको सॉल्व किया हूँ और कैसे प्रोटेक्शन हो रहा है एंड कैसे प्रोविजन है. ये हमारा जो लॉ का जो प्रोविजन है ये तो आर्टिकल कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल आर्टिकल में रहा गया है और सब लोग इसको इसी के आधार पर ही जो वुमेन्स राइट्स है, जो अधिकार है हमारा नारियों का, उसका ऊपर यदि कोई अत्याचार होता है, कुछ अफेक्ट आता है, तो इसी का प्रोविजन हम क्या लेंगे, प्रोटेक्ट कैसे करेंगे इसको, जैसे हमारा होता बहुत कुछ. जी मैम.
Kindly conclude your presentation.
जी मैम. Thank you ma'am, my topic is concluded.
Yes. Thank you.
Namaste.
And I think Tai Shagupta is remain to present. Yes, are you presenting, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, requested to conclude your point on within 5 minutes. Please focus on your key points.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tai Shagupta. I am a research scholar of Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. Introduction. Respected panel and participate. My research focus on women financial empowerment through mutual fund. From the Rigvedic period, where women had intellectual participation, to the Indian constitution that guarantee equality and justice, the journey of women has evolved today's. Females are moving forward as independent financial decision maker, reflecting both historical and strength and model empowerment. Research objective: the objective of this study are to analyze women financial empowerment, compare Tier 1 and Tier 2 investors' growth, and understand the role of legal awareness and investor protection. As our constitution promote equality, financial knowledge become a key tool for the empower women in a contemporary society. Industry growth. The Indian mutual fund industry has grown rapidly due to digital platform and SIP culture. This growth is creative opportunities for women investors, showing how modern financial system support constitutional value and influence a equal participation. Women investor trade. Women investors are steadily increasing and showing the strong long-term investment behavior. This includes the females are no longer passive saver but active contribution to economic development. Actually हम सबने इसको देखा भी है जब 2019 में कोविड आया था तो जितने मेल के पास पैसे नहीं थे फीमेल्स ने सब सेव करके रखा था और अब वो आगे भी बढ़ती जा रही हैं. Next, the Tier 1 was a Tier 2 growth. Growth in similar cities highlights the how digital financial inclusive in empower women belong metro areas. Awareness program and policy support and helping women from driver background participate equal in financial market. Investment behavior and SIP culture. Women prefer disciplined SIP investment because they reduce risks and build long-term wealth. This reflects the financial maturity and confidence, showing how modern women are making informed and strategic decisions. आजकल की डेट में देखा जाए तो AMIF की रिपोर्ट से ये जानकारी मिलती है हमें कि 25% डीमैट अकाउंट फीमेल्स ने ओपन किए हैं और फीमेल्स की जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है वो लॉन्ग टर्म पर बहुत ज्यादा बेस हो रही है. आज मेल के कंपैरिजन में फीमेल्स की 37% इंडिविजुअली इन्वेस्ट किया है. Now, the key challenges. Challenges such as financial literacy gap, cyber risks, and gender scenarios still existing. Addressing this behavior is essential to that every woman, regarding to background, can move forward confidently. The key insight is that Indian women are greatly shifting from traditional saving habits toward active investment. Females participation is rising, showing that empowerment today is not just social but also financial. Policy recommend, I recommend gender-focused financial literacy program, stronger cyber law, incentive for small SIP investment, and awareness companies in camping in Tier 2 cities. I am concluding my research. To conclude, from the Rigvedic era to modern constitution demography, the role of women has continuously evolved. Today's female investors represent confidence, equality, and progress. When the women move forward financially, the entire nation moves toward inclusive growth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for presenting. And I give the thanks to all presenters who are present over here for this national conference. And we are about 30 to 35 presenters present today on the different topics, and presenter also cover the maximum sub-themes which are given for this national conference. So thank you so much to all presenters for a nice presentation.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
My presentation is remaining, ma'am. Waiting for that.
Yes. What's your name?
Serial number 55, Bhagwan Sartaj Alam.
Yes, sir. You can present.
Okay.
Sir, just requested you to conclude.
Yes, I will conclude my PPT.
Focus on your keywords, okay.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I'm sharing my PPT. Am I audible or visible? Right? Am I audible or visible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. Your audible is also visible.
First of all, good evening, one and all presented here. I am Bhagwan Sartaj. Today I am presenting on women and law rights, justice empowerment in contemporary society. The today's topic for the my title of the topic is Law as a Catalyst of a Social Transformation, Advancing Women's Empowerment in Contemporary India. And the subtitle of the topic is National Conference on Gender Justice. So now I would like to start my presentation from introduction. So I pick out 3 points in the introduction. Law plays a vital role in social transformation. And Indian constitution guarantees equality and women empowerment is the key to development. So India's journey towards women empowerment has been shaped by cultural heritage, social colonial history, and post-independence legal reform. Historically, patriarchal system and colonial law reinforced discrimination. But after 1947, the Indian Constitution guarantees equality, fraternity, justice, and non-discrimination and dignity under Article 14, 15, 19, and 21. However, true transformation requires effective laws, drawing on constitutional rights, landmark judgment, and Radha Kumar's insight. This paper argues that law act as a proactive catalyst, shaping societal norms and reshaping gender justice. What is the meaning of social transformation? The I pick out 3 points, that is change in social structure and attitude, law influence and social behavior. And the example is that abolition of sati practice under Article 14, 15, 19, and 21 is a backbone of the women's right. In the case like Colonial Nitisa versus Union of India, Anuj Garg versus Hotel Association of India, Charuk Guruna versus Union of India. In these cases, the Indian judiciary play, play pivotal role to interpret this, and the court struck down discrimination practice and upheld dignity and equal opportunity. Scholars like Veena Majumdar and Ratna Kapoor highlight that constitutional litigation and activism has significantly extended women's rights, though effective implementation remains a challenge. Here, the progressive legislation also enacted a law to protect the women's right. For example, Indian women-centric laws, the legislation enacted law like Dowry Prohibition Act 1961, which is that criminalized dowry and created legal awareness despite weak implementation. As noted by Flavia Agnes, the Domestic Violence Act 2005 expanded protection by recognizing physical, psychological, and economic abuse and providing civil remedies. In the another case, like Muhammad Ahmad Khan versus Sahbano, 1958, the Supreme Court granted maintenance under Section 125 CRPC. Nowadays, we are using BNSS, priority gender justice over personal law. In another case, like Saira Bano case versus Union of India 2017, instant triple talaq was declared unconstitutional, reinforcing equality in personal law. And the last Visakha case, in that case, the Supreme Court enacted binding guidelines due to legislative absence. As Aparna Chandra observed, Visakha demonstrated how judicial activism can create transformative norms and compel legislative reforms. But access to justice, we all know what is the relation between binding law and reality. Binding law is different and reality is different in today's period. Despite constitutional guarantees under Article 39A, access to justice remains limited due to institutional and social barriers. Fast-track court have improved the disposal rate, but face infrastructure shortage and delays. As noted by Law Commission 2014, legal aid service exists, but Usha Ramathan argue they often focus on settlement rather than empowering women to assert right. Additionally, the digital divides asserting women's access to cyber law remain Bhavani Ital highlight that only 33% women have meaningful internet access, limiting the effectiveness of IT Act protection and access to digital justice. We all here presented, we know that Visakha versus state of Rajasthan, and here I write a short fact of the Visakha, what was happened in that case. She was a social worker in Rajasthan, was working to stop child marriage in that case, but other person in that village became angry and gang raped her in 1922, punished and threatened her. That was the case. In that case, there was no legislation, but Supreme Court make a guideline to protect the right of the woman at any place like job, institution, or any academic place. So these are the guidelines provided by the Supreme Court. And the other support is the gender-based violence, legal response, and gang and gaps. In India, law have taken significant step to address gender-based violence. In the state of Maharashtra versus Madhukar Narayan, the Supreme Court held that women's sexual history is irrelevant in rape trial, challenging patriarchal stereotypes. This principle was later incorporated into the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013. And the another sub point is economic rights and labor law protection. Labor law have strengthened women economic right, though challenges remain. The Maternity Benefit Act 2017 extended paid maternity leave to 26 weeks, improving job security, but sometimes discouraging employees from hiring women. The Equal Remuneration Act 1976, the Code on Wages 2019 guarantee equal pay, but gender-based disparities persist, according to Oxfam India. Furthermore, as Gayatri Ghosh highlights, most women in the informal sector lack social security, making legal protection ineffective without broader labor reform. Just only 2 minutes, I will conclude, ma'am. And the another for political participation. In political participation, women got the best opportunity to reserve his seat. Uh, the woman seat in the woman reserving one-third seat in the local governance. And the last, critical analysis, dual nature of legal catalysis. Law acts as both an instrument of empowerment and limitation. Positively, it creates framework for equality, raise legal awareness, and enable judicial activism, as we seen in Visaga and Navtesh Johar. However, implementation gap, excessive reliance on punishment, and structural inequalities limits its ineffectiveness. Upendra Bagchi described law as both an emancipator and oppressor. International sector scholars like Kimberley Krishu and Indrani Mukherjee emphasize that caste, class, and religion influences women access to justice. But future reforms should focus on collective rights, restorative justice, gender audits, and recommended by the Justice Verma Committee and UN Special Reporter. And the concluding on my topic, law has played or implemented crucial role in advancing women's empowerment in India through constitutional protection, progressive legislation, and judicial activism, also including a landmark judgment and legal reform, have challenged discrimination and strengthened gender justice. But legal reform alone is insufficient to protect the woman's right. Implementation gaps, social barriers, and intersectional inequalities continue to limit progress of the women. Achieving substantive equality requires integrated efforts combining legal enforcement, education, economic empowerment, and social transformation. And lastly, ultimately, law remain a powerful catalyst, but lasting gender justice depend on continuous legal reform, social awareness, and collective action. Now here, my whole presentation support to Ketki madam and Archana madam, who said every lady should be self independent and self responsible to protect her right, and all states should also protect her right and their dignity. So I conclude here. So thank you one and all presented here. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I think all presentation is done. Yes, anyone is remaining? Yes. Now I requested Dr. Lakshman Brahmawar sir for the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Good evening to one and all. It's my privilege to express my heartfelt thanks for various resource persons for this national conference. First of all, I'll express my heartfelt thanks to guest of honor, Advocate Pragya Parijat Singh. Madam, she expressed so wonderfully and immensely about the topic, women and law. Next, I take the opportunity to express my thanks to another guest of honor, Smita Rajendra Kadu ma'am. She's also expressed so wonderfully and without untouching any stone with respect to women and law. And it is an heartfelt thanks for ma'am on this regard. And next, I express our keynote speaker, Sonali Jeevan ma'am, and ma'am also as a academician. You know, she knows in-depth, expression with respect to women empowerment, their rights, justice. Along with that, their liberty and profession. So once again, thank you so much, ma'am. And next keynote speaker, Advocate Archana More, ma'am. Also, had a vast experience in practicing side as an advocate, and she challenged so much in the advocacy profession, and she expressed in such a deep manner that women should come forward and they should not be lacked due to a crowd of men. And our heartfelt thanks for you, ma'am, for this national conference. Next keynote speaker is Dr. Ketki Patwardhan, ma'am. Also expressed a vast explanation in connection with how modern days in which women should express and come out and come forward in a legal profession so as to show the women are not lag behind any field. So thank you so much for expressing a very deep expression with respect to women and law matter. And in addition to that, I express my heartfelt thanks to our chairman, Dr. P.D. Patil sir, as well as Secretary Dr. Somnath Patil sir. They are always behind us to keep on conducting such conferences now and then. And in addition to that, our institutional head principal, Dr. S.S. Gopakumar, he is also behind us, and he is always a backbone to conduct such programs. Due to that, we used to conduct such programs. If I am not expressing a few note with respect to Swaroop ma'am, because it is the effort of Swaroop ma'am since 1 and 2 months behind this program, and to collect such a eminent scholars for this national conference. She made a success of it, and in addition to that, my colleagues Preeti Pawar ma'am and our Bargude sir also, and all presenters who presented the paper in a very good manner, and much more to achieve also in so many aspects. and at the same time, all eminent dignitaries who are present in this national conference, directly or indirectly, whoever who is present here, I am expressing my heartfelt thanks on behalf of Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, Pimpri, Pune. With this, I conclude with my vote of thanks aspect, and I hand over the opportunity to Preeti Pawar ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. Indeed, it is a teamwork. So I think it really went so well. Guidance of our principal, sir, and your team members, coordinating with each other, collaborating with each other. And I think this is the output of our efforts that we have taken. Just to bring it to the formal platform now, just to conclude, so I would like to say, as we come to the conclusion of this intellectually enriching one-day national conference, it is my honor to express heartfelt gratitude to all those who contributed to its success. I sincerely thank all our guests of honor, keynote speakers, for sharing their profound knowledge, practical insights, and inspiring perspectives, which have greatly enriched understanding of women's rights, justice, and empowerment. My deep appreciation goes to the Dr. D.Y. Patil Unitech Society and the Dr. D.Y. Patil Law College, Pimpri, Pune, for their unwavering institutional support. I also extend sincere thanks to our collaborating organization, the Social Science and Management Welfare Association, and Sri Bijesh Kumarji for their academic partnership. I acknowledge the efforts of our convener, co-convener, co-secretary, session chair, subject expert, and the entire organizing committee whose teamwork and dedication made this conference meaningful and well organized. Special thanks to all research scholars and participants for their valuable paper presentations, discussions, and active participation. Over 50 research papers were received from scholars. The research papers will be published in Swadeshi Research Foundation, a monthly journal of multidisciplinary research with the ISSN. I also appreciate the technical and administrative teams for ensuring the seamless execution of the conference in online mode. I would especially like to mention the name of my two students, Mr. Tanish Patil and Mr. Viraj Bangar, who has been sitting with me since morning, and they have really organized things so well. So thank you, Viraj, and thank you, Tanish. With this, we conclude today's conference with the hope that the deliberations and research shared here will inspire further scholarship and contribute to a more just and equitable society. So thank you very much. I also like to inform now best research paper would be published in another day or two. Then the best presentations maybe by tomorrow will be declared. And all those who haven't submitted their research papers yet can submit it by 25th of February. E-certificate will be provided to all the participants and necessary correspondence will be made by the Swadeshi Research Foundation. सभी को ये सूचित किया जाता है कि अभी तक जिन्होंने रिसर्च पेपर भेजे हैं तो उनके फुल रिसर्च पेपर्स स्वदेशी रिसर्च फाउंडेशन में पब्लिश होंगे और उसमें से बेस्ट रिसर्च पेपर अवार्ड निकाला जाएगा और आज के जितने प्रेजेंटेशंस हुए हैं उसमें से 3 बेस्ट प्रेजेंटेशन अवार्ड निकाले जाएंगे जो कल तक डिक्लेयर होंगे। और जिन्होंने अभी तक फुल पेपर भेजा नहीं है उनसे अनुरोध है कि 25 फरवरी तक 2026 आपको आपका फुल रिसर्च पेपर भेजना है पब्लिकेशन के लिए। और इसके बारे में जो भी आपकी क्वेरीज है तो फोन नंबर ऑलरेडी दिया है तो उस पर आप कांटेक्ट कर सकते हैं या आपको स्वदेशी रिसर्च फाउंडेशन खुद से कांटेक्ट करेगा और हार्ड कॉपी आपको आपकी जर्नल की मिलेगी। सो थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू ब्रिजेश सर एंड थैंक यू एवरीवन। आई थिंक वी हैव कंक्लूडेड द कॉन्फ्रेंस नाउ, सो हैव अ ब्लेस्ड डे।
Thank you so much, ma'am.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू।